Powerful bolts of electricity split the sky. At the epicenter was a man who created this discharge, splitting the earth into pieces and scattering his opponents in different directions. He was King Fist. This title was given to a man who had subjugated the Jianghu, and he had done so solely with his fists. The man who was called by his title more often than by his name was known as King Fist, Dan Wusong. His knuckles were covered in blood and repeatedly injured, but that did not stop the man. He was ambushed by a mysterious group, but the members of this group, of course, were no match for him. Now they were all destroyed except for their leaders. These two strangers stood on top of a hill and watched what was happening. The two looked quite skilled, but King Fist did not know them and did not know who they were or where they came from. Dan Wusong addressed the strangers, saying that he wanted to return their subordinate to them, after which the man threw the enemy's body at the feet of his masters. The stranger standing on the mountain asked the demon of his sword to help him. King Kulakov noted that the stranger had cut down his own ally with his sword without hesitation. It became clear that this warrior fought dirty and would stop at nothing. Wusong managed to see the symbol on the sword, and this symbol spoke of the great cruelty of its owner. Wusong asked his enemies if they were representatives of the demonic faction. One of the strangers jumped down from the mountain into the ravine and said that he was impressed by King Fist, who had held out for a very long time and truly deserved his title. Dan Wusong told the man to shut up because King Fist would kill him in just 10 blows. The opponent did not look surprised or frightened at all, but was struck by Wusong's arrogance. The stranger lit his sword and replied that he would see how well his opponent kept his word. After that, a battle began between the men, and the King of Fists prepared his fist. He landed several blows and his opponent was unable to respond, being genuinely surprised and amazed by his strength and speed. The man's breath faltered and pain pierced his entire body, and this was only the first blow. After that, King Kulakov repeated the action several more times, hitting his target perfectly. However, he soon noticed that all his blows were missing his opponent's weak spots. Dan Wusong thought that someone was holding him back, and he was absolutely right. At that moment, the second villain spread his magic at the top of the mountain. This man used special magical effects to prevent King Fist's hands from working at full strength. Dan Wusong was distracted by his opponent with magical powers, and his immediate opponent took advantage of this moment to stab the man in the chest with a long sword. Satisfied with what had happened, although looking quite tired, he announced that the reign of King Fist had come to an end. Dan Wusong, even though his hands were bound with magical ropes and he had been pierced through with a sword, still gathered his last strength and prepared to strike. His opponent did not expect this at all, and for a moment it even seemed that King Kulakov would win. However, he still did not have enough strength, but his opponents could not help but admit that he was really good in battle. When King Kulakov was killed, a second man jumped down from above, who had been activating his magical abilities all this time. He said that it could have been very dangerous, but it was good that everything ended well. The swordsman poked his opponent with his finger to make sure that King Kulakov was really dead. However, at that moment, he received a powerful blow to the jaw because King Fist had not yet finished his battle. Dan Wusong wanted to deliver a few more blows, but he felt his strength leaving his body. He was able to knock out his opponent, but there could be no question of victory and a successful conclusion to the fight. Despite his efforts, King Fist Dan Wusong died at the hands of the demonic faction, and how he wanted to deliver a few more blows. Two birds were flying high in the sky when a powerful flash illuminated everything around them. The events took place in a private estate on Mount Jua. The birds perched near the window and watched what was happening inside. The man in bed was experiencing some kind of shock and strange sensations, and finally saw his assistant, who asked if he was all right. The girl looked worried, not understanding what was wrong with the man, who in turn also did not understand where he was. His head was splitting and spinning, and he couldn't remember anything, but he guessed that someone had probably cured him. The man looked at his hands and realized that he had absolutely no injuries. The servant asked if the first young master would like some water, which greatly surprised the young man. He did not understand why the servant called him the first young master, and when he looked at himself in the mirror, he was stunned. The water literally flowed backward, and the young gentleman was very frightened. The man touched his face, pulled his cheek skin and hair, thinking that someone had put a mask on his head. After that, the man checked his neck and made sure there was no mask on him, but this did not alleviate his condition at all. Sitting in front of the mirror, he continued to pull at his cheeks, and things went so far that the servants ran to get a doctor. The frightened girl realized that her master looked particularly strange today and was behaving unnaturally. The man sat on the bed in front of the mirror and thought, Those two people from the demonic faction couldn't have done this to him. Otherwise, they would have already taken control of the Jongwoo estate. But then another question remained unanswered. He had absolutely no idea who the person staring back at him from the mirror was. The man began to pace around the room, trying to remember things and hoping that his memories would return. However, he couldn't go far. His body was weak, and he felt like a newborn fawn. The man sat down at the table, realizing that his body belonged to some weakling. On the table, he saw a folder with documents titled Yongha Trading Group. The name seemed familiar. He had heard it somewhere before. The Yongha Trading Group was a large retail chain located near Mount Zhuhua. They must be quite large since the man had heard of them, even though he had never had anything to do with trading groups. The name of the trading group's owner was written on the sheet of paper. It was Li Jinyong, who was apparently the owner of this body. There were also many letters on the table addressed to Jinyong, concerning money, gambling, and women. The young man had absolutely no desire to go anywhere, lend money to anyone, or spend time with girls. After reading the letters, the man clutched his head in despair, because it was a real shame if his life was now so primitive. Having finished with the letters, the man realized that it was not magic or the mask. He did not feel any strange energy in his body at all. The only thing left to assume was reincarnation. Perhaps Dan Woosen had received a new body after his death. Of course, it sounded like pure madness, but the man had no more logical explanation. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a maid who addressed her first young master. She brought in a doctor named Gonsung Myung, and the man turned to his master, asking how well or poorly he was feeling. Lee Jin-yeon did not recognize the doctor and asked who he was. The doctor replied, barely holding back tears, that the servants had reported that their master was unwell, and he was very worried, and that their master did not even realize how serious it was. The doctor wanted to check his patient's pulse, but the young man pulled his arm away and said that there was no need to worry about him. He was perfectly fine. The doctor replied that he was very glad to hear that, and that he had prepared his main patient's favorite meal, and the man ordered it to be brought immediately. It turned out to be chicken broth, which according to the doctor was excellent for strengthening the body. The young man immediately suspected something was wrong, because this chicken soup, called Phoenix Dragon Soup, could be an excellent dish for healthy people. But for someone as sick as Jin Yan, it was like poison. And on top of that, the doctor was secretly trying to check his pulse. Most likely, the doctor found it strange that his patient, Jin Yan, looked so healthy. The doctor continued to praise the soup, claiming that if the patient ate it regularly, he would become as healthy as the young people participating in martial arts competitions. Jin Yan asked the doctor how long martial arts competitions had been going on. The doctor replied that he did not know for sure, but it had been about 200 years. The young man thought for a moment, then announced that he had no appetite at all, and that it would be better to leave everything on the table. After that, Jin Yong showed the doctor out the door, saying he wanted to sleep and forbade anyone from entering his room. The young man finally got rid of everyone and was able to analyze the situation. According to the doctor, the 200th Phoenix Dragon competition was approaching. This meant that not much time had passed since Dan Wusong's death, which was a very good sign. The demonic faction must still exist. Besides, he was very annoyed by this snake-like doctor, Mr. Myung. The young man understood that he was surrounded by people who simply had to be beaten up. But this time, the young man would kill them all with one blow. There was no doubt about that. Several days passed, the table was laden with delicious, hearty, high-calorie food, and the maids were very happy that their master was eating a lot again, because before that, he had only eaten porridge. Everyone was pleased that the master had regained his appetite and had started going for walks. Jinyan really did look much better than he had on the day he woke up. His body was getting stronger and stronger. The young man went into the dining room and asked if his breakfast was ready. He was very hungry and hoped there would be lots of delicious food. After that, the young master told the servants to prepare simple and hearty breakfast for him from now on. The maids were pleased. It seemed that their master was indeed feeling better. Jinyan was enjoying his breakfast when he was suddenly interrupted by a maid who said that Mr. Myung had come to see him. The maids bowed to the doctor, but the doctor himself looked very dissatisfied. The doctor looked with surprise at the table, the food his master was eating, and the young master himself. Jinyan still couldn't remember or understand why the doctor was so obsequious to him, but the young man was sure that he would soon catch this presumptuous rat. Jinyan asked the doctor what was wrong with him, but Mr. Myung began to make excuses. The doctor literally fell into hysterics and wept, because his favorite patient did not remember him at all. The man could no longer bear the loneliness, so he came, but he was ready to note that the master's complexion had changed significantly, and now it was clear that all the doctor's efforts were futile. Jin Yun asked if the doctor considered the attempt to poison him with phoenix dragon soup to be a futile effort. What he heard literally stunned Dr. Myung. He did not expect his patient to be so mistaken. The doctor said that there had been a misunderstanding because phoenix dragon soup was a tonic food. The young man replied that he was very surprised because he thought it was poison, not food. After that, the doctor was literally offended because in fact he was not an enemy of the young gentleman, but his personal physician. The man could barely hold back his tears. He covered his eyes with his sleeves and said that if he was not welcome in these apartments, he would have to leave. The doctor was clearly waiting for his patient to stop him, and soon that happened. The doctor turned around happily, hoping to hear an apology. Jin Yun said he did not understand the doctor's behavior, who had come uninvited and was now leaving without permission. The young man did not understand which of them was the master, but seeing the doctor's frightened face, he said he was joking. After that, Jin Yun demanded that the doctor bring writing materials from the table because the young man needed to send several letters. The young man said he would dictate and the doctor would write down the letters. Due to Mr. Lee Jin Yun's serious illness, I must stay at the estate for a while. Since I am living here for so long, please advise me on what to do next. The doctor's face turned red, and the young gentleman asked why the doctor had stopped writing down the dictation. The doctor tried to say that nothing was wrong and that the gentleman was simply imagining things. In general, Dr. Myung was attentive and ready to continue writing. Suddenly, something stabbed Dr. Myung sharply in the neck, and the man did not have time to realize what had happened. Jin Young turned to his doctor and said that he was no longer the weak patient he had been before. Dr. Myung began to wriggle and ask what his master meant. Jin Young began to explain, saying that first of all, they needed to focus on the phoenix dragon soup. For healthy people, it can indeed be an excellent tonic. However, for a patient as sick as the young man, this soup was pure poison. The doctor should have known this, and indeed Dr. Myung knew that his patient's energy was in complete disarray after eating the soup. In addition, Jin Young noticed how the doctor tried to check his pulse, even though he claimed that he was simply concerned about his patient. But the most important fact, which also did not escape Jin Young's attention, was that when the young man said he had no appetite, that he wanted to sleep, and that everyone should leave him alone, the doctor gave himself away. When the young man said he had no appetite, that he wanted to sleep, and that everyone should leave him alone, the doctor gave himself away. Gon Sung Myung wanted to kill the patient so badly that he couldn't even hide his intentions. Obviously, the doctor was not acting alone, and now his master demanded that he write the name of the person who gave him the order to kill Jin Young on the envelope. The doctor continued to wriggle out of it, saying that he didn't understand how his master could suspect such a kind person as him and why his master was treating him so cruelly. After that, the doctor shed a tear, secretly hoping that his patient would believe him, take pity on him, and stop trying to find out the truth. But Jin Yun said that the doctor had finally shown his true colors, but the doctor replied that he was just trying to let the young man go with dignity. After all, there was no other way out, and if necessary, Dr. Myung was ready to kill all the servants and force them to remain silent. Jin Yun was no longer going to listen to the traitor's nonsense and struck his doctor in the neck. After that, the young man wanted to continue his breakfast, but suddenly felt that his hand was not quite right. It was surprising because he was in terrible pain. It turned out that he had a rather pitiful and weak body. Jin Yun understood that he needed to quickly regain his strength because even such a blow was painful for him. The young man wanted to regain his strength, and once he did, it would no longer matter who was behind all this. And even if it was Yunha's trading group, he would deal with it, and he would also need to study Dr. Myung. But Dr. Myung, lying in a pool of his own blood, could not help him, of course. However, he was suddenly struck by a severe headache. His vision blurred, and the young man could not move. He saw his doctor alive and unharmed again, and the young man guessed that these were Lee Jin Young's memories. And now, after reviewing these memories, the young man could finally learn a little about his past. More precisely, he could learn about the past of the body he found himself in. Tears streamed from the young man's eyes as the memories came flooding back. Lee Jin Young was the eldest son of the owner of the wealthy Yonha trading group. He was not as smart as his second brother, nor as strong as his third brother. Jin Young was simply not a good enough eldest son. The young man tried to compensate for his shortcomings with money, but as a result, he drowned in a life of debauchery and pleasure. When the young man realized his mistakes and decided to change, it was already too late. The young man's health deteriorated, and his family decided to send him to the estate. If these memories are correct, then the main clan was not interested in this exile. At first, the problem was that King Kulikov was reincarnated without any memories of his new body. But now he had finally remembered a lot and had to focus on martial arts. But it was a pity to realize how much of his innate talent he had lost. With his knowledge from his past life and a few rare elixirs, the young man could quickly reach a high level. Now he had enough money to buy any elixirs and achieve the desired result. Several seasons passed, and during that time the young man's energetic essence manifested itself, and he engraved all the martial arts necessary for survival onto his new body. These were the arts of enlightened mobility, the art of the enlightened body, and the quick step, as well as the art that allowed him to control lightning, plus the art of white lightning in 10 phases. At present, the young man had reached the 4th phase of the art of white lightning, and so far everything had gone smoothly. Jinyan had significantly increased his physical abilities, become much stronger, and practiced meditation constantly. The young man was already very fast and could even cut a leaf falling from a tree at tremendous speed. However, the young man was still dissatisfied and felt that this was not enough. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a guard named Mok Insop, who worked in the security team of a trading group. The young man bowed respectfully to the gentleman and said that he had brought a letter from the main clan. Jinya said he was ready to read it and took the delivered letter. Mok Insop could not believe his eyes. Was this really the young Mr. Jin Yan he knew before? Because the young man coughing up blood was supposed to have died a year ago. Jin Yan stood there with his hand outstretched the whole time because the guard was literally paralyzed by the appearance of the first young master. Finally, the letter was handed over and Jin Yan studied its contents. The young man learned that his father had fallen ill and was bedridden. This news greatly upset Jin Yan, although the letter did not reveal the cause of his father's illness. The guard in Siop suggested that the illness was most likely the fault of the Uyang clan. It was no secret that the Yonha trading group regularly paid tribute under the pretext of paying for protection, and these payments had accumulated and now become simply unbearable. Jin Yan wanted to know if the Uyang clan had done anything to deserve this increase in fees. The guard said that absolutely nothing had been done, and that they were not people at all, but real dogs. Even when the Small Gods sect recently tried to impose inappropriate trade taxes, they failed. The Uyang clan simply said, "We will meet with the head of the Yonga trading group only in case of serious problems." But after that, nothing was done. The captain of the trading group's security guards couldn't even protest because it was Uyang Hu himself. Uyang Hu was quite famous in the Zhenghu. Many had heard of him. He was a fairly powerful man with great authority. Jin Yong understood that Uyang Hu considered trading groups like theirs to be beneath everything else, so they just needed to deal with the Uyang clan. The guard was surprised to hear that Jin Yong was going to deal with the Uyang clan, but it turned out that there was another reason for the master's father's collapse. It turned out that the second and third brothers had fought with swords, and after the father saw this, he immediately fell ill. This, of course, sounded very strange, but the father was so enraged that his health could not withstand it. He couldn't believe that his sons would fight in front of him, and with swords at that. Jin Yan understood that this did not concern him and that he was not in any danger, but still the young man could not just sit and watch from the sidelines. Jin Yan told the guard to leave him a letter, and Insiap continued to be surprised because the eldest son's behavior had always been completely indifferent to his loved ones. But then the young man stood up and seriously declared that he would go himself to meet his father and deal with the rest of the family problems. Insiap was very convincing, gesturing and describing everything in detail, although his listeners did not believe a single word. The guard told his comrades that the first young master had changed a lot. He had become a perfect martial artist. His body was simply amazing. The guards literally imagined young master Jin Yan as a young man weakened by alcohol and partying, completely incapable of defending himself and a complete failure. Of course, it was possible to assume that he had become a master of the martial art of sleeping techniques and had now learned to sleep anywhere and anytime. The guards did not believe such jokes, because jokes must be at least somewhat plausible. One could even say that the deputy captain of the guard had a mistress. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Just like the joke about Jin Yan's legendary martial arts skills, Deputy Captain Han Yup asked once again if young Master Jin Yun had really regained his health. The deputy captain remembered the young gentleman from childhood, who had good physical abilities, and one could even be proud of his abilities as a child. Still, it was strange to hear that he had now become a martial arts master. I wonder when he finally plans to return so that everyone can see him. Just then it was announced that young Master Jin Yon had arrived, and now it was clear that the truth would come out. The guards went to greet the gentleman, although they did not like it because they did not consider it necessary to honor this worthless person. But Han Yap told them not to forget who feeds them and to hurry up and go meet him. Jin Yun stood near the entrance to his family home, where he had spent his childhood. Everything looked very rich and seemed absolutely insane. Jin Yun had only heard stories about the Yonha trading group, but he couldn't believe that they were really that powerful, and now he had become a member of this wealthy family. Jin Yun told the maids that he would go to his father himself and advise the girls to go rest, which was also simply astonishing to the servants. Jin Yun walked around the estate, examining and studying it, and the young man had a chance to get his bearings a little. However, it was still strange that no one had come to greet their master. All the guards lined up in orderly rows and congratulated the young master Jin Yun on his safe return home. The vice captain of the security detachment, Han Yop, stepped forward and bowed before his master. The man greeted his master and noted that he had become almost unrecognizable. Han Yop said he was glad to see his young master strong and healthy. However, one of the guards thought that the vice captain had no pride at all. After all, the arrogant Jin Yan always looked down on his subordinates and only gave sharp commands. He would still laugh at his subordinates now. Jin Yun looked at the captain of the security guard group with warmth in his eyes. After that, the young gentleman held out his hands and said that it was a very warm welcome for a problematic person like him. Jin Yun thanked everyone present for the solemn meeting. The guards couldn't believe their ears. Their brains were literally boiling. Did this good-for-nothing idiot really thank them? Insop said that he had warned his comrades. The eldest young master had changed a lot. The other guards agreed that they did not recognize their master. Hanyup also noted that the master's eldest son now seemed to him not an enemy, but rather an ally. The vice captain of the guards led Jin Yop to his father's room and said that he had already warned the master of the house of his arrival. Jin Yop thanked him for everything, but then a loud voice rang out from a young man who had approached. It was the third brother, Li Jae-yong. He greeted his lazy older brother. However, he immediately noted that his brother's expression was now completely different. And now even the older brother could look menacing. Hanyup remembered how the third brother used to bully his weak older brother and thought that Jin Yun would probably be beaten by his brothers again, as he had been before. The vice captain, holding his younger brother's hand, said how good it was that the two brothers had finally met after a long separation. They must have really wanted to see each other again. However, this action greatly angered Jaeyeon, who punched the guard in the face, saying that he had no right to touch his body and that the guard was taking too many liberties. Jaeyeon said that he had had enough of his talentless older brother. Was the deputy captain also going to behave like a jerk? Jin Yong silently watched what was happening, wondering whether he should teach his younger brother a lesson right away so that he would never even dare to look him in the eye. Jin Yong didn't put off this wonderful event for long and slapped his younger brother. The blow was so strong that Jaeyeon fell to the floor in the middle of the hallway. He looked at his older brother, not understanding what was happening. Jin Young put his hand on Jaeyoung's shoulder and said that he had been very agitated on the way there. The young man began to gradually squeeze his brother's shoulder, who could no longer restrain himself, and called him a damn psycho. Jin Young, without letting go of his brother, said that he should not call him a damn psycho, but his older brother, and that the lesson had been well learned. A group of security guards buzzed like a swarm of bees. They gathered in the hallway instead of doing their job and were discussing something intensely. Li Huayon, the middle son, was walking down the hallway at that moment and noticed the noise. The young man asked the vice captain of the guards what was happening near his father's room. Han Yup replied that a quarrel had broken out between the first and third young masters. The third had provoked his older brother. The young man asked why the guards weren't stopping the fight, because the older brother would now suffer at the hands of that nasty Jaeyeon. However, the opposite was true. Jin Yan continued to beat his younger brother, causing him physical pain, but at the same time did not allow him to scream and make noise under the door of his sick father. Soon Jin Yan noticed that their middle brother had approached them, who was now just as surprised as everyone else. In the end, the brothers decided not to stand in the hallway outside the door, but went into the room to talk and enjoy some tea. Hua Yun greeted his older brother and said he had heard about his return. The young man noted that his brother looked perfectly healthy. Hua Yan's arm was wrapped in bandages, and his older brother guessed whose doing it was. He approached Jaeyeon, who was just beginning to come to his senses, and slapped him again. The blow was again powerful and painful. Jin Yang beat his younger brother and told him that he should not raise his sword against his brothers if he did not want to be beaten. Jaeyeon was forced to say through tears and humiliation that he understood everything and would never do it again. What surprised the boy most in this situation was that he was beaten by Jin Yon, who had always been very weak and regularly received beatings himself. The second brother, watching all this from the sidelines, noticed how strong the eldest had become and how cruelly he had punished and humiliated Jaeyeon. Hwa-yeon asked his older brother what had really happened at the estate, since his older brother now looked like a completely different person. Instead of answering, Jin Yon picked up one of the documents lying on the table. It turned out to be a list of employees to take with him to the conference the next day. One of the employees on the list was Dr. Gansun Myung. Jin Young had previously wanted to know who had sent Dr. Myung to his grave, but now everything became clear. The person who recommended everyone, from the deputy security commander to the guards at the entrance gate, as well as the doctor, was none other than Woo Young-hoo. Jin Young turned to his brothers and told them to confess immediately if any of them were working with the Woo-young clan. Hwa-young, who was the supervisor, said that this was impossible and that it was not worth thinking that way, while Ja-young noted that it was simply ridiculous to think that way. Ja-young was ready to die rather than allow a member of another clan to take over their business, because the Yonha trading group was a precious business that his father had built up over many years. Jin Young said he was very happy to hear this from his brothers. The young man was pleased that he would not actually have to kill one of them. After that, Jin Yeon asked whether senior officials would be attending tomorrow's conference. Receiving an affirmative answer from his brothers, Jin Young said that in that case, he would also attend the conference. And before the brothers had even had time to recover, the young man left the room, saying that he now had to spend time with his father. Hwa-young couldn't understand what had happened at the estate that made their brother so strong and confident, and Ja-young regretted that he hadn't spent all that time on Mount Juhua. Finally, the doors closed, and Jin Yeon entered the room where his sick father was. Lee Seong-min was happy to see his eldest son, who had not made his father very happy in previous years. The sick man asked what the noise was coming from outside his door in the hallway. However, the young man did not explain anything. Jin Young said that he had heard that his father's illness was related to stress, and Seong-min confirmed that he had always been under stress, but now his aging body could not cope with it. His father touched his eldest son's face with his hand and said that he had changed for the better and now looked different. Was this really Jin Yeon? Despite his illness and poor health, Lee Seong-min was very happy to see that the first young master was in good shape. Jin Young confirmed that this was indeed the case, but something still felt strange to him. He remembered growing up without parents, so he didn't know what it was like to have a father. After all, he had been given up for adoption, and in that life, he had been unlucky with his family. And now, with his new memories of Lee Jin-yeon's childhood, he knew that his father had always been there for him. Lee Seong-min was a great and important man, but now the hand of this sick old man looked fragile and small, like a bird's foot. Jin Yeon didn't know when his father had gone from being a great and formidable man to being so small and defenseless. It hurt Jin Yeon to see his weakness, and he asked his father not to worry about anything. The young man promised his father that he would eliminate the cause of his stress. After all, Jin Yeon would take care of this problem, so there would be no need to worry or fear new stresses. Although Seong-min wanted to know what his son meant by eliminate stress, the young man smiled sweetly, looking at his father with loving eyes, and said that his father should not worry about anything. He just needed to rest. The next morning, the Yonha trading group held a conference. All the participants gathered in the large hall to discuss the current situation. Among the participants was Woo Young-hoo, commander of the trading group's security squad and martial arts master of the Woo-young clan. He and his closest aides whispered among themselves, studying the unfamiliar young man who was also present in the room. It was the eldest son of the head of the trading group, Jin Young. He looked like a very serious, respectable young man, radiating strength and health. No one present understood what the young man was doing there, as he had never shown any interest in the trading group's affairs before. Woo Young-hoo suggested that the first young gentleman was probably concerned about his position in the group. Hwa-yeon, who was the supervisor of the trade group, took the floor and said that if those present had no comments, they would move on to discussing current issues. However, at that moment, a hand went up and someone said they wanted to express their opinion. It was Woo Young-hoo. He reported that the first young master still had no guards even though he had returned, and now the guard commander wanted to recommend one person for the position. Some people noted that Woo Young-hoo could not stop himself because half of the Yonha trading group was already made up of people from the Woo-young clan. People immediately tried to shut him up, but he said he hadn't made anything up. Indeed, that was the situation. Despite the fact remaining a fact, something knocked the cup of tea out of the speaker's hands, And this had a great effect on everyone present. Woo Young-hoo said it was his fault and apologized to everyone. However, it immediately became clear what would happen to anyone who opposed his words. After that, the man addressed those present once again, asking if anyone had any particular opinions about his proposal. Of course, no one dared to speak up, and Woo Young-hoo was about to name the person he recommended for the position of bodyguard to the first young master. But then his speech was interrupted by Jin Yong himself, who raised his hand and asked to speak. The young man announced that he had a complaint and that he also wanted to make a proposal. In the next moment, Jin Yong quickly approached the commander of the security detachment and said loudly that the essence of his proposal was to dismiss Mr. Woo Young-hoo. Everyone present could not believe their ears. Either they thought it was some kind of joke, but most likely the problem was that the first young gentleman simply did not know how much the commander of the security detachment cared about the safety of the entire trade group. Woo Young-hoo, despite his composure, was genuinely surprised and asked again if Jin Yong really wanted to dismiss him. Most likely the young man had simply forgotten, because he had been in bed for so long, that it was simply not his business. Upon hearing this, Jin Yong did not go into any further details, but swung his powerful fist to strike. Of course, none of those present had any idea what was going on, so the blow was indeed very serious, and the room literally shattered into pieces. Woo Young-hoo, although he tried to maintain a calm appearance, was still in shock. The commander of the security detachment understood that the first young gentleman was probably not even aware of the current situation. But the fact was that at this stage, the Yona trading group already belonged to Woo Young-hoo. The day before, when Jin Yong left his father's room, Hwa Yong was waiting for him. The young man wanted to know why his brother was planning to join the general meeting, because in reality they were just a simple group of merchants, and the Ouyang clan was out of their league. Jin Yong stopped and asked his brother if he knew what happened when people underestimated the martial arts master Jung-hoo. Those who underestimate and make such incorrect assumptions are likely to be devoured. Jin Yong suggested looking at the current state of the Yonga trading group. After all, right now, an absorption was taking place before their very eyes, which they might not have noticed. Hua Yun analyzed the situation and agreed that his older brother was right. The young man did not notice when the Ouyang clan grew to such a large number within their group. Jin Yun, seeing the concern on his younger brother's face, said that he should not worry, because now his older brother would take care of it. Hua Yun was very happy to hear these words and said confidently, "I hope that will be the case." And now, at the meeting, the young man watched how his brother planned to deal with the Ouyang clan. The clan representatives jumped up from their seats and armed themselves with swords. They were frightened by Jin Yun's behavior. Woo Young-hoo himself understood that the eternal troublemaker had probably finally gone completely mad and was therefore behaving this way. But then Han Yeop intervened in the quarrel. He drew his sword and told the clan representatives to move back to a safe distance, because they did not dare to draw their weapons against the young master. In addition to him, several other guards surrounded Jin Yun, making it clear to everyone present that this young man was under their protection. Jin Yun agreed with the deputy captain, because it was indeed insolent to draw swords against him in his own house. How dare these people point their swords at their employer? Or have they simply forgotten their place? Jin Yong addressed the representatives of the Ouyang clan directly and asked if they really wanted to die right now. Jin Yong announced that he felt a little guilty towards Woo Young-hoo, so he could accept their unworthy behavior as compensation. Woo Young-hoo wanted to know what the first young master felt guilty about. The young man replied that he felt guilty for ruining the clan's retirement plans. Jin Yong said that Dr. Myung was supposed to kill him when the young man came for treatment, on Woo Young-hoo's orders. In addition, Woo Young-hoo pitted the brothers against each other, because when there was enmity between them, everything became much easier. As a result of all this, the head of the family, Mr. Lee Seong-min, became seriously ill and took to his bed. It would have been enough to influence just one of the sons. Woo Young-hoo could have taken control of the Yonga trading group without lifting a finger and controlled them like puppets. Woo Young-hoo interrupted the young man's speech with loud laughter, saying that the young master had a very vivid imagination. Jin Yong continued. He said that, unfortunately, Dr. Myong, who was originally supposed to kill him, had died at the hands of Jin Yong. It was from that moment that the fate of the entire Ouyang clan began to change. The clan leader's gaze became more wary, as he realized that the young man was not just fantasizing. Woo Young-hoo couldn't believe that Dr. Myung had died at the hands of this young man. However, Jin Yong said that there was no need to mourn him. He had killed the doctor with a single blow. Jin Yong continued, saying that if Woo Young-hoo wanted to take over a large trading group, he should have tried harder. Now the young man would file a lawsuit for compensation for the damage that had already been done. Young-hoo suddenly realized that this was not just nonsense, but he could no longer restrain himself because he had heard enough, and his hatred spilled out. In one leap, the man jumped up, prepared to attack, and activated his energy, getting ready to strike. Jin-young was completely calm. He had enough time to block, and the two opponents met with their fists. The blow was so powerful that those present were forced to cover their faces and hide from the consequences of the blow. Young-hoo noted with surprise that his opponent had used lightning energy. Could this weakling have studied martial arts? Both men landed on their feet, ready to continue fighting each other. The representatives of the Uyang clan were surprised by the fact that the young master knew martial arts. He was able to block the blow of the security captain himself. Jin-young told Young-hoo that he shouldn't have hit him because the young man had just finished his treatment. However, the young man was willing to turn a blind eye to this because the fight had already turned into an official duel. Young-hoo was very angry. He considered his opponent arrogant and overconfident, like a fledgling who had just learned to fly. Young-hoo announced loudly that his guards and witnesses from the Uyang clan would confirm what he was about to say. With the consent of the young master Jin-young, an official duel would be held. Young-hoo believed that this was sufficient, but Jin-young wanted them to say and confirm that this duel would be to the death. Young-hoo noted that his opponent seemed to have studied in some impressive sect, because in a relatively short time, Jin-young's skill level had become quite decent. But Young-hoo was sure that the guy lacked experience, and now he would show him the difference. Young-hoo began to strike, but the young man calmly dodged them, and it was clear that this was not difficult for him at all. At the same time, Jin-young said that it was foolish to talk about experience, because his opponent needed to live another couple of hundred years, and Jin-young delivered a powerful counterattack. Young-hoo's body flew helplessly and far away. He looked like a rag doll. The man understood that he was dealing with some kind of unreal power, but there was nothing he could do about it. Jin-young said that with his opponent's permission, he would show everyone what a real difference in experience looked like. Jin-young used his enlightened art of movement, and in the blink of an eye, moved from one point to another. Jin-young flew towards his opponent and struck him, but Young-hoo, who had already realized that he had to fight with all his might, managed to raise his sword. And although Young-hoo did not miss any of the blows that rained down on him, he had a very difficult time, and the man began to realize that he was facing a serious opponent. But the situation was rather strange. The young man's tactics were not like those of someone who had just begun to study martial arts. It all looked like the work of an experienced martial arts master. Young-hoo had to use his entire arsenal because his usual strength was no longer enough. The representatives of the Uyang clan watched the battle with excitement, believing that Young-hoo would now finish off the young master. Young-hoo himself also declared that he would definitely not lose and activated the three-form sword art. Young-hoo did not want to lose to a mediocre opponent like Jin-young, but the young man responded with a quick shield, and his opponent's attack proved completely useless. Young-hoo couldn't understand when the boy had learned all these techniques. At that moment, Jin-young gathered all his strength in his fist and prepared to strike back at his opponent. The blow was indeed very strong and powerful, and it landed squarely on Young-hoo's jaw. The man did not have time to block it at all and was thrown back. The duel was over. Everyone present confirmed that the duel had been conducted fairly. However, now the representatives of the Uyang clan could ask for a rematch. Jin-young dismissed them all and announced that the Yongha trading group belonged to his father, brothers, and the guards and hired men who worked honestly for it. Jin-young's first day at work was busy. There was a lot to do, and the young man wanted to understand the situation and analyze the circumstances himself. Jin-young spent the whole day with the vice captain. They visited all the departments, checked the work, and now the young man thought that his assistant had not left for a minute all day. Han-yap couldn't even understand what was going on with his master. He had been working since early morning and hadn't even had lunch yet. Jin-young immediately noticed that there was a huge difference between some of the workers. Even just walking through the courtyard, it was clear that the representatives of the Uyang clan felt completely relaxed at their workplaces. While some people didn't have a minute to eat because of the large amount of work, others were relaxing and enjoying their working hours. They probably had an easy life because these people were resting at someone else's expense, and therefore the corporation really needed to get rid of such employees. Jin-young was very angry when he saw such injustice, and he didn't even notice that he was holding a breadstick in one hand. Jin-young understood that this could be a problem. In order for the sales team to continue working well, instead of idlers, it was necessary to hire people who could replace them. In order to find new employees, the young man went to the nearest entertainment establishments. There were indeed many potential future employees there, spending their time drinking alcohol, playing mahjong, and enjoying themselves. Some vacationers recognized the newcomer, for he was the very same weakling, the young gentleman from the Yonha trading group. Indeed, Jin Yan was walking down the corridor, and surprisingly, he did not order any alcoholic beverages and did not seem to be planning to actively entertain himself. The men recognized him but thought he was dead because he hadn't been seen anywhere for a long time. Everyone was curious to see how much money this rich guy would spend on entertainment this time. Part of the premises was blocked off and a prohibition sign hung on it. Jin Yan approached the man standing guard and asked what was going on. The guard recognized him from his past life and greeted the young gentleman, saying that he hadn't been seen in a long time, but now he was glad that the young man had come and would make another generous donation. Jin Young immediately said not to touch him, otherwise he would squeeze all the fat out of the fat man and use it to lubricate the wheels. After that, Jin Young demanded that the door be opened. The fat guard, who really did look like a pig, tried to prevent Jin Young from entering, but as you can imagine, he was unsuccessful. Jin Young went inside. A poisonous fox named Chul Myung-ho immediately recognized the guest and said that he looked great and that the treatment had apparently done the guy good. With him were two brothers, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo. They also recognized the guy and greeted him. The three men began to talk about how happy they were to see their friend, who had once been ill, but was now finally recovered. However, they did not even ask how he was doing and greeted him very indifferently. Poisonous Fox demanded that the brothers show more care and respect for such an important guest who had visited them. After all, Jin Young and Chul Myung had been friends since childhood. Although this friendship included one-sided use of physical force and financial exploitation on the part of one of them, Jin Young understood that the modern definition of the word friend among young people had changed somewhat. Myung-ho understood that his friend would want to have fun after a long absence, because there should be some great action after he had been sick for so long. Of course, in reality, it was Poisonous Fox who wanted to party, because he had no one to give him money. So now the guy said he wanted to celebrate Jin Yan's return and had prepared something great for the occasion. Jin Yan remained silent the whole time, and Poison Fox said that it made him angry. Jin Yan continued to remain silent and said what he was thinking. This was clearly not typical for a young man and greatly surprised his former friend. Jin Yan was actually thinking about whether to kill Myung-ho or let him live. In fact, he had absolutely no need for Poisonous Fox, but the young man needed these twins who carried out all their master's orders. These guys live as bouncers under Myung-ho's command and do whatever they are told. In addition, they are very strong, dispassionate, and loyal. Jin Yan believed that they were too valuable to spend their lives with a loser like Chul Myung-ho. Jin Yang finally spoke up and said he had made a decision. First, the young man held out his hand and demanded that his former friend give him the key to the safe. Myung-ho began to pretend that he did not understand what key he was talking about, because it was complete nonsense. Maybe Jin Yang just needed money. Jin Yang said that yes, he needed money, and he wanted to take all the cash. When the bags of money were offered to him, the guy started counting. He had once invested thousands of coins in this gambling den, plus interest, plus extortion money and medical bills for being beaten up here. Jin Yun announced that he considered about 100,000 yen to be fair compensation. In response, he heard only loud laughter from Poisonous Fox. It was very funny. Most likely Jin Yun studied arithmetic while he was recovering. After laughing his fill, Myung-ho said that there was not only 100,000 yang in the safe, but also jewels, gold, and silver. However, none of it belonged to Jin Yan, and therefore he would never receive any of it. If Jin Young needed money, he should just ask his friend, and he would lend it to him. Poisonous Fox put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked why he suddenly asked for the key to the safe right now. After all, Jin Yun had been ignoring his best friend Myung-ho all this time, and good friends don't do that. Before, Jin Yun had behaved like a weakling only because he was sick, and everyone treated him that way. But now he had come and demanded the key to the safe and was ignoring his friend. Myung-ho continued to shout louder and louder, believing that Jin Yun should pull himself together because he probably knows who he is dealing with and who Chul Myung-ho is. The Poisonous Fox continued to rant, not understanding what was happening to his interlocutor. Perhaps he had simply decided to die right then and there, but Jin Yun did not react in any way. Perhaps he had simply swallowed his tongue. Myung-ho ordered his bodyguards to pin the bastard to the ground and hit him a couple of times to cheer him up. The Yuk brothers happily rushed to carry out their master's orders. They grabbed Jin Yan by the arms and were about to start beating him. But then Jin Yan raised his head and spoke. It turned out that he had decided to show leniency to Myung-ho. Jin Yan took one of the brothers by the arm and pushed him away. Myung-ho's eyes immediately bulged with surprise. Then the young man threw the guard aside as if he were not a huge man, but a volleyball. Jinbo flew across the room and crashed into the wall, breaking everything in his path. Myung-ho was furious and was going to avenge his brother. He rushed with his fists at Jin Yan, who managed to crouch down, preventing him from striking. In the next moment, the young man counterattacked his opponent with his foot. This blow was not just strong, it was enough to break the bodyguard's leg, who howled in agony. Jin Yan looked at those present, assessing their behavior, and was surprised by what he saw. Both twin brothers, despite serious injuries, immediately got to their feet. Both guards had broken wrists and ankles, but they moved to continue the fight despite the pain. There was not a trace of fear in their eyes, and it was striking. Jin Yan immediately decided that these were the kind of people he needed. The young man planned to make an effort to get them. The Yuk brothers, now together, simultaneously raised their fists and rushed to attack their opponent. But before their fists reached their target, Jin Yan literally vanished, leaving the twins looking confused. The brothers did not understand where their opponent had gone. Could he really have disappeared? Jin Yan had simply moved very quickly and was now standing behind the brothers. Jin Yan put his hands on the twins' Yuk and held these strong and powerful fighters with the strength of his fingers. Jin Yan was very pleased. He had seen for himself that these two guards were too valuable to just rot away with Chul Myung-ho. After that, Jin Young banged the brothers' heads together. The blow was short but powerful. The twins lay unconscious on the floor nearby and were ordered to stay put, because Jin Yang would not warn them again or give them a second chance. Myung-ho, who had watched the fight, was clearly impressed by what he saw. Jin Yun said that all he had left to do was deal with his dear friend, and now he would do so with great pleasure. Myung-ho realized that this was no joke and spoke up, saying that his friend should have mentioned that during his recovery, he had been studying martial arts rather than mathematics. Seeing the knife in his friend's hands, Jin Yan said, "Usually Poison Fox is quick-witted, but for some reason today is not one of those days." Jin Yan, with his hands behind his back, approached his former friend, who was quite frightened, and asked him not to come closer, but just to talk. Myung-ho calmed down at some point, deciding that there was no need to be afraid. But the man rushed at him with the knife, thinking that one blow would be enough to win. Myung-ho expected a counter move under the table so as not to be hurt by Jin Yon's first blow. However, the table shattered into small pieces, and the fist still reached Poisonous Fox's head. Jin Yan, laughing at his defeated opponent, said that very often in a fight, a counterattack wins. The blows were so powerful that the fat security guard standing in the corridor crouched down in fear and covered his ears, thinking that if this continued, someone would surely die today. Chul Myung-ho no longer tried to tell his friend how to count money correctly. He didn't try to do anything at all. Jin Yan threw the third man and now stood near their bodies, realizing that now his words would finally be heard. Jin Young waited for his former friend to come to his senses and be able to hear and respond to the information he had heard. Myung-ho soon woke up, but for a while he didn't understand where he was or what had happened to him. Chul began to realize that his former comrade had been doing something very serious while recovering from his illness. Most likely he had not been receiving treatment at all, but had been training intensively. Most likely this was done for revenge. Myung-ho calculated to his relief that they hadn't gotten along so badly in previous years. But then Poison Fox remembered how he had repeatedly humiliated Jin Yun and realized that everything that was happening now was revenge on the part of his former friend. Chul Myung-ho was already able to speak normally, came to his senses, and offered Jin Yun something else instead of the key to the safe. He was ready to fulfill almost any wish of his friend. Myung-ho suggested not dwelling on the past because although he had indeed hit Jin Yun several times, it had been a long time ago. And besides, they had always been friends as children. After all, they had been close. Jin Yun confirmed that they were indeed friends after all, and the Poisonous Fox was able to relax a little. He immediately began to talk enthusiastically about true male friendship, which lasts for years and anything can happen. But now their friendship is what unites them. Myung-ho promised that from now on, there would be no more fights or teasing on his part, and he hoped that Jin Yun would not be offended by him. After all, they are true friends, and one could even say that they are closer than friends, like brothers. Myung-ho turned to his twin bodyguards and told them that they should welcome their new older brother, show him respect, and congratulate him on his wonderful transformation. Jin Yun did not comment on what was happening yet, He was, so to speak, stunned to hear all this about friends and brothers. Mongho hadn't forgotten how Jin Yun had humiliated himself for years, kissing his boots and wagging his tail at his every word. The poisonous fox was going to grab his twins and get out of there, because with these guys around, he would easily find a new hideout. Jin Yun then turned to his twin brothers. He said that when he called someone his brother, he swore for life, and now he wanted to know if the Yuk brothers were ready for such an oath. Jinbo and Myongbo did not answer, but only looked at their master Myongho, hoping that he would tell them the right answer. After that, they said aloud that they swore to be brothers and would keep their oath for the rest of their lives. Jin Yun announced that everything was fine now, and he could move on to the next stage. If they were all brothers now, they had to decide which one of them was the older brother. Jin Yun ordered the twins to leave the room. Now, a conversation would take place between Myungho and Jin Yun, and it would become clear who was the eldest. The poisonous fox was unhappy with this turn of events. However, the twin bodyguards left the room, and now only the two former friends remained. Jin Yun said that they needed to decide quickly, and Myungho didn't understand what his opponent was up to, remaining very wary. Jin Yun smiled pleasantly, saying that now they would immediately clarify all the issues, and everything would become clear. Jin Yun stated that Poison Fox had been quite effective with these trusting individuals, but that such behavior would not be tolerated going forward. Jin Yun said that from now on, he would take care of their education and clenched his fist, showing how he would do it. Myungho already understood that he couldn't handle his friend, so he told Jin Yun to just take all the money. Myungho was really upset. He had already been beaten up, and now Jin wanted to take his twins away. The situation led to only one conclusion. Myungho simply had to die. It would be better if Jin Yun killed him. Jin Yun didn't wait for another request and immediately kicked Poisonous Fox in the jaw. Jin Yun understood that his friend had worked very hard, making money off him and using the help of his twin bodyguards. And now it was really time for Myungho to lie down and rest. A series of blows landed on the young man's torso and head. At some point, Myungho realized that this was not just talk. Jin Yun was really going to kill him, and it turned out that he was going to die now. With his last ounce of strength, Myungho whispered that he would give his former friend everything he wanted. Jin Yun wanted to hear the answer louder, and Myungho shouted that he would give him the key to the safe, but now he was asking for mercy. Jin Yong said that usually those who beg don't speak like that or with that tone of voice if they want to live, but the poisonous fox said not to forget their friendship. After that, his body was thrown with a light movement and flew across the room, landing at the far wall. Chul Myung-ho finally realized that if he did not accept Jin Yon's terms, he would not survive. The twin brothers Yuk leaned over their former master, not understanding if he had really lost, and not knowing what to do now. Myung-ho told the twins that he had lost. From now on, Jin Yun would be their older brother, and they were obliged to serve him well. Poisonous Fox lay beaten and exhausted on the floor, tears streaming down his face. He felt terribly humiliated. Seeing their former master so weak, the twins decided that it would be better for them to live somewhere decent, such as the Yonha Trading Guild, rather than in this crappy gaming spot. However, despite their stubbornness, the twins were not bad people. They had spent a lot of time with their master, Myung-ho, and now there was still a friendly bond between them. They thanked their former master for everything. It took some time before Poison Fox came to his senses. He climbed the steps of the gambling establishment, thinking that the old men were right when they said that one should never mess with black-haired people. Chul Mun-ho walked through the main hall of the gambling establishment. Everyone present whispered. They could hardly recognize this beaten man, did not understand where the twins had gone, and now without the twins, everyone had a chance to take revenge on Mun-ho for all the nastiness he had done over the years. Now that his twin brothers were not around, something solid blocked Myung-ho's path. A shoulder. Chul Myung-ho stopped, looked around, and said that all sorts of scum had crawled out of the cracks to take advantage of the situation. However, they were not facing some weakling, but the poisonous fox himself. And if the men wanted to attack, let them do it right now. Those present were surprised by this reaction. Myung-ho looked like a walking corpse, but he still behaved arrogantly. Several men actually took out their knives and swords and prepared to take revenge on the poisonous fox. Myung-ho understood that these guys were now capable of actually killing him. He deeply regretted that Jin Yun had beaten him badly, and now he was very weak. Chul Myung-ho didn't have time to do anything when suddenly someone's powerful fist flashed in front of him instead of a blow. The punch was so strong that the attackers flew in different directions along with their weapons. Someone's voice announced that these people in the game room used to be afraid to look poisonous fox in the eye, but now they were attacking him in a crowd because he was weak. Jin Yan thought this was wrong. If the men wanted to kill Myung-ho, they should fight him when he was not half dead, but make official announcements of a duel and wait for him to recover. Jin Young ordered the twins to take everything of value from their former master's private rooms. Myung-ho felt relieved by the situation, but Myung-ho still felt humiliated because now Jin Yun and the twins were acting like heroes. The poisonous fox left without saying goodbye. After a while, Jin Yun left the gambling house, and the twin brothers Yuk carried boxes of valuables on their strong shoulders. One of the brothers turned to Jin Yun and thanked him for helping Myung-ho. Jin Young was surprised, but the young man realized that these burly twins were not such mindless and insensitive killers after all. And now he looked at these brothers, and like everyone who had ever been to a gambling den, did not understand why the twins were following Myung-ho. Some people said that the Yuk brothers had been sold as slaves, while others claimed that the brothers were loyal to their master out of fear. Jin Young had also thought so before, looking at these strange men, Jinbo and Munbo. But now Jin Yun understood that these twins had not been sold, and they were not bound to their master by fear. Dan Wusung was once again convinced that even in his second life, it was very difficult to understand people's true motives. While Jin Yun and his assistants were loading things, a stranger appeared nearby, watching the group and trying not to reveal his presence. The stranger hid behind a column, trying to see if it was really Jin Yun, this strong, confident, and handsome young man with two assistants. New members had joined the Yonha Trading Group family, and they were simply gigantic compared to the usual servants. Jae-yong walked through the trading group's residence annoyed and angry. He was tired and dissatisfied because since his older brother had returned, there had not been a single peaceful day. The other day, he brought a mountain of money from who knows where and brought two burly men with him. Jin Yong announced to his brothers that they could use the twin services, but they had to do so carefully. And now Jae-yong saw something unusual again, something that had not been there before. One of the guards drove into the courtyard of the residence in a cart, driving a pair of horses. The cart was loaded with jars, bundles, boxes, and crates of various goods. Hwa-yun gave orders to be careful with this cargo and to put the cart aside because it had brought something important. Hwa-yun, as supervisor, controlled the arrival of new goods, as well as their unloading and accounting. Jae-yong ran up to the commotion and wanted to know what had been delivered. He opened one of the boxes and realized that these were the very same century-old elixirs that people had been lining up for since dawn. At that moment, the head of the family appeared in the courtyard of the residence with his assistants and said that he had ordered all of this. Hwa-yun rushed to his father, saying that it was still difficult for him to go outside and that it would be better if his father stayed in his chambers. However, Lee Seon-min replied that he was feeling much better. Jae-yong asked his father what he was going to do with all these elixirs. Everyone knew that Jin Yun had asked for only one elixir, but many more had been purchased. This meant that at least one of the elixirs would go to Jae-yong. But the young man was mistaken. It turned out that absolutely all the elixirs had been bought for his older brother. Jae-yong did not hold back his irritation. He lashed out at his father, asking how it was possible that absolutely everything was intended for Jin Yong. His father said that this was indeed the case because, in his opinion, one elixir was not enough to change the fate of the entire trading group. Considering how much money had already been spent on the Uyang clan and some minor deity, it was not that much. His father informed his sons that he had already sent letters to the heads of their branches, his old friends and respected major merchants, informing them that the Lee family was purchasing high-quality elixirs to overcome the crisis threatening the trading group. If the Yonga trading group collapsed, the others would also suffer losses. Therefore, everyone took Mr. Lee's request very seriously. In addition, the man felt that he should take responsibility because it was his idea to appoint Woo Young-hoo as captain of the security squad. The security guard, who was unloading goods at the time, said that it was a very wise decision and that he was sure that the first young gentleman would surely become a great martial arts master. Lee Sung-min thanked the deputy security captain for his valuable support. The man replied that he could always be counted on and that he believed the trading group would succeed. Lee Sun-min was pleased that his eldest son was in incredible shape, and now there was a perfect opportunity to change the situation in the trading group. The man looked over the goods that had been delivered and was satisfied. In addition, he believed that the time had finally come to spend what he had earned and to do so wisely and correctly. Jae-yun still couldn't come to terms with it and calm down. He blocked his father's path and asked what would happen to him and where his elixir was. His father looked at his younger son and said that, in his opinion, The young man did not need the elixir at all. Xiaoyang was furious. He could no longer control himself, took out his sword, and began cutting everything in sight, because wherever he went lately, he heard the name Jin Yong, but he got nothing. Xiaoyang threw a real tantrum and was ready to just cry and tear his hair out, because everyone, absolutely everyone around him, was oppressing him. The guy didn't understand what miracle his older brother, a weakling who had suddenly become a completely different person, had stumbled upon. But then there was a sound that caught Jae-young's attention, and his older brother was approaching him at great speed. Jin-young pushed everyone aside, saying that he was going for a walk and that the others needed to move out of the way. Jin-young rushed on, knocking down those around him. A huge stone was tied to the man's belt, which he carried with him as he ran. Of course, it was difficult to call it a walk. Jin-young ran at tremendous speed with a huge stone tied to his belt, drenched in sweat, but without losing speed or slowing down. Jae-young, watching what was happening, noted in his shirt that he had finally decided to make an effort and do something, because just being the first son was not such a great achievement. Exhausted, Jae-young lay down in the middle of the courtyard and began to think about what he could do and change in his life so that he would not be completely pushed aside in his own family. Jae-young thought long and hard about different options, rejecting those that were unsuitable. Soon he made a decision and set about implementing his plan. Jae-young began to train regularly in the courtyard. From early morning until late at night, he worked with a wooden dummy, imagining that Young-hoo was standing in front of him. The young man encouraged himself, commenting on his battle with the wooden stick, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent, close the distance, and strike him right in the jaw. Then as the fight progressed, hand-to-hand combat ensued. Without weapons, the wooden block was getting the worst of it. Ja Yeon finished the fight with the trainer and said that he didn't understand this damn bastard at all. Jin Young approached his brother and asked what bastard he was talking about. However, the young man was frightened and did not answer his brother's question. Jae-young didn't understand how his older brother had returned from his walk so quickly, but Jin Young said that he had already finished training. If Jae-young wanted to practice movement, he had to do it properly, otherwise there would be no results. Jin Young handed his brother a wooden sword and asked him to show what he had already learned, noting that his repetition of Young-hoo's technique was actually quite good. Jae-young realized that his older brother had been watching him for some time. The young man felt embarrassed. However, it became clear that he could not disgrace himself any more than he already had. So Jae-young began striking the training dummy with the wooden sword again. Jin Young tried to cheer up his younger brother, saying that he had an excellent reception, but his thrusting strike was rather sloppy. Jae-young didn't like the latter comments very much. Of course, he only wanted to hear praise. Jae-young was about to say something rude to his older brother when suddenly a fist flashed in front of his face. Jae-young didn't lose his composure and put his wooden sword between his brother's fist and his face. Jin Young said that after Young-hoo's diversionary tactic failed, all he could do was defend himself. Jae-young ran away from his brother and said he wanted to talk to him and avoid fighting. Jin Young understood that his younger brother wasn't listening to him at all. Jae-young picked up his wooden sword again. Without thinking about the consequences, Jae-young rushed at his older brother at tremendous speed. But when the young man rushed to the place where his brother had just been, it was completely empty. He had disappeared. Jin Young was again much faster and more agile. He appeared behind his younger brother and declared that when people lose their advantages and find themselves backed into a corner, they act rashly. Jae-young turned around in surprise, not expecting his older brother to be standing behind him. Jin Young said that the goal of any fight is to force your opponent to reveal their best hidden trump card. And now his older brother was ready to strike Jae-young in the head. If, of course, he didn't treat this fight as just a training exercise. Jae-young was frightened and understood that in a real fight, this would have killed him. Jin Young added that stabbing blows are less likely to hit than slashing ones. In addition, the three-form sword art that Young-hoo was trying to use must be used with great caution. After all, if the opponent is faster at that moment, the outcome of the fight will be predetermined. Jin Young showed his younger brother an example of this. Jin Young thought that if he were now in the same physical shape he had been in his previous life, none of his opponents would even have time to draw their swords from their sheaths. However, now his body was not even a quarter of what it had been when Dan Wusong was the king of fists. That's why Young-hoo wasn't a victory to be proud of, but it was important not to forget something else. There were also a large number of people in his past life whom he could not surpass, even as the king of fists. This had to be remembered at all times. Jin Young understood that he had to become even stronger, much stronger than he had been before. At that moment, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a servant who announced that a guest was waiting for the first young master. Jin Yan, still very serious and pensive, said he would come right away. After that, Jin Yan approached his brother and looked at the abrasion on Ji Yan's forehead. But instead of feeling sorry for his younger brother, Jin Yan slapped him, reducing him to tears and resentment once again. Perhaps this is what brotherly friendship and love look like. At that moment, several people were arguing inside the residence. One of them demanded that they stop talking nonsense, because everyone knew that Jin Yan did not know martial arts. After all, this was the guy who did nothing but chase girls, drink, and party, and now he had suddenly started practicing martial arts. No one would believe that. A representative of the Yun family named Gu said that he saw it with his own eyes when he got drunk the other day and passed by a gambling house. He saw Jin Yan and two twin bodyguards loading all the valuables onto a cart and heading straight for the Yonha Trading Guild. The voice of the man giving orders to the twins sounded very familiar. Soon the young man turned around, and it was indeed Jin Yan. But the man did not have time to talk to Jin Yan because he left very quickly. Ju Jia-young and Sima Gyeok decided not to argue because they had come here precisely to investigate the rumors. Besides, they wanted to see for themselves and compare how much the information corresponded to reality. Was Jin Yan really the same person? The guests entered the room where the training was taking place and saw Jin Yan in all his glory. The guests rushed to the maid to confirm that this was indeed their young master and the head of the trading group. Had he adopted another child? The maid confirmed that it was indeed Mr. Jin Yan. The guests decided that they were hallucinating because it was impossible to believe what they were seeing, and they had been drinking the night before. Most likely, these were the consequences. It was too absurd. This strong, powerful, athletic, perfect man was one of the city's womanizers. Jin Yan got dressed after his workout and went out to his guests. He ordered the servants to take the twins to the dining room and feed them well, because the boys eat a lot. The girl confirmed that she would gladly carry out her master's orders and led the twins to the dining room. Jin Yan then turned to his old friends. Why were they still standing outside? The boys were somewhat reluctant to go inside because they feared that this new master would harm them. They were the self-proclaimed four heavenly kings of wine and women. Sima Gyeok hoped to join the Murm Alliance. Ju Jae-young suffered from irritable bowel syndrome and was always retaking exams. Gu Yoon, a representative of the West Wind Security Agency and the youngest heir to his family, led this group of Jin Yan, who were the members of the womanizing group. They all gathered when they heard the incredible rumor that their friendly loser friend had returned. There was complete silence at the table. Everyone ate in silence, not knowing how to start a conversation. Jin Yang didn't really want to start a friendship with them again. In his memories of the past, he remembered what they used to do. They were always hanging out, talking about drinking and women. They also called themselves something like four drunk idiots or something similar. Finally, Jia Yang broke the silence and said that they had come to visit their friend after learning that he had returned. Jia Hama noted that his friend really did look very good, even better than before, but he had a rather stern look on his face. Gu Yong admitted that he still couldn't believe that this muscle-bound hunk was really his friend. Had Jin Yong been training non-stop all this time? Gaiwook understood that such a level of physical fitness could not be achieved through training alone. Jin Yong admitted that it was all thanks to the martial arts he was now practicing. His friends had already heard about how Jin Yong defeated Woo Young-hoo. Everyone wanted to know who had taught him martial arts because it was impossible to learn it on your own. Jin Yong said he was just lucky, but his friends thought it was one of those fateful encounters you only hear about. Jin Yong hardly commented on his friends' questions, giving them the opportunity to fill in the blanks themselves. Jia Yang asked what their friend would do now and what his plans were. Jin Yong said that he still had some debts to pay off. In the meantime, he would help his father's trading group and prepare himself. Right now, he was interested in nothing but becoming stronger. His friends did not understand what had happened to their partner. Perhaps they had come to the wrong house because it was practically impossible to change so dramatically. Gagwook remembered how his friend had announced that he was going away somewhere to recover. In reality, it was practically exile because the young man had greatly disappointed his father. Gagwook supported his friend at the time, saying that it wasn't such a bad thing and advised Jin Yeon to use this time to recover and change. Jin Yeon said that it would indeed be great to change and become a different person. And now Gook watched with satisfaction as his friend had indeed changed a lot and become a completely different person. All of his friends agreed that huge changes had taken place and that it was worth celebrating. Gu Yong suggested kidnapping Jin Yeon before he was sent somewhere to work. Ga-yuk wasn't talking nonsense because he himself liked to get drunk and disappear for a few days. Although Gu Yun always claims that he had very important business to attend to, In reality, he was drinking heavily. Jin-young listened to his friends' conversations and realized that he really did have true friends. The young man told his friends that he had indeed changed a lot. What about them? Were there any changes in their lives? His friends said that if they changed easily, they would no longer be themselves, and they remained as Jin-young remembered them. After that, they decided not to talk about change, but just to celebrate their reunion. After all, the boys used to think that they were all just frogs thrown into a well. But one of them had already gotten out and seen the world, so the others also had a chance to change and transform their lives. Their old friendship helped make this evening a success, which everyone present really enjoyed. As they were about to go home, the guys told Jin-young to ask them for help and keep training hard. Still, the friends were very happy for Jin-young, who was able to change his life. It was amazing. Of the whole group, the most hopeless one had returned as an adult. It felt as if the guys' youth was coming to an end, and they needed to become serious. Hae-wook noted that today was somehow particularly melancholic, so they needed to leave urgently. The guys went out to the guests, intending to go home and prepare for the exam, but on the way they came across a house with sweet aromas, and they decided to stop by for one last drink. In the House of Sweet Aromas, a representative of the Uyang clan was giving a presentation. The leader of the small deity sect, Yeom-ji-sung, was furious when he learned that Uyang-hu was dead. It didn't make sense. Could the heir to the Yona trading group really be so strong as to defeat such a formidable opponent? It turned out that Jin-young had indeed defeated the captain in less than 30 blows. The bodyguards and attendants rushed to the body of their master, Uyang-hu, but there was nothing they could do. It had to be admitted that the opponent was an incredibly skilled warrior. Yeom-jin-seong was impressed by the story and asked what weapon Jin-young had used. It was unbelievable. A professional swordsman had lost to a young fighter who fought only with his fists. It was a real disgrace. The young man asked the leader of the sect of minor deities how they would proceed with revenge. Yeom-jin-seong believed that there should be no revenge for an honest and open fight. After all, they were not really bandits, but honest warriors. The representative of the Uyang clan began to protest, saying that they couldn't let this matter go because they were friends with his master. Then the guy started saying that it was a matter of honor, and at that moment, Jin-sung's patience ran out. He drew his sword and shut the shameless man's mouth once and for all for daring to question his honor. What kind of friendship could there be if his friend was already dead and had lost his life so shamefully? Jisung ordered his servants to clean up his room. After that, the man began to hug his girlfriend, who had witnessed the scene, and the woman was covered in blood and completely shocked. Yeom-ji-sung tried to entertain himself for a while longer, but his mood was completely ruined. Even drinking didn't help, and he decided to leave the establishment. The servants reported that the Yonha trading group was refusing to pay taxes, and now they also had the death of Uyang-hu on their hands. He had to decide how to respond to these events because the situation was becoming delicate. The refusal to pay taxes also made it clear that the Yonha trading group did not recognize the sect of minor deities. Something had to be done about this. The subordinate thought, is Ji-sung going to kill the entire Lee family? However, the leader of the sect of minor deities said that they could not just go around killing people. After all, they were not really bandits. The subordinate thought that his boss would simply let the Lee family off the hook. Just then, Jin-young's friends entered the room. The guys agreed that they were hopeless, because even after their friend had changed, they continued to tread water, although now they would only drink one glass each. Of course, this was progress, and the guys wanted to change their lives, just like their friend had done. And then at some point, Sim Ga-wook caught up with Yeom-ji-sung as they passed each other in the hallway. At that very moment, Ji-sung said, "To be honest, I want to get my hands on the money from the Yona trading group." Ga-wook heard these words very clearly. He turned around, looked after the stranger, and listened to the conversation. Ji-sung said that this old man, Lee Seong-min, was actually a master negotiator and much richer than he appeared. It would be interesting to know how much the heir to such a trading group might be worth. Late at night, someone disturbed Sun Jin-yeon. He opened the door and was surprised to see that his friend had come running to him again. Sima Gyeok was standing on the doorstep. He couldn't catch his breath for a long time because he was in a hurry and had been running the whole way. Jin-yeon said that this information literally brought him to tears because his friend had come to him so late, despite his fatigue. Sima claimed that the men in the establishment looked as if they were about to attack their comrade. But now the situation had indeed become dire. After Uyang-hu's death, the family residence was practically without proper security. Help was urgently needed. The small deities sect was among those who wanted to drive the Yongha trading group out of business. Jinyan thought for a while, figuring out what to do in the best interests of the family. The young man asked his friend where Yom Jisung was now. The boys assumed that he was probably already at home. Jin Yong invited his friend to come inside, saying he had some thoughts and a plan for the two of them. Jin Yong took his friend to the security warehouse and gave him a raincoat to put on immediately. Jin Yong was sure that Ga Wook knew where the sect of minor deities was located. They had to get ready quickly so they could be back in time for breakfast. Ga Wook tried to say something like, "There are only two of us, and there's a whole sect there. Are we really going to go there now, just the two of us?" Jin Yong didn't even want to know what these guys were up to. It didn't matter. They had to act first. Jin Yong put on his cloak, hid his face under a mask, and demanded that his friend take him to the right place immediately. Jin Yeon was very confident and wasn't going to listen to any arguments, the voice of reason, or fears. The base of the sect of minor deities looked charming. Wonderful cherry blossoms bloomed on the territory, and pink petals flew around. The courtyard was full of guards. It was immediately clear that this was exactly the place they needed. Gechuk really didn't want to and couldn't take part in all this, because he said right away that he wouldn't be able to help his friend in battle. Jin Yan confirmed that Geyuk's work was done. He only wanted his friend to bring him to this place. Ga Wook couldn't let his friend die. The place was full of guards, and it was unclear how they were going to get in. Perhaps there was some ingenious plan. Jin Yong thought for a moment, trying hard to come up with the right plan. Suddenly, Jin Yong suggested that his friend remember the past and kick down the gate to the residence. Dan Wusung had never backed down or avoided a fight since childhood. It had been that way ever since he lived as an orphan in a children's home. Later, as a teenager, he wandered throughout the region. Even when his strength helped him take the throne of King Kula, he did not avoid battles. And now, having knocked down the entrance gate, Jin Yong entered the residence and immediately attracted the attention of the guards. Wherever he was, Dan Wusung was a man who enjoyed fighting. Jin Yong walked deep into the courtyard and asked one of the guards where their leader was. The guard was very angry. Some crazy person had just broken into the residence and was now talking nonsense. But the man didn't have time to do anything before his neck was snapped with a single movement of the stranger's hand. The stranger said there was no need to make him repeat himself. The guards were initially taken aback by the stranger's audacity, but then they all rushed to attack the man, who did not understand where he had come and was even less likely to start a fight. A commotion arose in the courtyard, which attracted the attention of the owner of the residence. The man came out onto the balcony and asked what was happening in his courtyard. Seeing the stranger, Jisong asked who he was, while hugging his girlfriend. Jin Yeon replied that his name was Killer and asked the man on the balcony if he was the head of the sect of minor deities. The owner confirmed that it was indeed him, but Jisong himself was unpleasantly surprised. He had never seen the killer enter through the front door before. Jisong noticed the stranger's hands in the mask and saw that his fingers were broken. He immediately remembered a conversation that had taken place a few hours earlier, when he was told that the killer Uyang-hu fought with his bare fists. Jisong addressed the stranger, saying that he was probably none other than the young master of the Yona Trade Guild. Yom Ji-sung did not say it out loud, but he thought that in this situation, he would not hold back and would take full advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, the man ordered the guards to seize the stranger. However, the young man was quick and flew high into the air at that very moment. It had been quite some time since he had fought several opponents at once. The last time was on the day he died. Jin Yeon grabbed one of the guards by the hair, spun him around, and knocked down a large group of opponents who scattered in different directions. The young man felt great, got into the swing of things, and realized that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Although his body was not yet as strong as in his previous life, he was already capable of something. The guards were in shock, terribly frightened. They saw how the stranger, even without weapons, tore their comrades to pieces. Everything around was covered in blood and truly frightening. The men did not understand what kind of monster had gotten past them and destroyed so many of their comrades. Suddenly, someone's sword appeared very close to Jin Yeon's face. The young man dodged at the last moment. A shallow scratch remained on his cheek. Jin Yeon decided that his opponent had simply decided to show off his weapon. It was Yom Ji-sung, who said he was against the use of weapons because they were very expensive. But since such a distinguished guest had come to him, the man was willing to make an exception. He now held a powerful and dangerous crossbow in his hands. Jin Yeon was very tense. The guards grabbed him by the legs from all sides and pinned him down. They hoped to hold the enemy in place so that their master could hit him with an arrow. If this continued, Jin Yeon could really die here. Yum Ji-sung understood that he was facing a very strong opponent, and now he was curious to see how the battle would end. All the guards prepared their crossbows, and it was extremely difficult to dodge. The order was given, "Fire!" and a rain of arrows was released from the balconies of the residence onto the enemy. Jin Yun immediately noticed that this man was not fighting fairly. His own students and subordinates were now under attack. Even in the underworld, such behavior would be repulsive. At that moment, a piercing cry rang out, "Jin Yun, catch!" And from somewhere to the side, a long dagger flew into the young man's hands. Jin Yun cut through all the guards who were holding him by the legs with a single movement, and also deflected all the arrows that were supposed to hit him. Yeom Ji-sung was amazed at how skillfully the young man had deflected the steel spikes with an ordinary dagger. As soon as the danger had passed, Jin Yeon turned to his savior and sincerely thanked him. Sima Jiuk was happy to help his friend and felt proud of himself. Jin Yeon had no intention of delaying the battle for long and immediately threw his dagger at his main opponent, who was on the third-floor balcony. The man managed to react and turned his head away. However, the sharp blade still scratched his neck. Jin Yeon said that he usually did not use weapons, but now it was a special situation. He made an exception because his opponent was out of reach of the fists. Yeom Ji-sung was terrified. He realized that he was dealing not only with a strong opponent, but also with a crazy one. The man began to yell at his subordinates, telling them not to stand there with their mouths open, but to shoot and kill the stranger. Jin Yeon had no intention of staying in the courtyard and waiting for another rain of arrows to fall on him. He jumped high into the air and leveled himself with Ji-sung. The young man said he specialized in fist fighting and prepared his fist to strike. Just as his fist was about to reach its target, the cowardly Ji-sung put his girlfriend in front of him, hiding behind her body. Jin Yeon was forced to strike the residence building, and huge chunks of the walls were destroyed. The girl was in shock and fell down, but at the last moment, a stranger caught her. Jin Yeon held the frightened girl and was finally going to get to his main rival. Ji-sung was clearly frightened, and now he was in no mood for jokes. He didn't understand who he was dealing with. After all, if this was really a young member of the Lee family, he should be an ordinary guy. But Jin Yeon could not be called an ordinary youngster. His fighting style spoke of something completely different. The fighter's fighting style was not at all like that of a novice. The warrior fought like a seasoned veteran. Jin Yeon approached his opponent and asked, "What are you staring at? Do you want to say something?" Ji-sung realized that his life was at stake and asked to wait, because he had saved up a lot of money. Yeom Ji-sung promised to pay generously if his opponent spared him and said he would spare no expense. Jin Yeon responded to this lucrative financial offer with a kick to the head. Then the young man leaned over the body of his defeated opponent and asked why the cult leader was converting human life into money. Jin Yeon raised his fist to strike and said that he did not need money. Ji-sung could keep it for himself. After that, the young man pinned his opponent's head with one hand. With 2 fingers of his other hand, Jin Yeon delivered the final blows and ended the battle. From his hiding place, Gaeuk could not see what was happening on the upper floor of the residence. It was still early morning when the 3 men returned to the Lee family residence. Gaeuk accompanied the girl home, while Jin Yeon was going to move on and solve the next problems. The young people said goodbye and went their separate ways. Suddenly, the girl called out to her escort and asked if he was really Simguk. The guy took off his mask and asked how she had guessed. The beauty said that she had often seen him in the house of sweet aromas and also knew that he was a close friend of Jin Yeon. Then the girl suddenly bowed her head in a sincere bow and thanked her savior, saying that next time she would definitely treat him to a bottle of fine wine. Gaeuk was certainly proud. He was pleased, but he said that he had done nothing to help her win, and besides, Jin Yeon no longer wanted to come to such establishments. The stranger confirmed that Jin Yeon had indeed changed a lot. Gaeuk realized that he also needed to change, and soon. After all, his closest friend had become a different person, and Gaeuk cherished their friendship and did not want to lose their good relationship. A delicious, nutritious breakfast awaited Jin Yeon when he returned home. The young gentleman sat down at the table with his servants, his twin brothers, and told them to eat and not be shy. In addition, Jin Yeon told his brothers that they could eat anytime they felt hungry. This was a very cool rule, and the brothers confirmed that they were ready to eat even 7 times a day. Jin Yeon also enjoyed his breakfast and confirmed that the Yuk brothers could eat at any time. The men noticed the cut on their master's cheek and asked what had happened to him. Had something unusual happened during the night? Jin Yeon said that nothing terrible had happened, although the attack had indeed come as a complete surprise. The young man was ready to admit that the crossbow shot had momentarily confused him. In his previous life, something like this would never have happened to him. To maintain his leadership of the guild and prepare for the demonic threat, Jin Yeon must become even stronger. The young man understood that he needed to add something more than simple training. At that moment, a servant reported that a shipment had been delivered to his master. Jin Yun wasn't expecting any deliveries and was very surprised to hear this. The young men delivered a box along with a rag bundle. First, he began to unpack the box. Inside was a letter from his friend Gu Yun. It said that after they parted ways, the guy went to a tavern and drank only one glass. This was huge progress. Jin Yun smiled as he read the naive letter. But in reality, Gu Yun had stopped by to deliver what Lee Seon-min, the head of the family, had asked him to. However, the guy got distracted and forgot to leave the gift. And now Gu Yun had sent this box, ordered by the father for his eldest son. Inside the box were multicolored ginseng roots. Thanks to them, Jin Yong would definitely become stronger and be able to protect everyone around him. Jin Yun took out one of the roots and said that it looked as if it were already 500 years old. And if everything went well, the young man would reach the 5th phase of the White Lightning art. How good it is to have true friends. After that, his gaze fell on a red cloth bundle, which had also been delivered by the servants. Inside was a note from the Tai-Ho Trading Group. It was addressed to Lee Seong-min and contained a gift for his tremendous trust and long friendship. The Tai-Ho Trading Group was one of the richest in the Central Plains. It seemed that Lee Seong-min had sent them a request directly. Jin Yeon did not expect such actions from his father. The young man opened the box and found a vial of azurite essence inside. Azurite essence is the most coveted elixir sought after by all martial artists. Only the true moonflower liqueur and 1,000-year-old snow ginseng can compare to it, and all these plants are very rare. Azurite essence turned out to be a top-class elixir. Jin Yong opened the bottle and inhaled its aroma. Then he turned to his twin brothers and said he had something important to tell them. The young man gave the brothers 1 root each, which he had received as a gift, and said that he was starting the process of energy circulation. The twins would have to guard his room, not let anyone in, and take the roots after the master left. Myungbo looked at the root with interest and asked what it was. Jin Young had to explain again. It is very good for the body, it is valuable, and under no circumstances should it be lost. Jinbo said that it might be valuable, but the head of the trade guild, the father of the Lee family, had already prepared a whole batch of such things for his eldest son. Jin Young was very surprised and once again convinced that having a lot of money could work wonders. 2 hours had passed since Jin Young began the process of circulating energy. The young man sat in his room in the lotus position and was very focused. He felt that the preparations tasted bitter but had no aroma. It was like martial arts, a painful and tasteless process. Gradually, his body became hotter and hotter. If he had started this process a few months ago, his exhausted body would not have been able to withstand the strain. The heat gradually turned into a burning pain that consumed his entire body. As soon as a person tried to suppress this pain, it only intensified. When the pain reached its peak, it became clear that it had been overcome. Finally, the process of energy circulation came to an end. The pain receded, his mind cleared, and the young man felt that he had reached the 5th phase of the art of white lightning. Jin Yan was still dissatisfied with his body because the alcohol he had drunk earlier was still coming out of him. But soon there would be nothing left of it, and the old Jin Yan would be no more. Jin Yan realized that it was time to use the essence. The guy began to absorb the azurite essence and felt his body changing. It was as if someone had placed a clay cup he had just made with his own hands and immediately placed it in a kiln heated to the limit. Under the intense heat, the clay cup could break at any moment, but if it had enough strength to withstand the heat, the effect would be extremely powerful. Jin Yan could literally feel the energy of the azurite essence testing him. Of course, he should have been less greedy, but he endured it anyway in order to feel the new power stored in his body. Jin Yan thought that if he overcame all these unpleasant sensations, he would become even stronger, and it was worth enduring for that. 7 days had passed since the young man began consuming the elixir and roots prepared by his father. Huayan stood behind the closed door of his brother's room. Many hours had passed, and at the beginning of the energy circulation process, there was no news about his brother. The twin brothers came out to meet and greet the chief administrator, Hua Yun. The man said that the master had given orders not to let anyone, absolutely anyone, into his room, so unfortunately, they could not even let his brother in. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion inside the room, and a bright white light illuminated everything around. This explosion was accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. The twin brothers shielded the chief administrator with their bodies. The door flew open, or rather, was blown apart by the explosion, and deep inside the room, everyone saw the silhouette of a man. It was Jin Yan, but he looked rather sinister. Huayong did not understand why his brother looked that way. The twin bodyguards also looked at their master with surprise. In addition, a terrible smell began to spread from the room. Perhaps it was being cleansed of toxins. All three could no longer hold back and rushed into the room to help Jinyun up close. Jinyun was lying face down on the floor. His younger brother was very alarmed and tried to revive him. Gradually, Jinyun began to get up. The Yuk brothers asked their master if he was all right. Without answering anyone's questions, Jinyun got to his feet and walked away, saying that it was very hot here and he wanted to take a walk to cool off in complete solitude. Jinyun left the residence in 2 leaps, and of course, no one was able to follow him. Huayun did not understand how it could be hot on such a cool day. Because the weather was not conducive to heat at all, Jinyun continued to jump from one building to another. He felt like his body was boiling. Jinyun had already completely left the town and was now moving over fields and forests. The young man understood that his immature body was not able to fully harmonize with his inner strength. His body was literally rumbling, as if something inside was about to boil over. Jinyun couldn't control this power, so he just ran wherever his eyes took him. Jinyun understood that if he stayed in the city, the entire residence and the entire village could be in trouble because of him and burned to the ground. So he kept running. The young man felt that he needed to get as far away as possible. He reached the mountains and stopped at a place where the ground formed a basin. Jinyun realized that he could not run any further because he could no longer contain his inner energy. Moreover, he had reached the place where King Kulak Dan Wusong had been killed. Jinyun understood that if he was unable to accept this energy, he had to release it. From the outside, this phenomenon made a terrible impression. People who were far away from the epicenter thought that a cataclysm had occurred. Not understanding what was happening, they thought that lightning was striking the same place over and over again. When the electrical discharges ended, a completely exhausted young man stood in the middle of the epicenter. He looked at his body and realized that he had already reached the 7th stage of white lightning energy. The young man understood that he was capable of producing enormous power, but if that was the case, he would soon reach his maximum. After all, the art had 10 stages, and now, judging by his feelings, he was in the 8th phase. After that, it started to rain, and it poured down in sheets. People in the city, dressed in clothes and hiding under umbrellas, looked in surprise at the half-naked guy walking barefoot and almost without clothes. Jinyun realized that he needed to buy clothes, if only to avoid attracting too much attention from the residents. The young man made his way to the nearest store and completely revamped his wardrobe. Now he looked simply gorgeous. Jinyun put on the outfit and asked the salesperson how much the clothes cost, but the salesperson did not want to accept money from the young gentleman. The salesperson wanted to thank Jinyun in this way. Since the leaders of the Uyang clan and the sect of minor deities had been beaten up, there were fewer hooligans on the streets causing problems for businesses. The salesman confessed to the young man that as a result, he could now bring his children to the store without worrying about their safety. It was a way to thank Jinyun, but it was raining outside, so the shopkeeper's daughters offered the man an umbrella as a gift. Jinyun understood that it was necessary not only to be able to give, but also to accept gifts, and he did so with great gratitude. Hiding under a large red umbrella, Jinyun went on with his business. The young man noticed that the city had indeed become calmer than before, but at the same time, he had never cared what the streets looked like. Now he remembered the words of the shopkeeper and realized that he had done good deeds not only for himself and his family, but also for everyone around him. People were no longer afraid to walk the streets with small children. It was a wonderful step towards universal happiness, and the feeling of gratitude from strangers was very pleasant. Of course, he wanted to experience it again and again. At that moment, in all this idyllic silence, a cry rang out, demanding that everyone disperse along the road. Jin Yeon looked back and saw a group of men running, trying to catch some villain and prevent him from escaping. Jin Yong recognized the fugitive. It was his former friend, Chul Myung-ho. Myung-ho recognized his former friend, so to speak, and stopped next to him, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that the situation really seemed very funny. Jin Yeon noticed his friend's pursuers and said that he was still living a very active life. At that moment, all was quiet and peaceful on the grounds of the Moyeon clan's residence. An imperial meeting was being held inside the Great Hall. The head of the Dongko-myeon clan said he was pleased to welcome the elders of the Imperial Assembly, who had finally gathered after a long time. He noted the excellent work of Mo Yeon-bin, who had organized this meeting on the grounds of his residence. Everyone present had heard about the recent unpleasant incident that had happened to the head of the Uyang clan. Yang-hu challenged a member of the trade group to a duel and lost in front of everyone. A representative of the Uyang clan had to confirm these rumors in front of the entire assembly. This information was very surprising, as Yang-hu was one of the most experienced martial arts masters. Moreover, there were rumors that he had caused a disturbance in the guild, created a big commotion, and was then severely punished. All these rumors and speculations made one of the attendees laugh, who couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The leader of the Imperial Assembly, the strongest martial arts master in the world, the Emperor of the Blade Namgung-woo, laughed uncontrollably, not believing that he could be defeated by any of the merchants. Not everyone present shared his laughter, because one of their acquaintances had actually died. And in any case, it was not funny. Young-sen, a representative of the clan, took the floor. He said that Yang-hu had already been practically expelled from their clan. But now, sitting at the meeting and listening to the laughter, Young-sen came up with an idea to propose to everyone present. He believed that the time had come to show this merchant brat the true power of the Young clan. At the same time, Jin Young was in the city with Mungho. One of the men who had been pursuing Myung-ho demanded that they hand over this villain and not get involved in other people's business, lest they suffer themselves. Jin Young wanted to know who he was talking to and asked his companion about it. He replied that at the moment, they were the most notorious gangsters in the criminal world from the Crimson Reaper Alliance. These villains kept the entire population in fear, and recently they had been trying to take over the city center. Mungho said that he had once been involved in the auction business, but after checking the accounting books, he realized that these guys had stolen from him. Jin Yan listened to the story and asked how his former comrades' hands were doing. The guy replied that fortunately, they were almost fine and could be used, although his hands were still sore and trembling. Jin Young addressed the strangers, saying that they did not look like locals, so he would explain everything to them now. Jin Young suggested that the bandits find them when Myung-ho's hands were fully recovered. But for now, he suggested they just get lost. These words made the bandits laugh. They thought the stranger was talking nonsense. Most likely, he had been raised by wolves or lived in the forest and did not understand who was in front of him and how he dared to talk to them like that. The bandits wanted to argue, but they sensed a strange energy emanating from the man. Jin Yan continued to stand under the umbrella, not reacting, and this spread an even more oppressive feeling around him. The gangsters realized that this upstart was asking for trouble and apparently wanted to meet his death right now. One of the gangsters stepped forward and said that he would now explain to the stranger who they were, since he thought he was God if he wanted to tell them what to do. But he didn't have time to add anything else, because Jin Yeon touched his head with his finger, and that was enough to send the man flying across the square, only stopping when he crashed into the back of a building. The other gangsters were stunned and didn't know how to react to the situation. Jin Yeon addressed them again, saying that he was very hungry right now, so if they fought, he would most likely kill them all. While he was still feeling kind, Jin Yeon suggested meeting with them another time. The guys were quick to understand and didn't want to get into trouble. They bowed their heads respectfully and said goodbye. Jin Yong hugged his friend and said that he was very hungry and expected his friend to buy him something to eat. Mungho added that on the day Jin Yon beat him half to death, he almost died, not because of the beating, but because he had been suffering from hunger for a long time. He needed to eat and get medical treatment. In general, the guys decided that good food is always important, and instead of saying a lot of unnecessary words, it is better to just ask. So it was decided to go to a noodle shop where they cooked the most delicious noodles. Mungho happily ate his portion and said that he finally felt alive. But seriously, he was curious about what had really happened to his friend Jin Yon. He used to eat like a bird, very little at a time, but now he was wolfing down food non-stop. People shouldn't change so suddenly. They should follow the natural order of things. But in the meantime, they ordered 4 more servings of delicious noodles from the noodle shop owner. Mungho asked how the twins were doing. Jin Yeon, continuing to wolf down his food, said that they were fine and training well. Myung-ho suggested that the brothers must have become even stronger, although the cost of food for these guys was probably enormous, because they were not humans, but voracious spirits. Jin Yong continued eating and said that he was rich, so it wasn't a problem for him. The number of empty plates continued to grow. Myung-ho asked where his friend had learned martial arts. Mungho said that he was very interested to know, because now he had to deal with the Crimson Reaper fighters. And to do that, he needed to learn martial arts in order to survive. The Crimson Reaper was the leader of the gang they had encountered today. This guy had a lot of subordinates, and every time they fought, it looked like a swarm of bees. Mungho imagined that he would hardly come out of the battle with them alive. But then Jin Yeon asked if the guy wanted to learn martial arts from him. Myung-ho said he would be very grateful if that happened. Jin Yeon asked Myung-ho if he would follow all his instructions to the letter. Poison Fox happily confirmed that he would do everything his friend said, because it was not for nothing that he was called Poison Fox. Jin Young pointed his finger at the floor and ordered his comrade to bow to him. The situation was very humiliating. Ma Young-ho even paused for a moment and scratched the back of his head. But at the same time, he was Poison Fox who wanted to live. Therefore, ignoring the sidelong glances of those present, the young man fell to his knees and bowed low before Jin Yun. After that, the young man returned to the table and said that if Jin Yan did not teach him martial arts, he would relieve himself in front of the gate of the Yona trading group. In the next moment, Jin Yan grabbed the umbrella that was standing near the table and raised it above his head. Jin Yan demanded that he swear allegiance to the umbrella, but this provoked a surge of aggression in his interlocutor, because he had already bowed to his comrade, and now he had to go straight to the trading group and throw shit at the gate. He didn't have time to say anything else or go anywhere because the umbrella hit him hard on the head. Jin Yan told the jerk to shut up and took the umbrella with one hand. The young man explained that it was a gift he had received from good people, so he couldn't give the umbrella to the guy forever, but he would lend it to him for a while and ordered him to wave it around like Jin Yun had just done, 100,000 times, and then return it. He had to do this as soon as possible if Myung-ho didn't want to give up studying martial arts. Myung-ho asked again how many times the master had ordered him to do this. It was no more and no less than exactly 100,000 times. Jin Yang was already losing his patience and said that Poisonous Fox was talking too much. If he couldn't do it, he should put down the umbrella and get lost right now. Jin Yun reached out to take the umbrella, but Myung-ho did not want to lose the opportunity so easily. Jin Yun grabbed his comrade by the scruff of his neck, pulled him toward him, and looked at him with a demonic gaze. He explained that even if he learned a few childish tricks, he wouldn't be able to kill anyone. But if he swung that umbrella 100,000 times, he could at least take down half of those guys, even with a wooden sword. Instead of destroying these bandits, what path did Myung-ho choose? He chose to run away like a wet, cowardly rat. And if Poisonous Fox is going to live such a miserable life, he'd better die right now. Myung-ho said he didn't want to die. The young man was beginning to understand that his life was changing right now. Jin Yun said that if the guy was a rat, he should know his place, and if he was Poisonous Fox, he shouldn't talk big. After that, the friends sat in silence at the table for a while, watching the rain that continued to pour down on the street. Myung-ho apparently had a change of heart, considered all the options, and asked his friend to lend him an umbrella. Taking it, the Poisonous Fox left the noodle shop. The waitress then approached Jin Yun and asked him to pay the bill for both men. Jin Yun did so without hesitation, but in reality, he wanted to see if the eternal fool Myung-ho would now get his act together. He remembered how the guy dreamed of defeating the Crimson Reaper if he studied martial arts. Of course, it sounded ridiculous coming from such a weak warrior. Jin Yun began to think about the Crimson Reaper alliance because he had said he would go and find them. The promise had to be kept, so the young man had to be ready. The fighters were no longer being led to the Crimson Reaper and reported the incident to him. He tore one of the messengers in half with his bare hands. Jin Yun did not understand why his servants had let Chul Myung-ho go. The servants said that they had caught almost everyone, but one of Poisonous Fox's friends had stopped them. It was the son of a family from the merchant group who was able to resist them all. The frightened servants swore that it was true. The boys admitted that the stranger was very strong and skilled in martial arts. In addition, there were rumors that the strongest man in the entire region was the Crimson Reaper. He listened to this information, boiling with hatred. He ordered his men to be on the lookout and find both Poisonous Fox and Jin Yun, who must both die. Jin Yun was surprised to hear that the Crimson Reaper had torn someone to pieces with his bare hands. But there was information that the Crimson Reaper's character was so terrible that he preferred to tear his opponents apart with his bare hands. All the leaders of rival factions had died at his hands. The Crimson Reaper's faction had already absorbed several sects in the region. Yu Quan had made his group quite large, and the entire region paid tribute to the Crimson Reaper. They say that there are no exceptions, and absolutely everyone pays tribute. Escort establishments, trading groups, hotels, and houses of pleasure. There was also information that just the night before, the Crimson Reaper had taken over the entire auction house. He was truly a very cruel and terrible man. Jin Yan admitted that this information was cause for concern. If the Crimson Reaper found out who Jin Yan was, the entire Yonha trading group could be dragged into an unpleasant situation. Jin Yan decided that he should go there himself first and find out what was going on. That same evening, the young man went to the Yuquan trading district. One of the local pleasure houses was quite crowded. There were various soldiers who had come to meet the girls. The owner of the establishment sent one of the girls to check if the guests had left one of the rooms. But then there was a scream, and the girls rushed to one of their friends who looked beaten and miserable. It turned out that this girl had been in the room of the Crimson Reaper, and then something had happened. Another girl remained inside. The owner saw that a new guest had appeared on the first floor. She ordered her employees to take the beaten girl away and let her rest, as well as not to disturb the Crimson Reaper and to behave very quietly. Mrs. Chanhua went down to the first floor of her establishment and saw an unfamiliar young man. The woman greeted him, introduced herself, and said that she was the owner of the establishment. But the young man did not want to hear details about the local girls. He asked directly if the Crimson Reaper was in one of the rooms. Chanhua was immediately frightened when she heard that name, and the young man confirmed once again that he was looking for the Crimson Reaper. Her initial fear subsided, and the woman asked the stranger if he had arranged a meeting with the leader of the association. The young man replied that he had not, but asked her to report back if the Crimson Reaper was indeed in the building. The woman confirmed that the Reaper was there. Jin Yan went to his room but whispered to the landlady that all the other girls should be evacuated. Janhwa understood that a girl named Soli was in the room with the Crimson Reaper. The owner of the establishment tried to warn the young man, saying that the leader of the association had a rather quick temper. Jin Yong replied that he was fine with everything and that he knew what he was doing. The young man was climbing the stairs when a security guard blocked his way, saying that strangers were not allowed to enter without permission. Jin Yong continued to climb, ignoring the guard's words. Then the man thrust his spear forward, but this turned out to be his fatal mistake, because Jin Yong grabbed the shaft and used it to throw the guard down to the first floor of the establishment. The noise attracted the attention of the other fighters of the association. They rushed out, brandishing their weapons, and said that the stranger did not even understand where he was. Jin Yan was completely calm. He asked the men where their dim-witted leader, the Crimson Reaper, was sitting. This was complete nonsense, the men thought. They were stunned by such an attitude and rushed to attack. Jin Yan said that he would find their leader anyway, as soon as he killed all the guards. Jin Yan took a scarf off one of the guys' heads, saying he would need this little thing for a few seconds. Jin Yan easily dodged all the attacks and counterattacked in turn. He took away another fighter's mace, a large metal and very sharp one. After that, the young man no longer held back and simply threw everyone around, checking room after room. Jin Yan systematically cleared the area of the association's fighters, intending to eventually get to their leader. The young man spun his head around, asking those present, did he really have to destroy every room, or would they finally confess where their leader was? Jin Yan moved at tremendous speed across the floors, his heavy mace killing several people at once with a single blow. Soon the main group of guards was finished off, and instead of the walls of the pleasure house, there were only holes. Jin Yan cleared one floor in this manner and, not finding the Crimson Reaper there, went to do the same on the next floor. At that moment, the Crimson Reaper was sitting on his bed, getting ready to go to sleep. Suddenly, the door to his room flew open, and the body of one of the guards flew in, managing only to say that the son of the merchant group had arrived. The doors opened, and the silhouette of Jin Yon appeared in the doorway, who had finally found the Crimson Reaper. The Crimson Reaper honestly admitted that he was curious to know what all the commotion was about. The man thought that Jin Yon had come to pay his friend's debt, but instead of answering, Jin Yan made sure he was on the 5th floor. Jin Yong thought it was too high. The previous floors were already littered with the bodies of slain gang members. The Crimson Reaper got out of bed. He realized that the stranger had enjoyed the opening party, but hoped that climbing to the 5th floor had not been too difficult. Jin Young confirmed that it was not a problem. He had particularly enjoyed the climb. The Crimson Reaper moved closer to the young man and said that his specialty was looking down on everyone. He was indeed tall, very powerful, and strong. The man was literally bursting with energy. His body was almost perfect, and one could say that he was one of the most handsome men in the criminal world. Jin Yan enjoyed warming up his fists on his way through all these small-time gangsters. He had just warmed up his strength properly. The Crimson Reaper admitted that he couldn't control his strength, so one of the beauties couldn't take it and died. Jin Yan understood that this man was beyond rehabilitation. He no longer tried to restrain himself and only asked his opponent how he preferred to be killed. The Crimson Reaper said that he really liked his opponent's gaze, but that all the people who had tried to kill him had had the same gaze. However, the Crimson Reaper had torn all his previous opponents to pieces with his own hands, and he was going to do the same now. The frightened girls ran out of the house of pleasure, screaming and squealing, scattering in different directions in fear. People asked each other what was happening and said that some madman was destroying the House of Pleasure. The man did not have time to comprehend the situation when a strange man with an umbrella in his hands appeared behind him. He said it would be best to leave quickly. The man struck him with the umbrella and uttered a rather strange phrase. 2,874. It was Chul Myung-ho. He took off his mask and announced that he had come here to crush his enemies one by one. Several more people were lying on the ground. Myung-ho knew that when he finally delivered the required number of blows, there would be a long trail of dead and crippled enemies behind him. Myung-ho once again brought the umbrella down on the gangster's head, when suddenly a powerful explosion sounded nearby and caught his attention. Myung-ho raised his head, trying to understand what was happening while he was busy hitting the villains on the head with his umbrella. And at that moment, to the guy's surprise, the Crimson Reaper flew out of the building's window, thrown from the 5th floor by someone. Following him, a man with his hands wrapped in bandages jumped out of the window. One after another, the men landed right in the middle of the street, and the powerful impact caused the asphalt to fly high into the air. The Crimson Reaper, standing in the middle of the destroyed road, said that it was quite amusing, and now looked at his opponent with interest. Fighters from the Crimson Reaper sect lined up nearby, and their leader took a spiked ball, the weapon he intended to use in battle. The man spun the metal ball and approached his opponent, but Jin-Yon managed to dodge before the ball hit him in the back, as the Crimson Reaper had intended. Jin-Yon grabbed the spiked ball by its chain while it was in flight, preventing the weapon from harming him. Without letting go of the ball, the young man began to pull the Crimson Reaper toward him. The villain resisted and dug his feet into the ground, unable to understand how a boy from a simple merchant family could possess such powerful strength. Realizing that he would not be able to hold the chain for long, the Crimson Reaper let go of the weapon and rushed to attack, knowing that he would have to act very aggressively. The Crimson Reaper prepared his fist for a strike, realizing that it was almost impossible to block it. Jin-Yon commented on the fight and said that they had already practiced the Meteor Hammer technique and were now starting to practice the Meteor Fist technique. Jin-Young noted that the villain's movements were very clean. It seemed that he had been trained by a true martial arts master, but this was practically useless against an opponent like Jin-Young. After all, it was not for nothing that the young man was the king of fists. Crouching down to avoid his opponent's blow, Jin-Young delivered a powerful punch to the Crimson Reaper's torso. The villain couldn't hold back a cry. The blow was so strong and painful that it made the bandit double over in pain. The Crimson Reaper now understood roughly who he was dealing with. His young opponent had also trained hard in fist techniques. Therefore, it was decided to fight seriously and not hold back. It was a good experience for the fighter. The Crimson Reaper stood up to his full height, approached his opponent, and said he would tear him to pieces. But Jin-Yan simply grabbed the villain by the throat with his hand and began to gradually squeeze his fingers, squeezing the life out of the Crimson Reaper. After that, Jin-Yan, without loosening his grip, lifted his opponent and, throwing him in the air, slammed him back onto the ground. The Crimson Reaper, of course, did not die, but he understood that things were bad. He had given it his all, yet he found himself lying on the ground. Jin-Yan towered over the villain and asked how he liked looking up at the young man from below. Jin-Yan pressed his knee into his opponent's throat and, without letting up, said that the Crimson Reaper could at least sometimes treat people like human beings. In that case, Jin-Yan would not have been so angry, and he would not have broken out. After that, the young man put his hand on his opponent's face, saying that now he would feel all his anger on his skin. Jin-Yan explained to the Crimson Reaper that he would start immediately with the second phase. A powerful discharge of white lightning shook the villain's body. He felt as if he had stuck his hand in a socket, and the phases gradually increased. The members of the Crimson Reaper sect watched in horror as their leader was killed and wondered if they should intervene. However, something amazing caught their attention. The art of white lightning reached the 10th phase, and a powerful roar lit up the sky. Jin-Yun, having reached his peak, prepared to unleash all this lightning energy on his opponent. From the outside, it looked like pure madness, but the people could only acknowledge the fact. Where the Crimson Reaper had been lying just a moment ago, there was now only a scorched spot in the silhouette of his body. Jin-Yun stood over the pile of his opponent's ashes and considered it a cleansing of the dark world. Jin-Yan couldn't understand what these gangsters thought they were doing, collecting tribute from honest, hard-working people. By what right did this group of idiots treat peaceful citizens this way? Jin-Yan wanted to know why they were squeezing the blood out of the weak, and he asked these questions to the members of the Crimson Reaper sect. Of course, the bandits were speechless. They had not yet recovered from the execution of their leader, which they had just witnessed. Jin-Yan said that if the guys just wanted to show off their strength, they should start with him, and he would do the same thing to them that he did to their leader. The members of the Crimson Reaper sect turned out to be completely stupid. They decided to attack the guy because he was alone, and they could handle him with their whole crowd. Rumors had already begun to spread throughout the city that the Crimson Reaper was dead. Everyone was interested in the name of their savior and liberator. People began to realize that they no longer had to pay tribute. And if the Crimson Reaper was dead, and these bandits would soon be dealt with, then people would not have to pay anything to anyone at all. But soon they thought that, most likely, this young savior would also want to receive tribute from them. However, Munk was in the crowd. He told the people that the young savior was not like that. The young savior was not one of the villains, and besides, he already had plenty of money, so the people had nothing more to worry about. Ma Young-ho remembered that he had to continue waving his umbrella and immersed himself in the process, while the townspeople thought that this guy was just crazy. At that very moment, Jin Yun was fighting incredibly skillfully, and a sense of justice burned in his heart. Mong-ho remembered how his friend had saved him from the gang's pursuers. And Jin Yun said that you can behave in completely different ways. You can fight or you can run away like a wet rat. However, it is everyone's personal responsibility to ignite this flame of justice. Everyone wants to become stronger, and best of all, to become so strong that it drives them crazy. You have to make a choice and go towards your goal. Mong-ho decided that he would not be a wet rat because it was not for nothing that he was called the poisonous fox. The young man rushed to wave his umbrella, killing several villains in the process. It was quiet and peaceful at the residence of the Yonha trading group. Hwa-yun tried to find out from his older brother where he had been the day before. Jin-yun, his clothes covered in blood and his face smeared with blood, said that he had just gone out for a drink and had only recently returned. Hwa-yun wanted to ask something, but the sight of his bloodied brother confused him. Jin-yun reassured him, saying that it wasn't his blood. Hwa-yun realized that the elixirs were apparently very effective. The young man was going to prepare a gift to thank the people who had sent these elixirs. He thought long and hard about what they could offer in return to the Taiho Trading Guild, because their elixir was very valuable. Giving gifts to people who already had everything turned out to be very difficult, so this simple question made the brothers think. Hwa-yun voiced his options, but none of them appealed to Jin-yun. The young man wanted to do something that was not only expensive, but also useful, and then he had a brilliant idea. Jin-young told his brother that it would be a good idea to create a trade alliance. Hwa-yun, although he was a supervisor in the company, did not understand what a trade alliance was. Among those who provided the elixirs were large trading groups, but also small ones, such as the Western Wind Security Agency, which did not have its own security. If an alliance were created, it would be possible to provide protection to all those in need, and that would be sufficient gratitude. Hwa-yun thought this was too ambitious a plan. Jin-yun suggested not starting with something grandiose, but including only the Taiho Trading Group and the West Wind Security Agency for now, because in reality, the Yonha Trading Group had received something that could not be compensated with money. It was necessary to come up with other ways to pay for the help. It was decided to create rules for the participants. It was also necessary to consider and articulate the main goal of this alliance. Jin-yun couldn't forget the conversation with the clothing salesman, who was happy when the streets of the city became calmer. In addition, the young man remembered how he was asked for protection in case he became even stronger. Jin-yun announced that the main goal of his trade alliance would be to protect the lives of merchants. In addition, it was necessary to create a rapid communication system. This was necessary for better communication and to enable problems to be solved immediately. However, if a problem arose with a large trading group, various sects would be called in to take action. This was especially true for those gangs that possessed the dark powers of Jianghu. If this really happened, then Jin-yong would personally come to the defense. Of course, it sounded very strange, but the medicine sent by his father's friends was truly priceless, and it gave the young man enormous power. Jin-young confirmed to his brother that these elixirs had indeed made him stronger. Hwa-yong decided that they would form an alliance. All that remained was to come up with a name for it. Nothing good came to mind, so Jin-yong told his brother that he had to come up with something suitable himself. Hwa-yong replied that he already had much more work to do after his brother returned and took over the management of the trading group. But in fact, this was very good for a merchant, because the more business there was, the better it was for business. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the brothers' conversation was interrupted by unexpected news. One of the trading group's guards rushed into the room, shouting that it was all over. The man was out of breath and stood in the doorway, struggling to catch his breath. He couldn't even explain what exactly was over. Finally, the guard said that they were lost because Lord Ouyang himself had come with his disciples. Huayan was frightened to hear this news, and Jin Yan was frightened because he didn't want to get involved in any nonsense. Representatives gathered in the main hall of the Yonha trading group. The head of the Ouyang clan, Mr. Ouyang Sen himself, appeared as an unexpected guest. The mere memory of the shameful meeting between the rulers was enough to make their blood boil. The man addressed the three people present and said that each of them must fight Jin Yan. One victory would not be enough to restore the clan's honor. Ouyang Sen wanted the insolent boy Jin Yang to not just die a peaceful death. Shin Sobek, a relative of the clan, said that he usually did not use weapons and always fought with his bare hands, considering it more acceptable. The second son of the clan leader, Ouyang Meng, said that he preferred fist fighting and was better off without weapons. But the third son, Ouyang Wun, was unsure, so he preferred to use a blade. Of course, they were only going to fight the son of an ordinary merchant, but this guy was able to defeat their older brother, Ouyang Hu, who had a lot of experience. Meng was sure that it wasn't a matter of experience, but that the loser lacked skill. Myong was too irritated, he didn't want to talk anymore, and demanded that they show him his future opponent, Jin Yan, as soon as possible. The twin brothers Yuk greeted the guests and said that the young master invited them to go to Friggle. As soon as he finished eating, he would meet with them. The huge number of servants amazed the visitors, and the brothers led them deep into the residence. Jin Yan came out to meet them, completely relaxed. He greeted the guests. The young man was wrapping his fists, said hello, and remarked that his guests had traveled a long way, asking if they were hungry. The three men folded their hands in a welcoming gesture and introduced themselves. Jin Yang greeted the head of the Ouyang clan and said he was surprised that the head himself had come to visit him. Ouyang Sen apologized for coming without warning, but honestly admitted that he wanted to see Jin Yang's strength for himself. Jin Yang realized that the men had come to him for a duel. He was ready to fight them and offered to choose the format of the duel. Ouyang Sen said that his sons wanted to learn from the young man through this fight, if he would allow it, of course. The rules were very simple. Stepping outside the ring, losing consciousness, or being unable to move would be considered a defeat. Jin Yang agreed that everything was indeed simple and clear, so there was nothing more to discuss. The fight could begin. The head's second son, Ouyang Meng, was the first to face his opponent. Ouyang Sen prepared to watch the fight closely. He waited impatiently for the moment when this merchant would beg for his life. Ouyang Meng had strange feelings. It seemed to him that he was not standing in front of the merchant's son. The energy around him suggested that he was facing a seasoned, experienced warrior. Ming even wondered for a moment whether his victory over Ouyang Hu had been a mere stroke of luck. Jin Yang asked his opponent why he wasn't drawing his sword. In response, he heard that it was none of his business. The warrior was going to do as he saw fit. Everything was true, of course, but there was no time to think about it. In the next moment, Ouyang Mayong was already flying across the ring from a kick. Jin Yang didn't even seem to exert himself, but he knocked his opponent out. The latter was only able to stop when he crashed into a stone wall. Ouyang Sen, in his anger, smashed a cup in his hands and could not find the words to comment on what he had seen. It was like a joke. If it weren't true, it would seem that Ouyang Meng was holding back. Jin Yang invited the next fighter to the duel. Ouyang Wang volunteered to participate next and asked Mr. Shin to take care of his older brother. Wang entered the ring and announced that, judging by his opponent's skills, there was no need to hold back his techniques. Jin Yong did not comment on these words, but suggested moving straight on to the fight. Ouyang Wun drew his long sword and rushed into the attack. He did it very quickly, lightning fast, one might say. Jin Yong assessed the man's movement, saying that it was a bold move and that he was facing a man who was very skilled with a sword. However, he had no intention of messing around, so he began to activate the energy of the white lightning and parry the sword blows with his bare hand. As the white lightning phase rose, he deflected Ouyang Wun's attacks faster and faster. He had only reached the third phase when his opponent realized that the fight would indeed be difficult. Jin Young used the art of white lightning and created a roar of lightning that proved to be very powerful. As a result of just one strike, the opponent lay motionless and showed no signs of life. It was clear that he was unlikely to get up to continue the fight. Shin Sobek understood that even the third young master had been easily thrown back by the opponent. Jin Yang was truly an extraordinary merchant's son. Ouyang Meng, still exhausted and sitting on the ground, asked if perhaps it was time to stop and end the sparring. If all three lost, it would cause a huge stir in society. But Shin Sobek did not respond and immediately rushed into the ring without warning. He took his place opposite his opponent, intending to spar differently than his comrades. Shin said that the older young gentleman was an outstanding master, but as a practitioner of palm-striking techniques, he could not miss such an opportunity. Sobek took his stance and hoped that Jin Yan would fight him once. Jin Yan assessed his opponent and thought that at least one of the guys looked like a more or less skilled warrior. The guys rushed at each other and started fighting. They were quite skilled. Both tried to strike while having to dodge counterattacks and plan their next moves. Shin Sobek soon noticed that his opponent was not attacking at all. Was he just going to block the blows? Even if that was the case, Shin Sobek decided to deliver a blow that he believed would be impossible to block. It was a spinning, crushing palm strike, like a wheel. Jin Yan was clearly enjoying this fight. He dodged again, noting that his opponent's movement was not bad, but too sweeping. To prove his point, without moving from his spot, he simply grabbed his opponent's ankle with one hand. Jin Yan squeezed his opponent's leg until a loud cry and scream rang out over the ring. The young man noted that it was indeed a good fight and thanked Mr. Shin. After that, Jin Yong threw his opponent to the ground with all his strength, thus ending the fight. Young Meng was very upset. Now 3 guys had lost and there was clearly nothing good about that. Jin Yong turned to the head of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Sen, and said that the fight was over. However, Mr. Ouyang looked extremely dissatisfied, if not boiling with hatred and anger. Ouyang Sen still couldn't believe that the young master from the Merchant Guild had defeated them several times in a row. This was clearly no ordinary person. Even if the Ouyang clan brought in someone else, it would still not be enough. At this rate, not only would the pride of the Rulers Association be trampled on, but everyone around would begin to endlessly mock the Ouyang clan. Such a terrible outcome had to be prevented. Ouyang Sen suggested that Mr. Jin Yon take a walk with him around the city. He said that it was a peaceful city and that the Yonha Merchant Guild probably had many suppliers here. Ouyang Sen decided not to beat around the bush and directly asked the young gentleman to join the Rulers Association. The offer did not apply to the entire Yonha trading group, but only to Jin Yan himself. If he joined, the Rulers Association would protect the Yonha trading group. The Rulers Association was an organization headed by 4 great clans, Dongko, Myeong, Shimen, and Namgun. In fact, it was a group of organizations that competed with the Murim Alliance. Ouyang Sen honestly said that the people who had previously been under Ouyang Hu's command were spreading rumors everywhere, and because of this, the reputation of the entire clan was ruined. The Ouyang clan had only recently joined the association, and it was obsessed with saving face. Of course, Jin Yong could not be blamed for spreading rumors, but in order to stop them, Jin Yong must join and help restore the honor of the Ouyang clan. After all, it's not such a huge request. The cunning Ouyang Sen hoped to bring Senior Master Li into the association and make it appear that the young man was personally subordinate to him. Jin Yong asked what the man would do if he refused to join. Ouyang Sen did not understand why he should refuse. After all, the young man had nothing to lose. On the contrary, the son of a great trading guild should be able to calculate profits and losses. Jin Yong didn't understand what he would do in the association. The young man already had enough money, and now he was being offered the position of an ordinary warrior. Jin Yong didn't want to listen to anything else. If Ouyang Sen wasn't going to fight him, the conversation was over. He said that the walk had not been a pleasant one, turned around, and went about his business. He heard Ouyang Sen shout after him, saying that he was giving the young man one last chance. In fact, Sen wanted to say, "Does Mr. Li really want to see with his own eyes how the entire Yonha Trading Guild is wiped out?" With the power of the Ouyang clan, only one guy could be spared by declaring him an enemy of the entire martial world. Ouyang Sen asked him not to doubt that he had the power to do so. He also asked if the guy was strong enough to stop Sen, and even if he was he sure he was ready to make the Rulers Association his enemy? Ouyang Sen didn't have time to say anything else. No threats, no tricks, because Jin Yong rushed at him to attack. The young man grabbed the man by the throat, squeezed his hand, and asked what Ouyang Sen thought about the possibility of being killed right there in the middle of the street, followed by the entire Ouyang clan being wiped off the face of the earth. Jin Yong said that he could pin all the blame for what had happened on Ouyang Sen's eldest son. Ouyang Sen replied that of all the vile words he had ever heard, these were the most unforgettable words of a man without manners, restraint, or shame. Ouyang Sen suggested keeping these words until the young man proved his strength. Suddenly, a green mist enveloped the men. It was a poisonous toad strike that Sen had practiced to defeat the leaders of the 4 great clans. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would not be able to withstand the poison. But it turned out that the poison burned like lightning. It consumed, and now everything was not as clear-cut as it seemed at first. Jin Yun threw his opponent away and thus blocked his poisonous attack. Despite his immense arrogance, his opponent was weaker than he appeared, most likely because the art of white lightning had already reached its 8th phase. Ouyang Sen said that if the guy was going to kill him, he should do it right now. Even if he killed the clan leader, people would consider him an enemy of the people. And then what would he do with the Rulers Association? Since things had gone this far, he had to figure out who would ultimately lose. Jin Yong replied unequivocally that Ouyang Sen would lose because the young man would make him regret those words for the rest of his life. In the courtyard, the presidents of the Yonha trade chambers and servants helped the 3 representatives of the Ouyang clan recover. They dressed their wounds and bandaged their abrasions. The gates of the residence swung open, and Jin Yun entered, dragging the body of the clan leader by his hair. The representatives of the Ouyang clan jumped up from their seats in anger and fear. Ouyang Sen's sons did not understand how Mr. Li could treat their father this way. Jin Yong told them to be quiet, or he would have to do the same to them. The boys were upset. They didn't even know if their father was still alive. Jin Yong replied that the man was still alive for now, then left the residence. Ouyang Wun turned to the host and asked if there was a good reason for such an action. The young man wanted to know the reason. Jin Yong replied that the clan leader had threatened that if the young man did not help him, the entire Yonga trading group would be destroyed, and Jin Yong would be blamed for everything. He said he would go straight to the Association of Rulers and report the situation. The young man ordered the guards to follow him and witness the incident. Shin Sobek stepped forward and asked if Mr. Li knew where the association was located, since they did not have an official residence. It turned out that the house of the rulers of the 4 great clans served as their meeting place, and the nearest estate was the house of the Moyan clan. Jin Yun instructed his guards, as well as his twin brothers, to keep an eye on the members of the Ouyang clan so that they would not do anything foolish. Hua Yun was tasked with handling the current case and submitting a report to the Murim Alliance. After giving all the orders, Jin Yan set off in the direction of the Moyan clan. Jin Yan looked out the window with interest at the nature and land they were passing through. He had spent too much time in taverns before. Ouyang Sen was riding with him in the carriage and wanted to know where they were going. The man said he was dying of thirst and asked for water. Shin Sobek did not even try to move to find water for his clan leader. He only said that young Master Li would most likely not allow it. Jin Yong turned to the young man, noting that the clan leader himself was asking for water, yet his servant remained so indifferent. What was the matter? The thing was, these 3 young men were not warriors of the Ouyang clan. In fact, they were just hired assassins. At that moment, the carriage in which the men were traveling was illuminated from within by a white flash of lightning. The servants asked what was going on, but Jin Yong said everything was fine and ordered them to continue driving. Jin Yong asked the young man again if they were hired assassins, and if so, what their group was called. Shin said that they were indeed members of the Gold and Silver Assassins. They were divided into Gold and Silver Warriors, and Shin himself belonged to the Silver Warriors. Jin Yong wanted to know how much the head of the Ouyang clan had paid before hiring them. Ouyang Sen initially did not want to answer the question, but Jin Yong threatened to cut off some of his extra body parts, and then the man confessed that he had promised 800 Nian for the head. Jin Yong asked the hired killer again if that was really the amount that had been agreed upon. The hitman confirmed that this was indeed the amount, and that it was more than they usually paid. But Jin Yan said that this amount also included their lives, because the leader of the assassins had sold them to Ouyang Sen. After all, the hired killers would be killed after completing the task. It was easier to kill than to listen to words of contempt from his clan for doing dirty work. Jin Yan explained that the clan leader had thought everything through. He didn't want to get his own hands dirty. This is how some factions work. Everything looks clean and beautiful on the outside, but inside it's filthy. In other words, these guys' lives were worth only 800 coins. That's too cheap. They should have trained better, then they wouldn't have been sold for such a low price. Although no, you can't call people who take money for the lives of others. They are real monsters. Jin Yan didn't even want to imagine what a terrible life now awaited these killers. Of course, the company for the journey was not very pleasant, but he had to endure it. Soon, the carriage approached the residence of the Moyan clan. Jin Yan entered the residence, and his appearance had a huge effect. People whispered among themselves. They saw the terrible condition Ouyang Sen was in, didn't understand who was with him and what had happened. Soon, the owner of the residence appeared and asked the head of the Luo clan what had brought him there. Mo Yun Bin was the head of the Moyan clan and was alarmed by what had happened. He was interested in what had happened to Ouyang Sen. The young man noticed that he did not know everyone, introduced himself by name, and asked who was in front of him. Li Jinyong, the young master of the Yona Trading Guild, greeted the owner. He was surprised that the head of the Moyon clan was not Moyon Chu. Mo Yunbin asked why the head of the merchant guild had brought Ouyang Sen with him as a criminal. Jinyong took the floor and explained the whole situation, hiding nothing and telling all the details. There were 3 hired assassins near Ouyang Sen, and now Mo Yunbin knew the whole situation in detail. Of course, threatening a merchant group was a serious crime. If rumors of this spread, the entire Muram alliance would laugh at them. Mo Yunbin wanted to know why the young Mr. Li had come to him and told him everything that had happened. The man assumed that Mr. Li was afraid of retaliation and had come himself to tell the whole truth. However, Jinyan said that he did it so that rumors would not spread and everyone would go about their business. Mo Yunbin understood that if someone threatened to exterminate his family and make him a criminal, the man would definitely kill him. However, if that someone was Ouyang Sen, everything would become a little more complicated, and all eyes of the Ouyang clan, as well as the entire alliance, would be on the man. Ouyang Sen no longer held back and said that Mo Yingbin, who had mocked him, was also to blame for the whole situation. Ouyang Sen couldn't have lost to some kid from the trade group if they hadn't laughed at him during the association meeting. Ouyang Sen admitted that he had made a mistake, but that mistake had been caused by his comrades' mockery. They had started it, and now they had to help him get out of the situation. If Mo Yingbin helped deal with Mr. Li now, the Ouyang clan would serve him faithfully forever. These words left no choice. Mo Yingbin was practically disgraced in his own home, so he struck Ouyang Sen with his own hands and ordered his guards to put the hired assassins in prison and provide for them. After that, Mo Yunbin apologized to the young Mr. Li because his hospitality had been shameful. The man acknowledged that the association should not harbor such parasites, and unfortunately, the Li family had suffered because of them. If young Master Li was not in a hurry, the owner of the residence offered to share a meal together as a sign of reconciliation. Thus, this trip turned out to be very productive and ended with a favorable outcome. Mo Yunbin watched the eldest son eat and wondered how this merchant's son had managed to defeat the head of the Ouyang clan. It remained a mystery where such a unique person had come from. Mo Yunbin asked how, in the opinion of the young Master Li, this matter should be resolved. The man said that he would not personally kill Ouyang Sen, but would deal with him fairly. Mo Yunbin decided to hand Ouyang Sen over to the Murma alliance. It was better for the Ouyang clan's hatred to fall on them than on the Rulers' Association. The Rulers' Association would suffer damage, but this issue was no more important than honor. The man was confident that the heads of other clans would agree to his proposal. Jinyong said that he was perfectly fine with this plan, and in turn asked where the former head of the Moyon clan, Moyon Chu, was now. Mo Yunbin looked at his interlocutor with a sad and sorrowful gaze. He realized that the young Mr. Li was very poorly informed about the affairs taking place in neighboring lands. It turned out that his father, Mr. Mo Yunchu, had disappeared over a year ago. It was truly shocking news that the clan chief had disappeared without a trace. Mo Yunbin said that all members of the main clan had been sent out to search for him, but nothing had been found, and now Mo Yunbin was living as a disobedient son. Jin Yan thought that it had been exactly a year ago that he had received this body, which meant that not only Dan Wusung had died, but Mo Yuan-chu as well. Perhaps something similar had happened to his soul, and he now lived in another body. Jin Yan asked if there were any rumors that Mo Yunbin's father had encountered a demonic faction shortly before his disappearance. The guy thought for a moment, trying to remember, and then said that the encounter was not with the underworld faction, but with the demonic faction. But they say that it has been inactive for more than 20 years. If this demonic faction had rebelled, things would not have been so quiet and peaceful. Moreover, it was very strange that they had attacked only Mo Yun-chu. Jin Yeon knew that he had never had any contact with representatives of the demonic faction. They didn't just suddenly appear and ambush him. Jin Yan wondered if Mo Yun-chu would have been able to handle it if several swordsmen had attacked him at once. His son said that the fight would have been quite difficult, but his father would not have died from a few swordsmen. But if those swordsmen had bodies that were impervious to blades, then the outcome could have been completely different. Jin Yan recalled his past life. Some of those he had fought survived even after being struck by the lightning energy of the 9th phase. This meant that their bodies were subject to some kind of demonic power. Even in Jin Yang's body, the energy of the 8th stage was unbearable for ordinary people. And considering Dan Wusong's previous level of power, it was unnatural that the swordsman did not die from his blows. At the very least, they must have possessed bodies that were impervious to blades. If such people joined forces with those who possessed magic, something terrible would happen. The only ones who could oppose them would be those outside the heavens. It was also strange that the son searching for his father could not find any traces of the demonic faction. It was unclear why they were hiding. Perhaps it all comes down to their goals and motives, which they pursue and serve. In his past life, the sword demon was happy that they had finally found the one they were looking for. And what they were looking for then was the Sword King. The sword demon thanked the heavenly demon for his excellent work and ordered him to prepare for the performance. The two demons agreed that it was time to hunt down the Sword King. Jin-yun continued to stay at the Mo-young clan's residence. The guys got along great and now tried to figure out for themselves what had happened to Mo-yun-chu. Jin-yun also wanted to know about the current situation of the other strongest martial arts masters. Mo-yun-bin said that he had recently met with Emperor Blade, who was in good health. Ouyang-sen had recently accused the young man of mocking him, but to be precise, it was Emperor Clink who had laughed at the situation. The others just exchanged awkward glances because the atmosphere was very tense. Ouyang-sen might have felt out of place at that moment, but Emperor Clink was not the type of person to pay attention to such things. He usually ignored those he did not like. As for the sword god, he had gone into seclusion about 1.5 years ago because this man had practically reached heaven, so he could no longer improve, and the imperial sword wanders without a permanent residence, so it is impossible to know its whereabouts. However, it is aware of Mo-yun-chu's disappearance. As for the Sword King, he is half retired and is now teaching students. The King of Fists had a very fierce temper, and even his father found it difficult to control him, but there has been no news from him for a long time. He is probably either wandering the world in search of students or smashing some sects from the underworld to smithereens. Mo-yun-bin said that it was very difficult to befriend such a person. Jin-yun wanted to know what it was about King Fist's character that prevented other people from getting close to him. It was known that King Fist often beat younger disciples of orthodox sects for their arrogance. He also punished senior fighters from the demonic faction if they annoyed him. He also destroyed every representative of unorthodox factions he encountered. Even the young heirs of noble clans received slaps from him. Indeed, it was hard to disagree that this man was not very good at making friends. Mo-yun-bin did not personally communicate with King Fist, but his father was on good terms with this eternal brawler. Judging by his father's stories, it seemed that King Fist lived a rather lonely life. Jin-yun suggested that perhaps King Fist wasn't as lonely as he appeared to be. Jin-yun then tried to change the subject, saying that the food was very delicious. Jin-yun began to say goodbye to the host, saying that he needed to return to the Yonha trading group, which was now unprotected. Mo-yun-bin suggested that the young man visit the Murim alliance with him, and it really seemed like a good idea. The next day, the Mo-yan clan's estate was preparing for departure. Mo-yun-bin suggested that the young Master Li testify directly to the alliance, and then the case could be steered in the right direction. The Mo-yun clan delegation was just returning from a nearby assignment, so it would be convenient to go to the Murim alliance together. Mo-yun-bin introduced an alliance member named Bayek Han-gyong. He was a guy with his head bandaged. As for Ouyang-sen, the Moyan clan was going to personally escort him. They would follow behind and arrive a little later. Jin-yan asked the Mo-yan clan to look after the Yonha Trading Guild in his absence. Mo-yun-bin said there was no need to worry about this because his clan's fighters should have already arrived to protect the trade group. Jin-yan thanked the clan leader and said he would never forget his kindness and concern. Jin-yan also thought that the hired assassins who had come to settle scores with him belonged to an organization called the Gold-Silver Assassins. Jin-yan wanted the Rulers Association to investigate the matter, and if they found the headquarters, the young man wanted to join them. In conclusion, Jin-yan said that he had arrived the day before at the Moyan clan, a clan ready for open confrontation. But the head of the Moyan clan, Bin, showed rare wisdom, and now the young man was leaving with a light heart. Mo-yun-bin thanked him for his kind words. After that, Jin-yon and Han-gyong left, using special techniques for fast movement. Mo-yun-bin, left alone, thought about how the senior young master of the trade association had come alone, ready for battle. Li Jin-yun was truly an interesting person. 4 days passed, and the travelers finally reached their destination. Han-gyong noted that the young Master Li was as silent as he was. After several days of travel, they had exchanged only a few phrases. These were words like, "Let's go," "Let's rest a little," and "Come on." But then Han-gyong's thoughts were interrupted by an unpleasant incident. A passerby bumped into him with his elbow. The stranger apologized. His face had a long scar across his cheek. Judging by the scar, the stranger was Wulin. He was one of the most wanted criminals by the Murim Alliance. He had to be either killed or captured. Wulin belonged to one of the unorthodox clans and was very dangerous. Han-gyong rushed to attack, However, the criminal noticed that he was being pursued. Woo-lin pushed people aside in the square and ran away. Han-kyung noticed that the criminal was running away with a lot of noise, not afraid of attracting unwanted attention to himself. Recently, many exiles had been dissatisfied with the actions of the Murim Alliance, so they began to hunt down and kill its members. But it was incredibly brazen for one of the bandits to walk down the street without a mask. Of course, it was strange. However, it turned out to be a banal trap set for Han-kyung. Judging by the missing hands, these were bandits who had lost to the leader. Then several hands flew off and were thrown away. It was surprising that these fighters survived. Han-kyung was surprised that his rivals wasted their lives on such a disgraceful spectacle and used wanted criminals as bait. The gangsters said that cutting off hands was the master's hobby, and their job was to send him the severed heads of alliance members. But then Jin Yan approached the group of bandits and said that they had a fun hobby. The men turned around, not expecting to see anyone behind them. Han-kyung did not understand how the young Master Lee had managed to catch up with him. Jin Yan smiled and told the bandits that he was a man whose hobby was beating up people like them. At the residence of the Yonha trading group, everyone was on pins and needles when they heard that Lee Jin-yeon had gone to the Murim Alliance in person. The man did not understand why he had gone, why there, and why now, and he demanded that they let him go and leave him alone. Hwa-young explained that his brother had gone to the Alliance in person to testify in the Uyang clan case. Security guards had arrived in his place at the request of the Moyong clan. Myung-ho was very upset that his friend had left, even though he had made him a promise. The essence of the promise was, of course, very shameful. Myung-ho did not want to talk about the fact that he had already made 100,000 strokes with an umbrella. But Myung-ho had promised to pile a bunch in front of the gate if Jin Yeon didn't tell him about the next stage. Myung-ho sat down under the fence, preparing to do this dirty work. But then he thought that it might be better to catch up with Jin Yeon and discuss the next steps with him. The guy jumped up, pulled up his pants, and realized that he would now have to run to the Murim Alliance. Myung-ho didn't forget to grab his umbrella so that his friend wouldn't think he was a fool who could be easily manipulated. After all, he was not just anyone, but a real poisonous leaf. And now he too would invade the Murim Alliance. Myung-ho rushed off, continuing to wave his umbrella and count the next blows. The bandits looked back. They didn't believe that this young guy could cause them any discomfort, and they just wanted to laugh in his face, because he was not a warrior, but an ordinary puppy. Woo-lin said he wouldn't even waste his time on the stranger, despite being attracted by his appearance. Jin Yeon began to provoke the man, saying that he was probably going to the toilet and couldn't spare any time for a fight. Jin Yan asked Han-kyung if he could kill the wanted criminal. In response, he was told that since Woo-lin was officially on the Alliance's list of enemies, it was permissible to do so on the spot. Han-kyung watched as his companion, with whom he had spent the last few days on the road, wrapped bandages around his hands instead of resting. In addition, this young man, who was always serious and taciturn, smiled for the first time as he tightened the bandages on his hands. The bandits did not wait for the young man to finish, because they were dishonorable bandits, and the three of them rushed into the attack. They threw their swords at their opponent, saying that it was still unknown who would kill whom. Jin Yan caught all three blades thrown at him with his bare hands. After that, the young man said that he would simply return all these blades to their owners. Woo-lin guessed that the young man had deliberately missed him. When throwing the blade, Jin Yong did not want to kill the bandit right away. He was curious to know what crimes Woo-lin had committed to end up on the wanted list. Woo-lin did not want to be frank, saying that men do not ask such questions. After that, he said that he had trained one part of his body that his opponent could not use against him. Woo-lin suggested that his opponent fight him with all his might, and activating some demonic power in his palm, rushed into the attack. Jin Young responded that he would simply tear off his opponent's hand if he intended to use it. Everything happened much faster than even Jin Young himself had expected. A few seconds later, Woo-lin was sitting in the middle of the street, crying. The man said he would surrender and go to the Murim Alliance himself to accept punishment, but asked not to have his arms torn off. Jin Yan wanted to know why the gangster was giving up so quickly. Woo-lin replied that in this case, his case would be closed very quickly, because the man had information about the whereabouts of other wanted gangsters. Jin Yan hit him several times, but the criminal did not understand why the guy was bothering with him, because it was much more useful to keep him alive. Jin Yan said that he did not belong to the Murim Alliance, and that he had no need for Woo-lin to surrender. In the end, after a few seconds, all the gangsters were lying dead. Jin Yan later thought that maybe he really should have taken the wanted man to the Alliance. Han-kyung, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, said that it would be better for him to die and not to worry about it. After that, the men decided it was time to eat. because they were starving. The guys made it to the nearest restaurant, and finally they could relax a little and fill their stomachs with food. Han Kyung was completely delighted with the young Master Lee. After watching his recent fight, all of the man's doubts were dispelled. To be honest, he had heard that the heir to the Merchant Guild had defeated the head of the Uyang clan, but it was hard to believe, especially considering that Jin Yon's name was completely unknown. However now, having seen the fight, the man believed that he was indeed in the presence of a highly skilled fighter. Han Kyung promised that he would confirm the young man's strength and that there was no need to worry about witnesses. Han Kyung decided that the time was right and offered Jin Yon to join the alliance. The alliance pays little, and the work is hard, but the only thing that matters there is strength. According to the leader, the individual abilities of each warrior are valued more than their background. With his talent, Jin Yon could achieve a lot in the alliance. In addition, the guy has connections with the Imperial Assembly. In reality, the Murim alliance is completely different. Of course, the Imperial Assembly pays more, and the work there is easier. But it is an organization built entirely on the influence of clans, and outsiders have no chance of success. The great clans promote their own people, and the rest are just mercenaries chasing high pay. In a real battle, they scatter like autumn leaves, which is why Han Kyung offered a convenient collaboration. Jin Yan was sure that not everyone in the Imperial Assembly was like that. And at that moment, an unfamiliar voice said, "He's right." An unfamiliar man in the forest joined the conversation and said that the Murim alliance was nothing more than an alliance of slanderers. He demanded that Han Kyung stop slandering others and not dare to insult people. After all, comparing the Imperial Assembly to autumn leaves and other trash is simply outrageous. Han Kyung stood up, bowed his head in respect, and apologized, saying that he had been hasty and wrong, but would like to know who he was dealing with. The stranger replied that his name was Autumn Leaves and his surname was Autumn Wind. Jin Yan suggested that his friend ignore them, since he had already apologized. Han Kyung suggested that the strangers had probably come because of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, which was to take place in the near future. Jin Yan knew nothing about this tournament and listened with interest to Han Kyung's story. The guy replied that young Mr. Lee, the Hammer of Iskison, fully met all the requirements for participation. It was a great tournament that the whole of Murin was watching. It offered invaluable experience and a chance to gain fame. Jin Yan replied that he was not interested and that fame does not come that way. It is earned naturally as you become stronger. It turned out that the winner would receive a first-class elixir, and upon hearing this, Jin Yan immediately expressed his desire to participate in the tournament. Soon he did not leave the establishment, and Han Kyung rose from the table to bow him out. The man turned around and said that the boys were not going to the Alliance of Slanderers, but apparently to the Alliance of Turtles if they hadn't gotten there yet. Han Kyung did not respond to the wealthy gentleman, but immediately suggested to Jin Yan that they go to the Murim Alliance like the autumn wind. Jin Yan agreed without asking any questions, and the guys, using their skill of rapid movement, left the noble gentleman behind and rushed in the direction of the Murim Alliance. The nobleman's servants said that these hooligans were very insolent. They deliberately raised a dust storm to cover everyone in dust. The noble lord ordered his girlfriend to walk slowly with the escorts, while he would now show these two what real art of movement was. The servants shouted after their master to put the insolent hooligans in their place and continued to cough from the dust. The Murim Alliance was located on a mountain plateau that towered above a wooded area. Jin Yun was the first to reach the alliance gate, leaving the two men behind. Han Kyung noted that his new companion was indeed moving very quickly, but then a stranger from the restaurant began to overtake him. A real race ensued between the two men. It was now a matter of principle for them to see who would take second place. Han Kyung put a lot of effort into doing so. In the end, all three ended up on the plateau in front of the gates of the Murim Alliance. Han Kyung was sure that he had won after all. It seemed to him that, even if only slightly, he had pulled ahead. Jin Yan had to judge the race and decide who would take second place. Young Master Lee watched this and did not understand the point of this race, because they were just showing off in front of each other. But then the leader himself came out of the alliance gate. He said that the only winner was undoubtedly the young master who had reached the alliance first. All the warriors present bowed their heads in respect to the alliance leader, Murim. The stranger, who by fate had become a participant in the race, introduced himself and said that his name was Hua Inwol from the Hua clan. He greeted the leader of the alliance. Everyone looked with interest at Jin Yon, the young gentleman from the Yona trading group, whom they had already heard about in connection with various events. Hua Yunwol also studied the young man, because he understood that it was this young man who had defeated the Uyang clan. The leader of the alliance, Murim, greeted the young men and introduced himself, saying his name was Yu Jong-hoon. Mr. Yu asked what the men were doing there. They probably wanted to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The alliance leader told the young Mr. Lee and Han Kyung to go to the main hall, where he was ready to take them now. Hua Yun-wall said goodbye to everyone, but said he looked forward to meeting young Master Lee at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Jin Yeon understood that he didn't even need to decide. The decision had already been made for him, and they wanted to reconcile with him by force. The guy didn't know how necessary it was for him personally. The clan leader noted that this time his subordinate was in last place in terms of movement skills. The young man was very upset. He had hoped to come in second because it would have been a complete disgrace to lose in front of his leader. The alliance leader replied that Mr. Hua had come here for the tournament and most likely wanted to conserve his strength while testing the abilities of his opponents. The alliance leader did not know exactly what had happened, but it seemed to him that Han Gyeong had simply run alongside the man, not wanting to lose. Jin Yeon was of the same opinion and agreed with the alliance leader. Han Young blushed and became very upset, but Jin Yeon reassured him, saying that his opponent was using tricks, that he was going to participate in the tournament and was hiding his strength. This was normal and natural. This calmed the upset Han Gyeong a little. The leader of the alliance listened carefully to the boys' conversation. Soon they reached the main hall of the Murim Alliance. Everyone present bowed their heads respectfully as Mr. Yu Chong-hoon walked through the hall. The head of the alliance ordered everyone present to leave the main hall. He wanted to keep only young Master Lee for further conversation. It concerned the matter of Uyang Sen. The man promised to make a decision after personally seeing the fighting abilities of young Master Lee. Soon everyone left the main hall, and now Jin Yeon stood before the head of the alliance. Mr. Yu ordered the young man to approach him. Jin Yeon approached and thought that it had been a long time since they had stood so close to each other. The leader of the Murim Alliance, Yu Cheon-hoon, was second only to the three gods in terms of fame. He was the one who led all the righteous sects in the final battles against the demonic faction, known as the Battle of the Five Tombs. He was the one who personally led the three gods and the saint to the front lines. He was a truly respectable man, and now the man noticed the stern expression on Jin Yeon's face. Mr. Yu said that he often meets young men like young Mr. Lee. However, he prefers young people who behave calmly and confidently despite their age. Jin Yeon felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond to these words. But the head of the alliance laughed, saying that people always look better and more pleasant when they smile. Yu Jong-hoon added that from the moment he saw Jin Yeon, he was very curious about him. The head of the alliance suggested that the young Mr. Lee was the successor to the King of Fists. Jin Yeon did not deny this, and then the leader of the alliance asked how many techniques the young man had learned from his master. Jin Yeon did not answer this question. He was embarrassed and did not understand how the man knew anything about it. Mr. Yu replied that the young man used fist techniques and also controlled lightning energy. In the history of the Murim Alliance, founded by clans and sects that worked with lightning energy, there were various clans and sects. Some of them led swordsmen, others turned to Taoist arts, and many gave up after a large number of failures. But only one sect of enlightenment remained. It was the sect of the King of Fists. Although it was strange to call it a sect, they adhered to the principle of succession from one disciple to one teacher. This was exactly the approach expected of the leader of the alliance, and Jin Yeon was not disappointed in this man's wisdom. Jin Yeon confirmed the information that Mr. Yu had told him and said that he was indeed the successor to the King of Fists. The leader of the alliance said that fate had brought them together. He understood this immediately. Those who master the martial arts of lightning inevitably acquire an aura of power. Their gaze, energy, voice, and even character begin to resemble lightning itself. That is why the head of the alliance has no particular memories of the King of Fists. He wanted to remain a lone lightning bolt tearing through the heavens. Therefore, it was very difficult to be friends with such a person, and he avoided it with all his might. The leader of the alliance wanted to know how the King of Fists was doing, as he had not heard from him in a long time. The young man replied that the King of Fists was like the former leader of the Moyen clan, with whom there was also no contact. He very rarely sent any news. The alliance leader confirmed that contact with both of them had been lost. They had become true recluses and avoided communication. Mr. Yu said he would make sure this news reached the three gods and one saint. If Murima's martial arts masters began to disappear one by one, this meant that the demonic faction had begun to stir again, and therefore it was necessary to become even stronger. After all, if another battle took place, the demonic faction could win, and then the situation would be completely different. Han Gyung volunteered to show the guest to the room that had been set aside for him outside the Murim Alliance. But when the guys went inside, they saw that someone was already there. Myung-ho, who had been up all night, was trying to get there. This place is huge and luxurious, he thought. I've already checked it out and want to show that I'm a man of my word. Poisonous Fox had already practiced all the necessary moves, crossed mountains and sailed on ships. Jin-yun asked if there was a good place to train nearby. Han-yun replied that he knew a very convenient spot. The next day, early in the morning, the company reached the mountain plateau in front of the waterfalls. It was truly wonderful and beautiful. This secluded spot was ideal for training. Alliance members often used it, as it was quite spacious. Jin-yun thanked his escort for bringing them to such a convenient location. The men said goodbye, planning to meet later. Mong-ho introduced himself at the end, saying that his name was Poisonous Fox, and that soon this name would be known throughout the alliance. When the friends were left alone, Myung-ho did not understand why Jin-yeon was going to train, since he was already quite strong. And last time, he even knew how to throw lightning. Jin-yeon said that he couldn't rely solely on the art of white lightning. His inner energy had deepened, so he was going to practice the divine art of the ghost flower as well. Myung-ho understood practically nothing of what he had just heard from his friend, but Jin-yeon said not to pay attention and to forget about it, because Myung-ho wouldn't be able to understand anyway. After that, Jin-yeon jumped in one leap to the middle of the river, where there was a stone ledge. Myung-ho felt that his friend was looking down on him, and he didn't like it at all. Jin-young said he would explain only once, so he should listen very carefully. The art of the white lightning, which Jin-young possessed, focused on powerful attacking techniques. But one attack was not enough to defeat true martial arts masters. One must also be able to counterattack and exploit the weaknesses of one's opponents. In addition, you need to be very good at redirecting the attacker's moves. The divine art of the phantom flower is a martial art. It specializes in the principle of turning an opponent's technique against them and requires a high level of professionalism. The highest secret of the divine art of the ghost flower lay in its technique. This technique allowed her to move distant objects without touching them with her hands, as well as to deflect the trajectory of an opponent's weapon. With its help, it was possible to snatch weapons right out of an opponent's hands. In short, for any close combat fighter, such as the boys, it was an extremely important art. It was not just important, but absolutely necessary in order to reach a high level and withstand serious battles. Myung-ho assumed that it was some kind of thieving trick. Jin-yen was very surprised to hear this, but he realized that it was not even worth trying to explain this technique to his friend. Jin-yan hoped that Poison Fox would at least begin to understand something, and it seemed that the 100,000 blows with the umbrella had not been in vain. But Myung-ho rolled up the sleeve of his kimono, showed his friend his powerful biceps, and said that he felt absolutely nothing. Only his arms had become thicker, but this did not add to his confidence in his strength and fighting abilities. Myung-ho was dissatisfied that his comrade had not warned him from the very beginning that it would not be easy. Jin-yeon knew that he had given his former friend a huge opportunity because he saw potential in him. But not every fighter has the strength to take advantage of such an opportunity. Jin-yeon decided to make the task more difficult. He handed the umbrella to Poisonous Fox and gave him a new target. Jin-young said that of all the countless downward strikes the guy had performed, only one had any value. Jin-yeon appeared in front of his friend, and now the guys were standing face to face. He explained that if the young man ever wanted to block, parry, or deflect an enemy's attack, he would have to find and use the most effective of all those 100,000 trajectories. If the young man could not find the right option, he would die. And the most effective strike is the only one out of all of them that is truly effective. The young man needs to replay all the movements he has made in his head. It should be just one precise slashing blow, as well as the fastest and sharpest thrust among those he will still deliver. During training, every warrior must extract useful techniques, then refine them, hone them, connect them, and rebuild them, forming a complete sequence. And when Wonho has mastered all of this, he will have achieved what is commonly referred to as the basic form. After that, the martial arts masters of each sect study, modify and refine these basic sequences through endless repetition until they achieve perfection, which is called the art of the sword. But even then, mastering the art of the sword is not the ultimate goal. Applying this art in real combat is a completely different matter. A warrior must gain real experience to develop combat instincts and watch his tongue. Otherwise, he will die before he has a chance to acquire them. Mwenko said that now he understood everything. He finally understood why martial arts masters during training After all, they are all completely insane damn psychopaths, and there is no one in the whole neighborhood crazier than Jin Yong. Jin Yan told his friend not to worry, because he wasn't going to teach him complicated sword techniques. Mong Ho didn't understand why not. It wouldn't prevent him from becoming stronger. There were many fighters around who had trained harder in the great techniques before, and they had become stronger than Myung Ho could ever be. Jin Yan believed that joining a famous sect, learning its renowned sword techniques, and training under a great master were not the most important things. Mong Ho listened carefully to his friend's lecture and realized that he was completely confused. Jin Yan said that the most important thing in becoming a warrior was something much deeper. It all depended on one thing: when you live your life more seriously than you thought before and really want to live it. At that moment, the head of the alliance appeared on the hill and watched the guys. He saw Jin Yan explaining the philosophy of a warrior to his friend. Han Gyung noticed the head of the alliance and began to apologize to him. He did not know that the gentleman was going to train here today, so he brought these two guests. The head of the alliance said that everything was fine. He was not going to conduct training, but on the contrary, he was greatly enjoying the show he was watching. Jin Yan did not notice the arrival of the observers and continued his explanation. In any case, when it comes to the greatest sword techniques, 9 out of 10 fighters would name the 9 strikes of Dako as the best techniques. Mong Ho said he had heard this name since childhood, but Jin Yun continued his story and said that there was another sword art that surpassed even this one. It was the art of Jin Sohan, a man known for his obsession with swords. Few people had ever heard of him. Jin Yan said that this man did not belong to any sect, and if Myung Ho really wanted to understand the power of combat, he would first need to study his history. Jin Sohan grew up among wandering artists and studied sword dancing from childhood. Sword dancing is a dance in which swords are used to cut people's clothes off. Jin Sohan danced with the older women who raised him. One can only imagine what thoughts were going through this guy's head. He was a young man who practiced sword dancing for more than 10 years, just so he wouldn't hurt those who took him in. He was a complete orphan in this world. A man who trained with the sword solely so as not to hurt anyone. When this man finally learned to wield a sword meant for killing, his insight flashed in an instant. He surpassed even the master of the 9 strikes of Dako and created the greatest sword art in the entire country. The story was very beautiful, but did the sword dance itself make this guy a great and skilled warrior? Of course not. The greatness of sword art or the prestige of a great sect, neither of these things matter. What matters is that he lived sincerely all those 10 years of sword dancing. That's the main thing. How strong you become depends on how you decide to live your life. Whether you will be an ordinary rat or become a real poisonous fox, that's the whole philosophy. Chul Myung Ho seemed to finally understand the essence of it all. The young man handed the umbrella to his comrade and said that he was ready to take the next step and was awaiting his teacher's orders. Jin Yan asked once more if his friend would regret it. The answer was no. Jin Yan used the umbrella and demonstrated several techniques, explaining how to act as if holding a sword instead of an umbrella. He told his student that this time he would have to make not 100,000, but 1,000,000 swings with the umbrella before the young man could finally achieve the desired result. The alliance leader realized that the young Master Li was truly impressive. The young man had mastered the technique of 3 swords. Mr. Yu watched the training with longing and envy. He could no longer remember the last time he had had the opportunity to train calmly with one of his students. After all these years in the Murim Alliance, Mr. Yu's friends had disappeared one by one. Their closest subordinates followed suit. Some died of natural causes, others were killed by enemies. And now the leader of the alliance watched the training of a simple guy with longing and envy. Yu Chun-hong said that today's performance, which he had accidentally witnessed, had given him great pleasure, and that he must prepare a worthy gift in return. Jin Yun was sitting on a rock at that moment, trying to concentrate on his meditation. Not far from him, Myung Ho was also panting and trying not to scratch or fidget. Jin Yun immersed himself in the process, and soon he was able to move stones and lift them with the power of his mind, directing them to the right place. The alliance leader could have watched the training for a long time, despite the rain that suddenly covered the entire area. But then someone called out to him. Jin Yan noticed Mr. Yu and rushed over to greet him, saying that he had been busy training. Mung Ho looked suspiciously at the leader of the alliance and was surprised that he was such a frail old man. Moreover, it was unclear how Jin Yan knew Mr. Yu. Mung Ho folded his hands in a welcoming bow, bowed before the head of the alliance, and stated his name. The old man asked where the scar on the young man's face came from. It looked like a sword wound. The young man replied that it was a wound from a dagger. The alliance leader wanted to know the details, but the young man tried to avoid talking about it. The alliance leader continued to insist, offering suggestions. Perhaps it happened during a duel, or maybe it was just an accident during training. Mungo decided to tell the truth. He said that he used to run a mountain hideout, and then he got into a fight with a guy who didn't want to pay back a debt, and the guy stabbed him in the cheek with a dagger. This story was very surprising. The alliance leader was shocked that such a negative person was among Jin Yon's friends and students. Mangho was very upset because he had to put himself in a bad light in front of the alliance leader and everyone present. But at the same time, the young man did not want to make up some story about a duel, training, or something more respectable. The guy was generally embarrassed, and it was unclear what was running down his face. Raindrops or tears of shame. The alliance leader was a wise man. He understood the young man's condition and said that he also had a scar that would not heal. The man showed everyone his hand and told them that his father used to own a brewery. He delivered drinks to taverns and sometimes transported the goods himself. Once, a group of drunk men began to beat him in front of his family. At that time, the gentleman did not yet know how to wield a sword as he does now. All he could do was grab a stick and start swinging it around at random. Fortunately, the drunks in the tavern were not particularly strong men, and the young man was able to scatter them with his club. No one died, but all the men were lying on the floor. His father approached his son and tried to stop the blood flowing from his hand. The young man was so excited that he didn't even feel that his hand was cut and bleeding. His father put his son on his back and ran with him into the forest to escape pursuit. A lot of time had passed, and the father hadn't carried his son in his arms for a long time. The boy noticed that his father's sleeve was torn. In addition, his father's sleeve was soaked with sweat. As they ran through the forest, the boy's hand kept touching the rough, sweat-soaked fabric, and the wound became more and more irritated. Perhaps that was why the scar never disappeared. It was saturated with his father's blood and sweat. Every warrior who joins Jianghu brings their own story with them, and it is not always perfect and pleasant. The alliance leader asked if this worn umbrella was Mungho's weapon. The young man admitted that he had borrowed the umbrella from his teacher, Jin Yan. Mr. Yu handed the guy his umbrella and said he was asking permission to borrow his personal umbrella. Mangho accepted the gift with respect and trepidation. The alliance leader's umbrella seemed terribly heavy to him. It was a black iron umbrella, a gift from the Moyong clan to the Murim alliance. Made of black iron, its weight and size made it an excellent weapon. The young man could swing it many times and the umbrella would never break. Mangho accepted the gift, thanked the alliance leader, and said that he had never even dreamed of receiving something like this, and that it was a great honor for him. In response, the alliance leader told the young man to choose a life in which he would not have to be ashamed. Muenyo promised that he would definitely do so. The young man stood silently for a while and said that he was confident in his choice and that now he would never have to be ashamed of his actions. Yu Jong-hoon was very pleased. He knew he had done a good deed. The alliance leader added that if yesterday's mistakes could be corrected, today's life would be much better, and it was always possible to become a good person. There was no need to blame oneself for the past. Mungho was very moved by this situation. He thanked the head of the alliance and promised to become a worthy person. Mr. Yum then said that he understood that it was very tiring for young people to spend a long time talking to an old man, so he was leaving them. The head of the alliance turned to Jin Yon and said that he was looking forward to meeting him at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Mr. Yum walked away from the young men and said, "It doesn't matter whether they wave their fists or umbrellas, but they will definitely meet me again, and it is desirable to do so on the side of the Orthodox faction." Both young men were very pensive when the alliance leader left them. After that, Jin Yan suggested that his friend go to lunch, but Myung-ho refused and said that he would train a little longer and then join him. Myung-ho couldn't contain his excitement and emotions because the alliance leader himself had entrusted him with a weapon. Now the young man had to prove to everyone around him, including himself, that he was worthy of this weapon. From the outside, it was unclear whether he was crying or laughing. Several days passed and the eve of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament arrived. Jin Yan stood on the balcony and watched. The herald stood in the ring and announced that since the beginning of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, a large number of people had already gathered to participate. Due to the large number of applicants, a festival was held on the eve of the tournament where anyone could challenge anyone they had long dreamed of fighting. But that wasn't even the most important thing. If a warrior realized tonight that he was not yet ready, he would not even dare to show up at the tournament the next day. After all, no one needs random weaklings who will drag the competition out until sunset. Jin Yun heard about the festival on the eve of the main tournament for the first time. It sounded quite amusing. At that moment, Myung-ho was in the crowd among the spectators. One of the guys turned to him and said that the young man had already told everyone about his weapon and could now demonstrate his umbrella skills. Jin-yun heard his friends start to distract them and say that the guys had started it and were coming at him with their weapons. But the unfamiliar warriors did not calm down. They continued to laugh and whisper about the umbrella weapon, confident that nothing could be achieved with an umbrella. Myung-ho now stood in the center of the circle, confused. Did the Murim Alliance really forbid the use of umbrellas as weapons? Jin-yun understood that his friend's character had not changed. Meanwhile, Myung-ho began to tell everyone that they had no idea where he had gotten this umbrella. Myung-ho waved his umbrella and said he was ready to satisfy everyone's curiosity. The young man raised his hand with a black iron umbrella and said that he was Chul Myung-ho, the one who had swung a sword 100,000 times and had recently learned how to slash and stab. The spectators watched him and thought he was crazy. He was talking about training for children, but perhaps it would be better to leave him alone. He would grow up in time. But then a warrior approached and said that he was interested in the three-ball technique and wanted to know who was teaching the boy this technique. The stranger said that the teacher was probably a fool, because he had only taught the boy what all street gangsters knew. The man continued to provoke Myung-ho, adding that he had no intention of interfering, but simply could not stand by and watch such a fool disgrace the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Myung-ho said that he didn't give a damn about this tournament, but he would never turn down a good fight. The stranger accepted the challenge, and soon an unusual fight was about to take place. Jin-yeon watched the situation with concern. Now Myung-ho stood in the ring with an umbrella in his hands against an unknown warrior. It was announced that whoever struck first would be considered the winner. Myung-ho swung his umbrella and jumped up. His opponent had time to think that the young man was moving very fast, while the umbrella appeared right next to his face. However, his opponent managed to dodge the blow, and now Myung-ho was practically lying on the floor with his umbrella. Myung-ho thought that the umbrella was shorter than usual, which is why he couldn't reach his target. The opponent began to laugh, because the guy with the umbrella couldn't even handle his own weapon. At that moment, a real circus began, and all the spectators watched in amazement, not understanding where they had ended up. Myung-ho grabbed his umbrella and ran away. It was a very strange sight of a fight. His opponent noticed his retreating adversary and was completely confused, not knowing what to do next. According to the rules, no one could be declared the winner, because no blows had been struck. Therefore, Myung's opponent was forced to chase after him. Soon the duel became simply comical, because the guys did nothing but run around in circles after each other. The guys ran in circles until the stranger was able to trip Myung-ho with his spear, and Myung-ho fell to the ground. The warrior immediately rushed to attack his small opponent, who was going to run around the tiny stage forever. The man approached, saying that his opponent was running around like a funny little rat, but now he would get up, and finally they could show how real men fight. Myung-ho replied that his opponent had first knocked him down with a dirty sweep and now demanded that he get up. This is some kind of twisted joke, thought the young man. How can I even compete with this? Situation was becoming increasingly comical and absurd. But then the stranger rushed into the attack again with his spear, preparing to deliver the winning blow. Munch grabbed the spear shaft, preventing the blow, and immediately counterattacked with his opponent's spear. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and Munch was also unable to strike. The enemy laughed, saying that Myung-ho had recently boasted about his horizontal strike, but now he was showing such clumsy technique. It was clear to everyone that his lunges would be just as clumsy, but it was unclear how the guy with the umbrella was going to continue fighting. The stranger said nothing more. He jumped up and struck with all his might. Then the blows rained down one after another, and the crowd watched with excitement as the confident chatterbox was literally beaten up. Myung-ho was barely standing and looked truly beaten. Blood ran down his face, and the young man tried to cover himself with his umbrella. His opponent approached him and prepared to kick him. He kicked Myung-ho in the head, and it no longer looked like a fight. It looked like a real murder. Jin-yeon watched the fight from the balcony, and before losing consciousness, Myung-ho saw that his friend was aware of his humiliation. Myung-ho regretted having lived his life like a complete fool. Gathering all his remaining strength, the young man got to his feet, leaning on his umbrella. Blood was literally pouring out of him. His opponent waited for Myung-ho to get to his feet. The crazy bastard couldn't seem to come to his senses. But finally, the time had come to end this fight, and the stranger rushed at his opponent with his spear. Was Myung-ho's whole life going to be like it had been before? Like a real fool? Myung-ho now regretted the previous years with a vengeance. That's why, From that moment on, he decided to live a completely different life. The guy raised his umbrella and managed to dodge the spear. The next moment, he thanked his opponent for closing the distance just enough to deliver the decisive blow. Muncho brought his iron umbrella down with all his might on the fighter's head. Spectators again did not understand what was happening. This is what it means to let your guard down, and it is unclear what power this umbrella possesses. Myung-ho crouched down, leaning on his umbrella. His breathing was uneven, but his defeated opponent lay at his feet. Myung-ho raised his umbrella, pointed it toward the balcony where Jin-yeon had been standing all this time, and addressed his teacher with the words, "Thank you, my teacher, for sparing me once. I will definitely repay you for your kindness and for your lessons too. I will do this because I am not some kind of rat that is always running away. I am a poisonous fox who always repays his debts, and today I have won." Jin-yeon watched his friend with a smile and satisfaction. He understood that he had once correctly understood his friend and given him the opportunity to believe in his own strength. Finally, the audience began to come alive. The spectators realized that the winner was the guy with the umbrella, and he had defeated his opponent with just one blow. Myung-ho stood swaying over his opponent's body, calling him a pathetic weakling. Although the young man himself could barely move and was struggling to stay on his feet, he didn't have time to relax before he heard someone shout. Another warrior climbed into the ring, saying that Myung-ho wasn't going anywhere, because one lucky victory didn't make him special. Myung-ho looked at this guy and said that he would show him his place too, because freaks couldn't calm down and fight one at a time. More and more guys climbed into the ring. Myung-ho didn't show it, but he knew things were bad. He couldn't take another fight. But then his friend and teacher Jin-yeon appeared next to him. No one even noticed how the guy got into the ring. Jin-yeon said that he wanted to warm up before the festival began and was ready to satisfy everyone who wanted to spend the eve of the tournament in the same way. After the warm-up was over, Jin-yeon received an invitation from the Hwa clan to spend the evening together and have a drink before bed. The young man quietly entered and bumped into the host's sister. The girl said that she didn't like this fighter at all. Jin-yeon didn't hear anything else because the conversation was interrupted. It was clear that the girl was very annoyed, and it was unclear why. Jin-yeon thought she was just crazy. Hwa-yun clearly enjoyed the situation. He thanked the guest for accepting the invitation and said that the girl who was making noise in the room was his younger sister. She was one of the main contenders for victory in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, and also an imposter. The beauty introduced herself and said her name was Hwa-yun-sol. All the young people sat down together at one table to relax and chat on the eve of the important and responsible tournament. Yun-sol did not understand why she was sitting there at all, because she was not interested in her brother's affairs at all, and besides, this self-proclaimed imposter, the son of a merchant, annoyed her greatly. There was a strong mental connection between the brother and sister, so they could communicate with each other without saying a word. Yun-sol suddenly told the guest that the day before, his sister had confessed that she had watched young Master Li's battle, and it had made a big impression on her. Therefore, the girl had something she wanted to give him as a memento of herself. Jin-yeon did not understand what she was talking about, especially since he had done absolutely nothing. Yun-sol explained that it was a treasure belonging to their clan's fist guard. She handed the young man a pair of handguards. They were not metal offensive gloves, but ordinary leather guards designed to protect the knuckles. The girl asked him to accept this small gift as a gesture of goodwill. Jin-yeon expressed his gratitude, accepted the gauntlets, and said he would try to use them wisely. After that, the conversation became much livelier because the young people relaxed a little. The hosts asked their guest if he knew who the favorites were for tomorrow's Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Jin-young had no idea, and Hwa-yun thought this was bad because the young man was completely unaware of current affairs. The guy asked his sister to explain the details in the situation. The girl didn't really want to do this because her older brother could explain everything himself, but her mischievous brother threatened to tell stories about Yun-sol's childhood, so the girl didn't argue. Many names were mentioned as possible winners, but in reality, the competition was between two major forces, the Murima Alliance and the Rulers Association. The Murima Alliance nominated Jin Gyul from the Hwa Mountain Sect and Lim Jiryeon from the Udon Sect as their main candidates. However, their participation is still in question. The Hwa Mountain Sect risks life and limb in every fight, and the Udon Sect does not want to interfere in world affairs at all. As for the Rulers Association, they support Doko Han and Namgung-wi. Well, if these two meet in the final, neither of them will leave unscathed. The thing is, these guys are rivals in love. Both are crazy about Pak Ryong, the girl who is considered the most beautiful woman in the South. If the guys meet in the final, both will end their lives with serious injuries. They were already gnashing their teeth in anticipation of humiliating each other in front of the beauty. The name Pek Ryan was familiar from a past life. She was the daughter of the elder to whom King Kulak was once indebted. Memories from his past life flashed before the young man's eyes, and he saw a little girl who could now grow up to be a beautiful woman. Now she had become a real beauty, admired by all the heirs of the leading clans. Jin Yun thought that he had once been almost like an uncle to her, and now he stood among her peers. These facts evoked strange feelings. In addition to the main declared contenders, Hua Young-wol was also a member of the Rulers' Association. He was a kind of dark horse. His younger sister said that the guy had never actually participated in a public duel. Everything in life seemed tedious to him in advance. Jin Yeon felt that inside this handsome young man, there was no desire to fight at all. Although perhaps he was so strong that he simply did not need to fight at all. The guy gave off a feeling that he was someone to be feared, although there was no reason for such feelings. Yoon-sol continued her story and added that there were two more unpredictable variables in this year's competition. They are not very well known, but rumor has it that both warriors are quite strong. One of them is from the Hainan sect. The second unknown and unpredictable opponent was, of course, the young Mr. Lee Jin-young. The young man was a little embarrassed, but at the same time pleasantly aware that serious fighters considered him a solid and clear contender for victory. Hua Yun-wol asked his guest how ready he felt for the upcoming tournament. Jin-young put on the arm guards he had received as a gift from the Hua clan and said that among the participants in tomorrow's tournament, whom he had just heard about, none of his opponents were even considered serious contenders. The Hua siblings didn't even know how to respond to their guest's confident statement. When Eun-wol came to his senses, he began to laugh loudly, saying that it seemed Jin-yeon had no intention of losing in this tournament. Jin-yeon calmly drank his drink, while the host realized that this young man was indeed difficult to deal with. It was impossible to analyze him, understand his main martial art, level, or even personal interests. Hua Yun-wol felt that the guest was not even interested in his sister, known as the Snow Phoenix. The young man showed no interest in her at all. Taking advantage of the fact that he was busy singing, Inval continued to make his assumptions, and he came up with an idea. Perhaps Jin-yun was actually focused only on becoming stronger. Jin-yun put on the arm guard and told his host that he really liked the gift and that it was truly a masterfully crafted item. The young people had a wonderful evening. The host came out to see their guest off. They said a warm goodbye and wished each other all the best for the upcoming tournament. The brother and sister were very pensive as they watched the departing guest. This young man had made an impression on them, and although he had spent quite a lot of time with them, he remained a dark horse. In-sol asked her brother what he was going to do about tomorrow's Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The young man was very serious. He said that he had finally met someone worthwhile, but instead of truly befriending this person, he was already arguing about winning the tournament. Hua Yun-sol told her sister that he would concede to the young Mr. Lee. The girl realized that her brother was very impressed with this young man, and even she suspected that her brother had very tender feelings for him. Hua Eun-wol did not go into detail about his emotions, but it was clear that his body eloquently expressed everything that did not need words. Yun-wol noted that their guest was an incredibly straightforward person because he never even tried to flirt with the beauty. It seemed that he was not a womanizer. Yun-sol thought that Jin-yeon was just pretending to be indifferent. She didn't want to admit that this merchant's son wasn't interested in her at all. Her brother continued to mock his younger sister, and the beauty declared that she had no need for this young Mr. Lee. The older brother explained to his sister that she needed to look, feel, and live freely. In life, she would see many merchant heirs, strong warriors, and clan heirs who would be the most notorious bandits. Not every member of the Murama Alliance is a hero, and not every person in the underworld is devoid of honor. She needed to look with her eyes, listen to their words, and choose a worthy man. It is a worthy man that In-sol should love, and all the talk her brother had just given her was just ordinary jokes. The guy hoped that his sister would not take them to heart. Hua In-sol promised her brother that she would listen to his advice. Then the brother and sister continued discussing the evening, saying that the self-confident Jin-yeon did not even consider the main fighters to be his rivals. If they had heard about this, they would have immediately drawn their swords. Yun-wol and Yun-sol continued to joke around when suddenly they heard someone scream. A man approached them and asked them to repeat what he had just heard from his close friends. It was Dong Go-han, the future head of the Doko clan. Hearing that some stranger dared to dismiss them as worthy opponents, the young man wanted to know who this insolent person was. Yunwol immediately sent his sister inside, forbidding her to stay near the men. Donko followed Insul as she went into the house with a rather eloquent look. It was clear that he wanted to get his hands on this beauty. Inwol explained to his friend that there was no need to worry, that these were just the words of some passing martial arts master, an ordinary chatterbox. Donko Han was not reassured. How dare a simple martial arts master say that he and Namgun Wu were nobodies? Donko guessed that these words came from the son of a merchant, the young Mr. Lee, who had recently left this area. Donko said he had met the man, and he looked like the heir to the Yonha trading group. It was interesting to know what this guy was doing here at such a time. Probably Hua Yunwol had invited him personally. There were rumors that this guy's skills had improved a lot lately. Dongo wanted to know Yunwol's opinion. Which one of them was stronger? Hua Yunwol was very reluctant to voice his thoughts on the matter and make any hasty statements. He could only say that the young Mr. Lee, as everyone knew, had defeated Ouyang Sen. Therefore, he should not be underestimated. Donko Khan pointed his blade at his comrade and said that he found it strange to hear such words. Did Inwol really think he was weaker than that snotty merchant? Yunwol showed absolutely no fear. He said that Khan's character had not changed and wanted to know why the young man had actually come here. Donko Khan sheathed his sword and asked why Inwol himself did not want to participate in this year's Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Donko reasoned that if Inwol defeated the merchant's son, or Namgun Wu, the Rulers Association would have a winner this year. Inwol understood that the man was simply trying to manipulate him and had absolutely no understanding of the situation. Yunwol laughed in the young man's face and advised him to just participate and relax. This year, neither the Rulers Association nor the Murim Alliance would win the championship. Hua Yunwol smiled mysteriously, without going into further explanation, and said that this was his prediction as the future chief strategist of the Association of Rulers. Donko didn't know how to respond to that, but he wanted to know how confident Inwol was in his prediction and whether he could back it up with action. Donko Han decided to bet 10,000 coins that the winner would come from either the Murim Alliance or the Rulers Association. Hua Yunwol assessed the situation and declared that he was willing to bet 30,000 coins that the winner would not belong to either of these groups. These guys were now bound by their agreements, and their financial situation also depended on the outcome of tomorrow's tournament. Donko advised them to prepare the money in advance and say goodbye to it, so that it wouldn't hurt so much the next day. Hua Yunwol wished his opponent luck, confident that his prediction was indeed correct. The next day, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament began with the qualifying round. The contenders gradually gathered in the city center and registered for the preliminary fights. If the warriors collected 3 name tokens, they could advance to the main round of the tournament. Li Jinyang also came to register. He was asked what name he would like to see on his name tag. The young man did not know, but it turned out that he could use a pseudonym. It was not necessary to give his real name in the preliminary fights. Of course, the young man wanted to register as King of Fists, but he couldn't afford such a name because he hadn't yet reached the level he had in his past life in relation to the title of king. Jinyon asked to write Warrior of the Fist on the sign. They wrote it down for him, wished him luck, and handed him the sign. When the registration process was complete, Jinyon moved towards the ring where the preliminary fights were to take place. The atmosphere before the tournament was very tense. The stakes were too high, and all the participants wanted to win. Jinyong paid attention to the fighters. Some of them looked quite strong. The internal energy of the young masters had grown significantly in recent times. However, the presence of internal energy did not guarantee victory for these guys. Jin Yan put on protective gloves and thought about what he would prove. Internal energy alone was not enough. This time he was going to test the body techniques he had perfected. The young man approached the ring and noticed how the referee broke one of the fighters' scorecards. The referee explained that the guy had neither the skill nor the character to advance to the main round. Therefore, he needed to have pride, stop throwing tantrums, and calmly leave the tournament. The young man did not understand why he was disqualified after winning and asked for another chance. However, the judge was adamant. He stated that this was the Murim Alliance. The guy was disqualified and had to leave. The referee accused the young man of attacking his defeated opponent with extreme cruelty, which was not the behavior of a martial arts master. After that, the referee called the medical team to help the beaten warrior stay healthy. Jin Young noticed the guy's violent temper. He knew that sometimes orthodox schools were just as annoying as the Ouyang clan. Nevertheless, thanks to righteous elders such as the judge, the world remained in balance. Jin Yeon understood that he could never truly hate the orthodox side. Jin Young was lost in thought and did not notice where the referee had gone. He turned to the stranger, wanting to know where the referee had gone. However, the man said that a spot had just opened up in the ring due to an injured participant, and therefore Jin Yong had to enter the fight immediately. Li Jinyan stepped into the middle of the ring, bowed his head in greeting, and saluted his opponent. At that moment, the malicious judge appeared, saw this, and said that he had not seen such a well-mannered young man in a long time. The old man asked for the sign with the fighter's name. The referee read the name written on the plate and wished the fist warrior good luck in the tournament. The old man was very attentive and meticulous. He noticed the young man's protective gloves and said that he had not seen such gloves in almost 50 years. The judge said that the material of the gloves resembled the rarest thread of the heavenly silkworm, which was once produced by the Backley clan. Jin Yun learned that these gloves were very valuable, and now understood that the gift from Yun Sol was not just a souvenir. But it was time to stop talking and get straight to the first fight. The old judge announced that the fight could be considered started and thoughtfully left the ring. Jin Yong's opponent said that, judging by the gloves, his rival also fought with his fists. It looked like it was going to be an interesting fight. The young man did not have time to finish his sentence, because at that moment Jin Yong jumped at him. Li Jinyang hoped that his opponent was ready to start the fight. The guy threw a punch, although it seemed that the stranger was not expecting it. The opponent was knocked down by this light blow and lay motionless in the ring. The referee immediately rushed into the ring and announced that the fight was over and that the winner was the fist warrior. The referee thought about how he had sensed this guy's unusual aura and how his punch had been executed perfectly. The next opponent was the Reaper of Life. He entered the ring hoping to win and advance to the qualifying stage. Jin Yeon did not look at his opponent at all. He was completely focused on the fight. The Reaper of Life saw the last blow Jin Yeon delivered and realized that he was facing an unusual fighter, but one whose level was unclear. The man understood that in such moments, he needed to put all his inner energy into one decisive blow, and he rushed into the attack. Jin Yeon blocked the blow and managed to seize the initiative, preventing the strike from reaching its target. Jin Yeon managed to whisper to his opponent not to waste his energy on a wooden stick. At that moment, Jin Yeon's fist was already approaching his opponent's face. The young man believed that if he didn't waste his strength on the stick, he would be able to stop the blow. But for now, there was little chance of that. Spectators had already gathered around the ring, amazed that the fight had ended with just one blow again. Among the spectators were some of the most famous warriors. They watched the merchant's son's technique with interest, assuming that this was perhaps all he was capable of to defeat his opponents. However, it became clear to everyone that the rumors about his strength and martial arts skills, which had spread around Jin Yeon's name, were not in vain. The old judge clearly sympathized with Jin Yeon. He really liked what was happening in the ring, and the man did not hold back his emotions and announced that it was amazing. After that, the judge invited the next participant, but the contenders realized what would happen in the next round, so the next contender withdrew from the qualifying tournament. The old judge scolded him, saying that the player dared to come to the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with such a weak will. He demanded that he leave his token and leave the ring immediately. The judge understood that most of the tournament participants did not even have basic fighting skills. He handed out 3 tokens and said that in his entire life, he had never seen a participant who passed the preliminary test with only 2 strikes. But now the old man had seen such a warrior and was happy to welcome Jin Yeon to the tournament. He added that he would be happy to see him in the main round. The first day of the tournament was taken up with the qualifying round. It was already evening, and it was possible to draw up a fight schedule for the warriors who had passed the qualifying stage. The judges had to distribute the participants according to their combat power ranks, so that fighters of the same level would not meet each other in the first round. The old judge said that of all the warriors he had evaluated, the only gap was the fist warrior. He was the first warrior to advance to the main bracket. Rumor had it among the participants that the young man had made it through the preliminary round with just 2 punches. Realizing the strength of this warrior, it was necessary to distribute the remaining participants correctly so that the tournament would be as fair as possible. At that moment, the alliance leader entered the judges' room. He thanked all the judges for their excellent work on the first day. The judges reported that they had done a lot of work. Enough participants had been selected, but many had been excluded for lack of character. The alliance leader wanted to know if there had been any interference from unorthodox sects at this stage of the tournament, but the elder judge said that nothing of the sort had been noticed. This was excellent news. The Flying Dragon Squad, the Cloud Dragon Squad, and the White Dragon Squad were supposed to track the positions of those who had passed and cover them so that they would not be ambushed or drawn into senseless fights. The elders were supposed to make sure that no one dared to threaten the participants of the next stage of the tournament, neither from the orthodox sects nor from the forbidden ones. In case of violation of the rules, the culprits were to be captured and locked up in the dungeon. The subordinates accepted the orders from the respected leader of the alliance with joy and respect. As he was leaving the judges' meeting, Yu Chonghong asked Marim, for the sake of the alliance's honor, to ensure that none of the passing warriors were harmed. After that, the alliance leader left the room, leaving the judges to draw up the tournament bracket. Silence reigned in the room for some time. Everyone felt the weight of responsibility and understood the importance of the upcoming tournament for the life of the entire alliance. The next day, the main stage of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament began. The judges worked all night to draw up a fair tournament bracket and distribute the participants fairly. Spectators gathered in the stands, coming with their entire families to enjoy the martial arts festival. Yu Chonghong was alone in his chambers. He did not want to share his thoughts with anyone. He preferred to enjoy the silence. Soon the judge appeared and reported that all preparations were complete and the tournament could begin. The alliance leader turned his head and saw light coming into the room through the unlocked doors. Myung-ho continued to complain. He couldn't see well from his seat. The guy wanted to be seated in the front row because he had already passed the qualifying stage. Jeon-woong approached his opponent and offered to make a bet on the upcoming championship. Jeon-hoon was confident of his victory, so he didn't understand why he should take such a risk. The friends teased each other, calling each other braggarts. The alliance leader thought that old age was taking its toll, and memories of his youth flooded back to him. Before his eyes stood the face of a friend who was almost like a brother to him, and then that same face was covered in blood, with a look of pain in his eyes. And then one of his friends, Jong-won, is mortally wounded by a sword that pierces his back. Dying in his friend's arms, Jeon-won asked Jeon-hong to lead the battle. Yu Jeon-hoon had to find the greatest sinner in the entire Oran company. He had to become the leader of the alliance and prevent the villains from the demonic faction from escaping. But Jeon-hoon himself was also sinful, as he was the commander at that moment. His fighters obeyed their commander and willingly gave their lives. But how could martial arts masters start this war? The weak could have simply run away and saved their lives. And now the alliance leader understood that in the world of Jong-hu, it would have been enough if the strong had gathered and sorted things out among themselves. There was no need to drag ordinary people into their merciless fights. The alliance leader was struck by the fact that such thoughts still tormented him. The man went to the tournament, hoping that perhaps the outcome of today's competition would be his liberation and his last battle. The spectators were happy to see their idol alive, because the alliance leader was almost a god to ordinary people. People chanted his name, welcomed him, and called him a great hero. Yu Chonghong simply waved calmly to his subjects in response, knowing that he was not really a hero. The alliance leader began his welcoming speech. He said that 45 years ago, a young man with tousled hair came here, borrowed money to participate in the competition, and now stands before all the people. Jin Yan, like the others, listened attentively to the leader. He respected this serious and fair man. In those days, even winning 1 or 2 fights was considered a feat. Sometimes it happened that someone died in an accident. Something like that happened in the very first fight, when a martial arts master won. He belonged to a respected clan, and in the second duel, a master from the Golden Blood sect won. The man who took second place began to live in the Muram Alliance, and his name was Chong-won. Over time, this warrior received the Star Sword. At that time, Cheon-hong already possessed the Water Moon Sword. The winners were not awarded prizes, but the alliance leader and elders voluntarily gave the swords to the young men. Many events took place later, but since then, the young Yu Chong-hoon has been unable to leave the alliance. The joy of receiving the Water Moon Sword made the young man strive to become even stronger. And now, alliance leader Marim announced what prize would go to the winner of today's tournament. Yu Chonghong was going to present the century-old Chonghua Ginseng from the Ime sect. The 100-year-old Chonghua Ginseng inspired awe even in renowned warriors. It was a truly rare item that could not be bought for any amount of money. The alliance leader explained that for Abbess Hyun of the Ime sect, who did not even have the means to support her disciples, giving the 100-year-old ginseng to an unknown winner was a great gesture of trust. In addition, the alliance leader was going to present the Star Sword to the most outstanding swordsman of the tournament. He was sure that his late friend, who was now in heaven, was happily watching this event. The alliance leader also wanted to present the best swordsman with his Water Moon Sword, which unfortunately he himself could not give away. But the blacksmiths of the Gu clan had specially forged a new sword for the alliance leader to present at this tournament. Everyone knew that the blacksmiths of the Gu clan created unforgettable swords, which were wielded by the best swordsmen of the Hua mountain sect. The winner who received this sword would be able to name it himself. The young, still unknown man's hair had long since turned gray, but his sword remained as sharp as ever, for it was the Water Moon sword. No matter how many years pass, the blade of the Water Moon sword will never tarnish. We should all follow his example and keep our hearts pure for as long as possible. Every warrior must remember that someday he will go to heaven, and there wars will be judged by personal qualities, taking their rightful place. Thus, at this tournament, 100-year-old ginseng, the Star Sword, and the Sword of the Gu Blacksmiths will be awarded. These awards are given without any conditions for one reason only. And this reason is clear to all pious warriors, for they all belong to Orthodox sects. After that, the Alliance leader announced that the Dragon and Phoenix tournament could be considered open. Manga was also impressed by the Alliance leader's welcoming speech and said that the old man really looked impressive. Jinyan smirked when he heard this phrase. He did not like to value everyone equally and treat them all the same. It was not about the pride, authority, or righteousness of the Orthodox, but about the statement of an old man who had already lost so much. However, this old man chooses to follow the path of the Orthodox to the end. He takes the stage and burns his life away. He is ready to fight and defend his beliefs. He respects crazy and stubborn martial arts masters, but the Orthodox are not always right. They can also be wrong. Jinyan's thoughts are interrupted by the announcement of the start of the first match of the main tournament bracket. The participants in the first fight were Fist Warrior and Double Spear from Hebei. They were asked to enter the arena immediately. Jinyang stepped into the ring, deciding to immediately determine how strong this orthodox fighter he was about to face was. The guys got ready. Jinyang was unarmed while his opponent was armed with 2 spears. This was Jinyang's first experience against a master who wielded 2 spears at once. A warrior named Double Spear looked at his opponent in surprise. The young man looked at his opponent's hands and was surprised to see that he was going to fight without weapons. The man asked his opponent if he really practiced fist fighting. Jinyan confirmed that this was the case, as it was not for nothing that he was nicknamed the King of Fists. The spear warrior understood that there was a huge difference between practitioners of fist fighting. He had never seen this young man before, so he assumed that he was probably a novice and that victory would be easy. Finally, the referee shouted for the fight to begin and left the ring. At that moment, the opponents rushed to attack each other. The warrior named Double Spear realized that his opponent was unusually fast, dodging and counterattacking perfectly, like flowing water. He thought that if Jinyan got close, it would be dangerous, so he decided to attack from a distance and, pushing off from the ring with his spears, rose high into the sky. Jinyan calmly waited for his opponent to descend to a closer distance. Then the young man grabbed both spears aimed at his chest with his bare hands and held them. His opponent opened his mouth in surprise. He was confused, realizing that his attack had been parried without weapons. He had no time to think of anything else, because at that very moment a powerful kick struck him right in the head. As a result of this blow, the warrior flew across the entire ring and fell directly into the arms of Elder Sun, who was absolutely thrilled and said that it was absolutely thrilling. The warrior was not seriously injured, but lost consciousness from the blow. It was immediately announced that the winner of the first match was the Fist Warrior. Jinyan could barely contain his smile. The audience was shocked. How could it end so quickly? They had come for a real show. Mungho applauded his teacher with joy and pride, noting Jinyan's incredible strength and how much more he could learn from him. Chol Myung-ho waved to his friend as he stepped down from the ring, wanting to personally express his admiration for his skills. Hua In-wal also came out to greet the winner of the first fight. Chul Myung-ho took the opportunity to introduce himself. "I am Poisonous Fox, not Umbrella." Jinyan thanked him for congratulating him on his victory. Yun-wal smiled in surprise when he heard such a funny nickname. Mung-ho asked which match the young Master Hua would be participating in. The young man replied that he himself was not participating in the tournament, but admitted that he had succumbed to Dogohan's provocation and bet a huge amount of coins on Jinyan's victory. The amount was so large that it could buy 3 huge mansions. Jinyan agreed that it was a good bet and promised to make sure that Hua Un-wol did not lose the money. By the way, Jinyan wanted to say something about the gloves he received as a gift from the Hua family. The day before, the senior judge had said that they were made of the finest white silk from the heavenly silkworm. Huayin confirmed that Elder Song was absolutely right. They were indeed valuable gloves. The thing is, some time ago, the leader of the Beckley clan had given him a sword, and the man had liked the gift very much. In return, he gave these gloves as a gift, since the Beckley clan, which had been focused on swords for many generations, decided that the gloves would find a better owner elsewhere. Jin Yan listened carefully and analyzed. The patriarch of the Backley clan was pleased with the sword. Both brother and sister Hua also possessed swords, and young Master Hua carried a fan, which meant he possessed several types of weapons. It became clear that the Hua clan was hiding a power far greater than what the world thought of them. At that moment, the man on whom Invol had placed his bet entered the ring. He wielded a large, heavy black sword. Dako Han was considered one of the strongest participants, so the fight would most likely end quickly. Mongho did not understand why every participant considered himself the strongest. Could they not realistically assess their own strength? And indeed, after just a few moments, Dako Han's opponent was defeated in the ring. Dako Han was declared the winner of the fight. He was descending the steps from the ring when Hua Inwal waved to his friend in greeting. Dako Han was in a great mood. Just one punch and the fight was over. He didn't want any unnecessary fuss. The man approached the group and asked if Mr. Hua, after watching the fight, still wanted to risk his money, because soon he might regret betting on the son of the trading group. Hua Yunwal pretended not to hear, cleaned his ears with his finger, and looked at his opponent in surprise. Dako Han continued, "It's a shame that the next supreme advisor to the Association of Rulers has such terrible intuition." Chol Myung-ho was the most insolent of those present and had no intention of feeling sad. He called Dako Han a brainless idiot. His interlocutors tried to shame the young man, but he said that he had not mentioned any names and did not understand what the problem was. Dako Han heard the insult, drew his sword, and asked if the worm dared to repeat his words. Mongho clearly did not expect to be heard, and the mere sight of the sword caused him to panic. The young man began to say that the sword was very similar to the black iron umbrella he used, and that perhaps Dako Han would lend him his sword someday. Dako Khan no longer understood who was standing before him, a fearless warrior or a madman. He did not want to get involved in the conflict and said that they would meet in a duel someday. Ma Young-ho replied that he was not participating in the tournament and that there was no need to dramatize the situation. No problem had occurred. Dako Han was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and suggested getting his weapon to show this brainless fool who's boss, right then and there. Hua Yun-wol sensed that the situation was getting out of control and began to calm Donggo Han down. But at that moment, someone appeared right next to them and ordered everyone to move aside. It was the strongest swordsman of the Namgun clan, Namgun Wei. It turned out that the guys were just standing in his way. Wang Ho, as usual, remained defiant and asked directly, "Who are you to interfere in our conversation?" Namgun turned to Dongko, saying that he had wasted his inner energy on an insignificant opponent and was now quarreling with ordinary people. He probably had too much free time on his hands. Donggo Han could only repeat Namgun Wei's name. He didn't dare say anything else. Everyone knew that this guy was the grandson of the Emperor of the Sword. Even outwardly, he was very similar to his illustrious grandfather. Despite his young age, Namgung Wei gave the impression of an experienced fighter. He also recognized the young Mr. Lee from the trade group. At that moment, Namgung should have been focusing on his own fight instead of interfering in other people's affairs, but he probably had too much free time on his hands. Namgun said that he had already finished this duel and was about to leave the ring. Mong Ho couldn't understand what was going on, because the last fight had just ended, and Donggo Han had participated in it. Namgung explained that since the previous fight had ended with just one blow, he had to take this situation into account. Therefore, the guy didn't waste much time, and the referee took the next loser out of the ring. Jin Yan was not surprised that the next fight was also over very quickly, because Namgun Wei himself was participating in it. And now a visual battle began between the two main contenders for victory in the tournament. It is unknown how it would have ended if two beautiful women had not approached the guys at that moment. Hua Yun-sol turned to her brother and said that her friend wanted to greet him personally. Hua Yun-sol was delighted to see Lady Beck, whom she had not seen for a long time. The girl thanked him for the sword he had given her earlier and said that she had found a great use for it. After that, Hua Yun-sol introduced the girl to the men standing next to him. After everyone exchanged greetings and best wishes, the girls left the company of the men. Dongko and Namgun noticed that the beauty had looked at young Master Lee for a few seconds longer than the others, and now the guys were united in their dislike of their common rival. The Dragon and Phoenix tournament continued, and soon it was announced that the winners of the first round should await their next match. The warriors rested in their tents, and Hua Yun-wol came personally to Jin Yan to find out if he was ready for the second round. Jin Yan was completely composed and calm, responding that he was ready for battle. However, he was concerned about why some participants looked at him with such hatred. Hua Yun-wol reminded him that he had already told him about the rivalry and love, Both suitors hoped to win the hand and heart of Lady Beck. Now they looked at Jin Yan with hatred, considering him a rival in the romantic conflict. Meng Ho, as straightforward as ever, noted that all the commotion was because of a woman. Why be the scion of a prestigious clan if you behave like a fool blinded by lust, he added. Jin Yan could no longer listen to this and asked his friend to watch his language. He reminded him that young Master Dongo had restrained himself, and thanks to that, Myung Ho was now alive, and also noted that this was also thanks to the girls. Chul Myung Ho remembered his promise to be an obedient student, bowed, and said he would definitely take this into account. The brother and sister watched the dialogue and were touched that a real friendship was indeed developing between such different guys. But soon it was time for the second round. Jin Yan finished his match almost instantly. His name gradually rose in the rankings. He needed 2 more victories to reach the final, and his next opponent was the unusual warrior Dong Ku Han. If Jin Yang defeated him, he would advance to the semifinals, where he would face Nam Gun Wei. It turned out that he would have to fight the strongest opponents in a row. On the other hand, the martial arts master of the Hainan sect, the Golden Sand Sword named Wei Mak Chong, and a representative of the Hua Mountain sect, the Wandering Plum Blossom named Jin Yul. The judge invited the Fist Warrior and the incomparable Donko Han to the ring. Jin Yeon, climbing into the ring, looked once more at Ms. Beck, who was interested in this primitive guy who only knew a few physical, rough techniques. The opponents met in the ring, but before anyone could understand what was happening, the arena was destroyed. It was hard to imagine that the huge stone ring had been broken into pieces. The leader of the alliance, who was watching the tournament, gave the order to continue the tournament and not to stop. Yu Jun Hong wanted the battles to proceed as scheduled, but he had to make sure that the spectators were not injured. The participants in the fight were unharmed. Dongo Han was in a state of mild shock. He couldn't believe that one step could unleash such power. How much training would it take to reach that level? Dongo Han decided that his opponent had already shown all his abilities and rushed into the attack. Jin Yan began to gather energy in his fist, gradually increasing the phase one by one. Dongo Han realized that the young man also possessed internal energy. Hua Unwal also realized that he had made the right choice by betting a large sum of money on the young Master Li. Jin Yeon had almost completely dispersed his lightning-fast energy. Finally, he felt ready to attack. Jin Yan did not want to just wave his arms around, creating meaningless movements of wind. Donko Han was still trying to analyze the situation and realized that his opponent was not only incredibly strong, but also capable of repeating the movements of a grand master of martial arts, which was surprising for the son of a merchant group. He tried to resist, or at least avoid the blow, but now he understood why Ouyang Sen had lost to this young man. Jin Yong sensed his opponent's fear, who now could not even use the powers he possessed. Donko Han also sensed that he was beginning to lose and did not want to listen to his opponent, even if he was right. Jin Yong touched the sword in Donko Han's hands with a light movement of 2 fingers of his left hand. It turned out to be amazing. With this movement, he not only knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands, but also sent it flying a long distance, after which the weapon stuck into the stone ring. Now it was clear that his opponent was not just strong, he was unreal and almost invincible. For Donko Khan, it was a real disgrace. He couldn't land a single blow and lost his sword. He was disgraced, and now could not even master the first position of the art of destruction of the heavens. The clan members began to doubt whether he was fit to be their leader. Donko Han was too young and inexperienced to claim leadership. Jin Yan calmly waited for his opponent to recover and continue the fight. Finally, Donko Han got to his feet and picked up his sword again. The young man declared that he had not yet shown who he really was. The young man drew the golden sword and announced that he was none other than Donko Han of the Donko clan. He possessed the art of destruction of the heavens, a clan technique that concentrated all power in one point. It looked impressive, but in this fight, the technique could not save him. Jin Yan believed that for a sword master, the unity of the sword and the body was fundamental. Donko's sword was heavy, and his mind was distracted by tens of thousands of thoughts. Powerful flashes of white lightning lit up the ring, everyone present, the judges and the spectators. At first, Donko Han did not understand what was happening, but suddenly he felt his strength begin to dissipate. He could not understand how it happened. All the inner demons in his head immediately came to life and began to speak. It seemed that the Donko clan was not as great as it was thought to be. Now it became clear why it had not yet been recognized. It was an empty cart that rattled loudly. Donko Khan tried to collect his thoughts and dispel the darkness that filled his head. The tension became unbearable. He shouted for all the voices to be silent, not understanding why his attacks were not working. He was struck by the fact that his opponent remained completely calm, his eyes filled with a powerful, wild force. Everyone knew that the children of great clans, raised under protection, possessed even more vicious inner demons. This was due to the pressure placed on them by society and their subordinates, which hurt more than any enemy. If the body becomes strong and the mind weak, the sword turns against its master, and a discord arises between body and soul, leading to collapse. To get through such moments, one must learn to control one's inner forces. You need at least a minimal foothold to hold on to in order to feel peace. Initially, the art of destroying the heavens is a technique that concentrates scattered energy in one point. You need to gather your wandering inner strength and strengthen it. Donko Han said he understood and would try to apply the technique again. The guy gathered all his strength, expelled the demon from his head, and the destruction of the heavens technique worked. Jin Yun dodged and was already standing next to his opponent, whispering in his ear that he should consider the fight a blessing, since he was from the orthodox faction. He didn't have time to add anything else. The blow landed squarely on Donko Han's head, and the young man flew across the ring, landing on his backside. He only had time to look up at the sky and acknowledge his opponent's skill. Jin Yan seemed to tower above the mountain, higher than even the art of destruction of the heavens could reach. Donko Han realized his complete helplessness. Jin Yan demanded that the young man get up again and try to activate the technique. And then he repeated it over and over again. This was where everything had to be done correctly. But suddenly, a voice announced, "The duel is over." Yu Jong-hun turned to the swordsman. "Don't you understand that the Fist Warrior is constantly waiting for you? Continuing this disgrace will humiliate not only you, but the entire Donko clan." The alliance leader did not understand how the young man would be able to look his father in the eye if he continued to fight in the same spirit. But if this duel was viewed as a lesson, the experience gained could be used for more diligent training in the future. Donko Khan understood what the alliance leader meant. The young man threw his sword into the ring, bowed his head, and announced to his opponent that he had lost the match. After that, Dongo Han turned around and left the ring without looking at anyone. Jin Yeon was declared the winner of the fight, but in reality, he was not in a joyful mood despite his victory. When the fight ended, the spectators and warriors did not disperse, but whispered among themselves, discussing what they had seen. Nam Gung-wi said he regretted not being able to defeat his main opponent himself, but what happened turned out to be even better than he could have expected. Now Nam Gung-wi had the opportunity to tear apart the smiling face of the young merchant with his own hands. After the fight, Hua Yun-wol approached his opponent, thanked him, and said that he had learned a lot, and also congratulated him on his victory. Nam Gung-wi was amazed that Jin Yan had hidden his inner energy until the previous fight. He turned out to be much more calculating than he seemed at first glance. In fact, Nam Gung-wi felt very excited. He did not understand how to fight against the young Li now. The main thing was not to suffer such a humiliating defeat as Dongo Han. Dongo Han's fighting style consisted of crushing his opponent with overwhelming force. But with this approach, he was no match for Jin Yan. In terms of pure skill, Jin Yan was far superior to everyone else. But Nam Gung-wi believed that he had more information and knew the only way to win. Once Nam Gung-wi suffered a defeat, went to his grandfather, and honestly admitted it. He said he had expected to win, but even at checkers, his grandfather beat his grandson. His grandfather explained that being confident without calculating every move is the lot of amateurs and weaklings. Those with Namgung blood in their veins always rise above the rest. You have to look at the board from above and control the moves, not just play with the pieces. The grandson must remember, the Namgung clan will never be just a pawn on the board. He must read the moves and command the entire game. This is the only way for the Namgung clan. Namgung-wi thought that one must look at the board from above, but first one must draw the opponent into one's game. Finally, the time for the duel had come, and the strongest swordsman of the Namgung clan was invited to the arena. Next, Li Jinyan, the Fist Warrior, entered the arena. The opponents stood facing each other, greeted the audience and guests of honor, and prepared for the start of the fight. The stands were in a frenzy as the spectators cheered on their favorites. Myung-ho was literally bursting with excitement for her teacher, hoping for his victory. Jin-young assessed his opponent and noticed that the warrior looked much more composed and serious than Dong Han. He decided to make the first move and immediately rushed into the attack. Namgun-wi managed to raise his sword, and the punch landed right on the blade. Jin-young noted that his opponent's center remained completely motionless. The warrior possessed the unsurpassed art of the ruler's sword, and it was necessary to take the fight as seriously as possible. Hua Yunwal watched the fight closely and immediately noticed that Nam Gung-wi was using the 8 strikes of the ruler technique. Initially, this sword technique uses internal energy with extreme precision to gradually deplete the enemy's strength. Now it was more like a barrier tailored for defense. Upon contact with this energy, the warrior's internal strength begins to deplete. The only way to overcome this is to jump over the empty space above. Jin Yun understood that his opponent wanted to lure him into jumping, so he created a powerful barrier around himself. He wanted to see what his opponent would do if he didn't make the expected jump, so he launched a direct attack. Nam Gung-wi did not expect his opponent to rush headlong. Only a madman would do such a thing. Despite the protective barriers, Jin Yun made his way to his opponent and delivered a powerful blow to his torso. Nam Gung-wi flew across the ring, and Jin Yun wanted to see how long his opponent would last if he used mental techniques. Nam Gung-wi got up, wiping the blood from his face, and thought about how absurd their battle was. His opponent was trying to break sword techniques with his fists, but he decided to calm down to regain control of the fight. Both fighters prepared to continue, and Nam Gung-wi decided to attack first. This was unsuccessful. The audience immediately saw that all his attacks were being blocked. Jin Yun held his own, showing no sign of weakness. He noted that his opponent had truly mastered the martial arts of the Sword Emperor and was capable of defeating most of the younger generation. But to become the strongest under the heavens, he would have to surpass the Sword Emperor himself, despite all of Nam Gung-wi's superior techniques. Jin Yun took this duel as a lesson to better prepare for the upcoming battle with the Sword Emperor. Nam Gung-wi was already feeling tired. His sword strikes were not reaching their target. The young man began to lose heart, but suddenly noticed something interesting that caught his attention. Jin Yun struck with his palm, then his fist, then his foot, and again with his palm, fist, and foot. Nam Gung-wi figured out the pattern and noticed that the previous strike was a kick, which meant the next one should be a palm strike, and the young man prepared a block to deflect it. But Jin Yun laughed in his opponent's face and said he was wrong. Now there would be a punch. Nam Gung-wi missed the blow, but managed to think that his opponent was a master of fist fighting who also used sound techniques. It became clear that from the very beginning, there were no rules on the game board. There was a variable that the young man had never encountered before. The Namgung clan had always sought to dominate the board. But Jin Yun turned out to be a man who destroys this board himself, creates rules, and does everything his own way. Nam Gung-wi sat in the ruined arena, his head bowed, unsure of what else he could do in this situation. The spectators whispered among themselves, wondering how the Namgun clan could suffer defeat so easily. The servants approached their master and asked if he was all right. They were concerned. Nam Gung-wi was bleeding from his forehead and looked very bad. But Nam Gung-wi showed no emotion and seemed not to hear anyone. There was only one face before his eyes, Lady Bakri. The servants helped their master to his feet. Nam Gung-wi looked at his opponent in the middle of the ring and could not understand how he had suffered a complete defeat. The young man believed that the whole world was a game board that he controlled, but now he clearly realized that this huge board was no bigger than the palm of his hand. Nam Gung-wi folded his arms in a respectful gesture and loudly admitted his defeat, thanking his opponent for the lesson, thanks to which he had learned a lot. Jin Yun replied that the loud voice with which the loser had declared himself was a truly manly trait. They would meet again because Namgun was the strongest swordsman. Nam Gung-wi left the arena, realizing that next time he would prepare a game board that his opponent would not be able to break. Jin Yun was declared the winner of the semifinal match, and his friends rushed to congratulate him. The Golden Sand Sword named Wei Makchung approached Jin Yun to greet him, extended his hand, and said that he had enjoyed watching the fight. It was a magnificent battle. The young man added that he was looking forward to their match and hoped to meet in the final. At that moment, another player passed by and immediately declared that Makchung was talking complete nonsense. After all, everyone knew that he would be the one to reach the final and face the fist warrior there. Wei Makchung smiled slyly. The young man can try, but he won't succeed. At that moment, the start of the semifinal between Plum Wanderer and Golden Sand Sword was announced, and Jin Yun announced that he was terribly hungry. The semifinalists entered the ring and greeted each other. As soon as the referee gave the signal, one of the warriors rushed into the attack, using the momentum of the whirlwind. He was going to give it his all and win. His opponent had to block immediately, but the attack did not give either of them a significant advantage. Munchu, watching the fight, commented that this warrior was too showy and did everything for the audience, as if he were showing off. Rumor had it that in the Hua sect, they risked their own lives in sparring, and now it was clear that there was not a shadow of hesitation in the warrior's sword. Manga believed that, judging by all appearances, the fighter from Manhwa would be victorious. Jin Young had a different opinion. The golden sand sword was still smiling. Next, all 24 techniques of the plum blossom sword were used. After that, the warrior used the blooming plum whirlwind, but it was all in vain. His opponent immediately clarified the balance of power. The young man gave his all in every fight, but the golden thread needle strike was used against him, and his opponent fell to the ground, completely defeated. He could not move his hands. An invisible golden thread seemed to bind them, making it impossible for him to even move his fingers. His opponent approached and pointed his sword directly at Jin Yo's head, offering him to surrender. The outcome of the fight was already clear. The only question was whether the young man would give up his life, since it was only a friendly duel. Jin Yo admitted defeat. The boys remained friends and agreed to fight again. Next time, victory would surely go to Jin Gol. Finally, the finalists of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament were announced. The Golden Sand Sword and the Fist Warrior. The day was drawing to a close, and the time for the final battle was approaching. The spectators were waiting for the most interesting fight. Everyone knew that the title of once-in-a-century genius did not come easily, and many believed that Golden Sand Sword would be victorious. Others believed that the Fist Warrior was hiding his true strength, and that victory would surely be his. The arguments remained arguments, and it was better to watch the fight itself. The finalists entered the ring, the referee greeted them, and gave the signal to start the fight. At that moment, Ma Chong rushed into the attack not with a sword, but with his fists. Very unusual. The swordsman began with close combat techniques. Jin Yan grabbed his opponent's leg as he was preparing to kick, spun him around and threw him aside, taking advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. But it turned out that this was exactly what his opponent had been waiting for. And the moment he loomed over Jin Yan, the young man drew his sword. Jin Yan managed to dodge the golden sand sword technique, as well as the golden silk needle that followed. Ma Chong was sure that it was simply impossible to dodge these devastating techniques. Jin Yan saw sand falling on him from above. This sand was unusual. It was filled with internal energy. The young man stretched out his hand and was able to gather some of the golden sand falling from the sky with his fingertips. If it was what he thought it was, the young man could use the sand and throw it at his opponent. Ma Chong didn't even move. All the grains of sand thrown at him seemed to hang in the air and did not harm him. The spectators watched the fight with interest, completely unaware of what was happening and why the fight had suddenly been interrupted. Alliance leader Marim and Elder Song also watched the fight closely, wondering where it would lead. Only Ma Chong knew that he had not stopped the golden threads. In fact, it was Jin Yon who had frozen them with an incomprehensible force. They were so thin that they were barely visible, and his opponent had copied the technique and controlled his internal energy. Ma Chong realized that he was facing a truly overwhelming force. He approached Jin Yon, shook his hand, and admitted defeat, expressing his hope to meet him in a fair fight in the future. Thus, the champion of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament was determined, and the head of the alliance was pleased to announce the winner's name. The Fist Warrior was the winner of this year's tournament. The Golden Sand Sword, the Fist Warrior, and the strongest swordsman, Namgun, were invited to the arena. Yu Jong-hoon, as the leader of the alliance and host of the tournament, wanted to present the prizes to the winners. Namgun Wei was to receive the Supreme Starblade, a sword that the alliance leader had always cherished and valued. Once upon a time, the young Jong-hoon had walked the path of the great warrior with his sword. Namgun Wei felt immense pride and understood what an honor this was for him. Moreover, the young man believed that the alliance leader would not give this gift to anyone from the Rulers Association. Namgun Wei realized that he had been too confident. He accepted the sword with trepidation and promised to take good care of it. After that, Ma Chong Wei was invited to receive the prize. He was called a genius who was born once in 100 years, and he really made such an impression on everyone present. The young man was very modest and said that compared to the young hero from the Yona Trading Guild, he was still far from perfect. The alliance leader reassured the young man, saying that he had his whole life ahead of him. In the meantime, the young warrior had to come up with a name for his new sword. Ma Chong Wei took the sword from the leader's hands and announced that he would call it the Golden Sand Sword. The name was unusual. It was the name of a martial arts technique. But as they say, the owner is the master and can name his weapon whatever he wants. Finally, it was time to award the main winner of the tournament. Yu Jong-hoon asked Jin Yon to stay where he was and not move. After that, the alliance leader ordered the White Dragon Squad to take up positions around the perimeter and the elders to line up in the center around the platform. Everyone else was ordered to retreat downstairs. Li Jinyun held the box with the main gift in his hands and waited to see what would happen next. He had no reason to doubt the alliance leader's motives. Mengho had no idea what was going on and asked Hua Yunwo what would happen next. Even young Hua did not know the answer. He suggested that at this moment, the warrior was taking ginseng root, the most dangerous process, impossible to defend against, and the slightest mistake could lead to energy distortion. It seemed that the alliance leader was going to personally guard Jin Yun, but it was unclear why he cared so much. Yu Jung-hoon always treated his juniors this way, and Ma Young-ho watched his idols with admiration. Of course, not everyone in orthodox sects was an outstanding warrior, but the alliance leader really gave the impression of a wise old man. He suggested that the winner take the ginseng root right away, but there was no need to rush. As long as the energy circulated in Jin Yun's body, the alliance leader and his entire guard would watch over the young man. Jin Yan was at a loss for words, so he decided to accept the help as a gift and immediately do as the alliance leader advised. The young man sat intently and thoughtfully near the box of ginseng root. Something was about to happen that would change his life forever. Finally, he got ready, took the root, and began to chew. In his past life, as a simple wanderer, he could not have imagined such a thing. He could not have imagined that someone would guard him, allowing him to go through the process of energy circulation without problems or complications. Everyone present watched the process with bated breath. The phenomenon was extremely rare. A whole new world opened up for the young man compared to the lonely life he had before. He had achieved a great deal thanks to the azurite essence, and the time it took to assimilate the century-old purified ginseng turned out to be surprisingly short. And now the young man had reached the 9th phase of white lightning energy. Jin Yeon informed the alliance leader that everything was complete. It was surprisingly fast. He replied that it was fine, and the alliance leader ordered the guards to retreat. The old man was amazed and wanted to make sure that the victor was all right. Jin Yan felt embarrassed, even a little ashamed, but he admitted that he was terribly hungry. Yu Jun-hoon suggested that the young man call his friends and promised that he would treat the winner to a delicious meal. This wonderful day of the tournament ended with an equally wonderful dinner. The alliance leader, brother and sister Hua, Jin Yan, the winner of the tournament, and the poisonous Foxchul Myung-ho gathered at one table. Jin Yan watched his student and immediately noticed that the guy was suspiciously quiet today, probably because he was sitting at the same table with the alliance leader. Yu Jun-hoon also noticed the young man's calmness and began to joke, asking if his nickname was Liz from the gambling den. Then the alliance leader asked if Ma Young-ho had gotten used to his new umbrella. The young man confirmed that he had, and the alliance leader was satisfied. He noted that this umbrella was certainly different from the previous one and advised the young man to continue working hard. Hua Yin-sol listened to the men's conversation with interest, not quite understanding what was going on. Her brother also could not yet understand what the head of the alliance was talking about with this relatively unknown simple warrior, who moreover did not know how to keep his mouth shut. After that, the head of the alliance turned to the young head of the Hua clan. He asked how his father was doing and how the villagers were doing. Hua Iwon-wol replied awkwardly that everyone was fine, but wanted to know how the alliance leader knew all this. Jin Yan immediately realized that his suspicions were correct. The Hua siblings were trying to hide something. The alliance leader reassured them. There was no need to be afraid or worried. He had received several reports about secret activities during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. Hua Yunwol said, "Now it's clear why they're acting this way." The leader of the alliance emphasized that the young master Hua was a representative of the great clan, and he must not forget this under any circumstances. If he panicked, it would be a sign of disrespect to his ancestors. In his time, Hua's ancestors were comrades in arms of the alliance leader, so he did not want the young man to dishonor their memory. Yu Chung-hoon stated that since the Hua clan was active again, Eun-wol should know the following. Some time ago, the King of Fists and the great Myung-chu disappeared from the earth forever. As for the King of Swords, he was sent a letter instructing him to temporarily return to the Murim alliance. The alliance leader asked that the old head of Heiwa be informed of what was happening so that the clan would be prepared for anything. If the demonic faction begins to take revenge, their clan, and especially the young heirs of Hua, will have to be especially careful. It was decided to double their vigilance. Finally, the leader of the Murim alliance approached Jin Yan, for whom he also had special instructions. Yu Jung-hoon demanded that the young man become even stronger than he was now. Jin Yan listened carefully to the alliance leader's words and understood that he was not disappointed in him. Yu Qianhun said he wanted Jin Yun to become the hidden sword of the righteous faction. Victory in the tournament would bring the warrior some fame, but he had not yet achieved true renown, so the demonic faction would not yet know of his existence. For the time being, the demonic faction's targets would remain the clan leaders and the alliance leader himself. Jin Yun understood perfectly well what Yu Qianhun meant, but he couldn't admit out loud that he had the same goal. At the end of the evening, Poisonous Fox said that he didn't understand what they were talking about at all, but everyone said that he didn't need to understand anything. After that, the alliance leader said that it was late and time to prepare for tomorrow's events, said goodbye to the young people, and left the hall. Hua Unwol said that he would take his sister to her room, as she had a sparring session the next day, and then return so that the men could discuss the day's events in peace. Yu Jung-hoon, satisfied, left the young people, realizing that he had left behind reliable followers and could now go to sleep peacefully. It was late at night, and the alliance leader wandered through the empty, lit corridors to his room. Suddenly, he felt with his inner sense that he was not alone. He stopped, turned around, and saw the silhouette of a man. The stranger said, "I am glad to welcome the alliance leader. We haven't seen each other in a long time." This person turned out to be the Emperor of the Sword. He was not alone. Standing next to him was the Sword King's blood-covered apprentice. The Emperor confirmed that this was indeed the case, and unfortunately, that they had to accept the worst possible outcome. The Sword King was attacked by a demonic faction, which meant that the next war would come sooner than anyone had anticipated.